You know what, Penumbra? Fuck you. All right, just fuck you.
Dude. Okay. Okay. Dude, I'm an idiot. You're gonna have to excuse me. We're starting strong. I was like, oh man, chat shouldn't be able to hear me now and hear us now, so we can yap before stream and make sure everything's set up right. Not realizing I hit the mute key on my Go XLR, which mutes it to everything, including my Discord. I was sitting here being like, are you... Yeah, no,
I was like, oh shit, okay, I guess I'll shut up now.
I was sitting here yapping and you weren't responding, and I was like, oh, maybe she's in DMs or something, and I asked if you were ready to start like 3 times, and I was like, damn, am I cooked? What? No, I just hit the mute key for both Discord and my stream, so I was just yapping into the void. I was like, damn.
If you're looking for a manager, you didn't need to give a demonstration of why you need one. You just had to ask, man.
Hey, I've seen VTuber streams. It doesn't matter how many managers they have. They all get scuff.
Oh, yeah, so real.
Dude, I was so confused. I was like, why is she not... Dang, I thought we were friends. Why is she not talking to me? I made like a joke and you didn't giggle at all. And I was like, damn, I'm not cooking today. This is not...
It's so over.
It's time to pack it up. Let's go home. But yeah, we are audible. We should be good. I can pop us on screen.
We're audible?
We're audible.
As in
sponsorship?
Sponsored?
Yeah, so if you could swing me like an Audible sponsorship anytime, like I'll pay you in exposure. I don't know if you know this, I'm actually like
exposure.
I'm actually a pretty well-established news tuber, so like if you just want me to like swing a good news story your way, if any of your clients ever get in like deep shit, you know, you just get like a 1 out.
NewsTuber, yeah, okay, I'll pitch you as like NewsTuber and drama magnet, shall I?
Yeah,
like an executioner of Agency Vtubers, because every time you go on a break, you're just going to assassinate another one.
Dude, that'll get all this. Sponsors love nothing more than drama farmy people. You go to a sponsor and you're like, man, this guy gets in drama all the time. You're like, yeah, that's who I want.
Oh, God.
Say hi, chat. This is Zoey.
Hi. No, don't tell them my actual name. I'm Punkle. This is what Punkalope sounds like with no voice changer.
Oh, dude,
this is the VTuber without a voice changer.
We're dropping the... Okay, I thought we were hiding it, but you know, okay.
We're leaking so,
today. Yeah,
Punkalope
actually died and became a VTuber manager. It was the only way she could fuck bitches.
This is what Punkalope sounds like if she like huffs a shitload of argon or some shit.
Damn, you know what's crazy? You're still streamed more than her.
Wait, oh my God.
Your current stream count is higher than hers this week already. You've got more streaming minutes.
Since I became a manager, I think I've been on 4 streams.
That's so like a year of Punkalope streams, so...
Oh, that's crazy.
Round of applause, everybody, for Punkalope's alternate persona that somehow streams more. Chat, sorry, I didn't have the bot enabled for chat that lets them turn me into her, and they're very mad about it. I didn't have it on because I turn it off for collabs, but if we're claiming the Punkalope bit, I think it's funnier. So fuck it, I'll turn the bot on. You are going to have to re-redeem it, and no, I'm not refunding you. Get scammed. Welcome to business, kids. This is what we're here to learn about. Zoey, tell them how not to get scammed.
Guys. I'm here to tell you about how not to get scammed. Step 1, don't become a VTuber. Step 2, get an office job.
Get a real job.
Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? That's the biggest scam there is.
That's the life scam. That's the scam of capitalism.
Because the real scam is having to commute to your job. That's why I work from home.
Oh my God.
And also because, like, why would I have an office?
I do like the idea of you having like a VTuber office where they have to like come into you like you're the godfather. If you're like, Zoey, please, I've been scammed by an agency again. I need your help. You'd be like the John Wick of VTubing.
Oh my god, Punkle
Sorry,
is on
hi.
screen now. That's crazy. Holy shit.
It reset the position as well, so now I'm in the middle. I'm gonna have to, actually, if I reposition, do you know what? We're just sitting. I'm sitting in the middle. I'm more important. I'm the star of the show. Only when I'm in this model.
Damn, diva over.
Listen,
yes.
I'm trying to make you feel at home, you know. I'm trying to make you feel comfortable.
I can't believe Punkalopia is just yassified penumbra. That's crazy.
Not the yassified. I hate the term yassified penumbral, actually.
I don't actually know what it means, so I just use it.
You have to click your fingers 3 times sassily and be like, yes.
Yes.
You come to me on the day of your graduation for a favor.
I'm here to talk about agency VTubing and also general VTubing and stuff, because this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about on streams
at all.
You know it. I know it.
I know it. I know it more than anyone. I catch myself.
He doesn't know anything, so he's exempt. But like...
I catch myself mid-sentence sometimes being like, man, I really am just saying shit. I ain't know what the fuck I'm yapping about.
Bro is just yapping some shit.
Dude, you know, correct information doesn't get the clicks. You've got to just say random shit and get people mad. You know business. I know YouTubing. Oh,
wait. If we say a bunch of buzzwords, maybe YouTube will flag up. Graduation, nijisanji, hololive,
termination,
vshojo,
black company, infighting, favoritism, NDA,
contract breach,
parasocialism.
Oh my god. Twitter. Oh wait, no. X.
No, if you say X 3 times, they'll flag us.
Oh yeah, no, my bad.
XXX
well,
VTuber
I guess you're demonetized today. That's
fucked. It's fine. All my streams are demonetized forever.
Wait, really?
Dude, I get like on average 1 monetized stream on YouTube every month.
How do you get demonetized so much? What are you doing? Is it music? Is it your BGM?
No, it's not copyright. I say the fuck word a lot. And that gets me in trouble. I also say the cunt word a lot, and that gets me in trouble.
Yeah, but like that's just a cultural thing, right?
I know, right?
YouTube just doesn't get it.
YouTube doesn't understand the British Australian experience. Okay, I'm 2 halves of a full cunt. All right, you gotta understand.
I'm too. I don't know how the Australian comes into it, but like. Sometimes it'd be like, oh wait, I just saw you describe me as the all-time GOAT manager. That's crazy.
I did. You're also the only manager I think I know. So.
Wait, really? You know other managers.
I mean, I know mods that are effectively managers. They're just unpaid because VTubers.
Yes, of course.
I don't know many like full career managers though. I've probably met a couple, but it's hard to distinguish.
It's probably because it is a made-up profession that shouldn't exist.
To be fair, so is VTubing, so like you're in good company. I keep turning left to look at you.
I will be real, like anyone who's expecting me to give management a good rap in this stream is like
dog.
OMG, my 2
like on the one side, I have days where I'm like, you know what? I do have a specialized skill set and stuff. And then on other days, I'm like, this shit's so easy, dude. Like, why am I getting paid? Who's paying me for
Zoey,
this? Like, what's happening?
Best practices for building relationships?
Yeah, it's just like you feel like you're just making. Have you seen that? Do you know Brian David Gilbert?
Yeah.
He has a video where he's like, you can earn $20,000 by being your own boss. And it's just, I move spreadsheets from this monitor to this monitor. I don't know what it's doing, but $20,000 turns up in my account every month.
You know what? That is an accurate. That is an accurate sort of.
Super chatty saying you're one of your 2 Oshis. We're her 2 Oshis. So
who's the other Oshi?
It's me and you.
Fuck.
It's the 2 of us. Mike is giving me apology money for Moonboy. I don't know if that's meant to go to you. I don't know if I gotta like PayPal you that.
Did you guys know that Rin Penrose is really good at being a boss and has never once abused that position?
Don't say it like that.
Did you know? Hi, sir. Hello.
Chat, scatter. She's here. Ren, I'm hijacking your manager. I hate to. This is how it comes forward, but like, I did offer her significantly more benefits, like not having to live in England, which
Yeah, it's crazy. Pen's actually also going to be paying me double. Just
Now,
go
see,
with it. This is a negotiation. This is a negotiation. Just this is a negotiation. He's offering me double, and he's actually like he's giving me like a yearly bonus of a house. Just you know, a 1-story house. I could potentially have that be outbid by quadruple and like a 2-story house.
Yeah, because
as a bonus.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think Rin knew when she hired you that she was hiring the VTuber Punkalope's like alternate persona, and I think that really adds a lot of credibility to your cause. And so, like, if we go by like numbers of subscribers and whatnot, like,
oh, there she is. Oh, there I am. There I am. Never mind.
That's you know, it's actually crazy that you're typing and talking. I can't even hear your keyboard. You must have like one of those super quiet ones, but.
Yeah, I'm known for having a super. Oh wow, is that a message I need to respond?
That's unironically how she fucking types. It makes me want to backslap her through the fucking monitor sometimes.
Oh my god.
No, I can tell.
Alright, more buzzwords. VTuber news guy assaults VTuber.
60 seconds. Man hurts VTuber woman. VTuber voice changer revealed. VTuber face reveal.
I just realized, I think like someone asked like actual questions earlier.
Somebody, so Rue said to blink twice if you need help. Unfortunately, you only have a PNG. You're incapable of blinking and thus cannot leave. You're stuck here.
Hold on, wait. I can technically, hold on, wait.
You do not have the technology. I don't think he meant blink out of existence.
Does that count?
Sure. I don't know what you expect chat to do though, that you need help. Like, what are they, they're VTuber fans?
I don't know.
They're going to get very angry on Twitter. Mike did ask, Zoe, what are your best practices for VTubing, for building relationships with event hosts, vendors, sponsors, etc.? Impart your wisdom. There you go. And that was a super chat message, which means it's an important question that we need to pay attention to because it came with money from me.
Some questions I will actually answer adequately, and then other questions I am just gonna fuck with you. So I'm sorry.
They're used to that.
You're gonna have to figure that one out.
That's fine. They're used to that. That's my vibe.
Yeah. Genuinely send emails and messages and just talk to people and be a chill guy. Be chill. Don't be freaky.
So
be a chill guy.
When you say DM people, do you really mean forget to reply for 2 to 3 months and then reach the point where you've not replied for too long that you don't feel comfortable reopening the DM, and so you just kind of let it sit there for an awkward amount of time? Permanently burning the bridge to that relationship? Is that...
I would never do that because I am a manager and I get paid to not do that. If I wasn't paid to not do that, however, on my personal account...
now we're talking.
There's a few of
your
those.
Punkalope account. That explains a lot. In fact, I think she's known for that.
Oh, damn. That. Oh, I see.
Zoe,
that was
how
targeted.
Do you deal with rogue mods like Resnick?
How dare you?
She's dead. You've killed her.
God, sorry, it's hard to get up there, you know, when I'm so used to using my real voice.
I do appreciate the attempt. I think you got closer than I ever could. She lives, the girl is huffing helium on a regular basis.
I mean, you have a Go XLR, you can get there if you really want to.
I accidentally hit my Go XLR earlier and I put the megaphone on, which nobody needs to hear my opinions louder.
Oh, I see. But yeah, to answer the question, like, unironically, just talk to people. It's really shockingly easy. The one thing you learn if you spend any amount of time with any amount of VTubers is a lot of them don't like sending the first message. It's not a meme. Like, so many people like, like, if this person wants to collab with me, then they'll just message me first. It's like, no, they won't. Send the first message.
Don't call us all. You can't. I'm pretty sure that counts as like class discrimination. You can't just call us all out like that.
You just need to send the first message, guys. It's really that easy. But like often like with vendors and stuff, like they have like contact forms. So like, for example, me and Rin just did, well, I say me and Rin, it's like I set up a merch drop for Rin through Kawa, and that was literally through a Google form, and then I jumped on call with them, and they were chill guys, and I was a chill guy, and we reached a deal, because that's how that shit works.
That's
sponsors can be harder because a lot of the time they like to work through marketing agencies. And if there's one thing that's really hard to do, it's get in touch with marketing agencies. There is one marketing agency that I know where their offices are, and I'm genuinely within a close enough distance to walk in, and I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna go, all right, guys, you can't keep ghosting my emails like this.
I thought that was going to be a bomb threat. I'm not going to lie. I thought you were going to hit them with the I know where you live.
What? No.
I know where you live.
No.
I can make it happen.
No, I'm just gonna. The thing is like, I'm not even. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm actually quite a shy person. I'm a person who like sits in the corner of a party and like has the chill, quiet talks and stuff. You know, like, and I don't. I'm like pretty introverted. Like I recharge by being on my own and at the moment playing Monster Hunter Wilds.
Base.
So I have been in meetings all day today, so if my voice cracks, I'm sorry. I'm just pubescent, I guess.
You'll be fine.
I shouldn't say that in this industry, given some of the controversies.
Oh no! So let's get right into that drama.
But fake it till you make it. Social skills are a skill, not a personality trait, character trait. You develop them by practicing and going and doing stuff. And if you reach out to enough people, you stop getting nervous. The first time I did a sponsorship meeting, I was physically shaking. The second time, not so much, because I realized that at the end of the day, if they're already at the point of talking to you, they probably want to work with you.
So you're telling me I should accept all those AI girlfriend sponsorship opportunities?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think you'd be a great fit for like an NSFW chatbot.
I hate that you're probably right. My audience, probably. Yeah. Everyone knows real girls aren't speaking to them.
I nearly just spat that clean over my keyboard.
I'm not entirely convinced my chat isn't already full of AI chatbots. So you know what? They can all half of chat can talk to the other half of chat, and I can make all the money. It's an infinite money scheme.
That's why Rin lost the verification tick after changing to Rin Penrose CH and Snebby is because she's actually just another Neurosama kind of thing. She's just an AI.
Oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense based on, you know, like the vibes I've gotten.
I mean, who else would like Splatoon that much? I say listening to a Splatoon soundtrack in the background.
Listen, it's the autism claims, right? Everybody with autism targets other people even when they have the same hyperfixation. It's saying.
Oh, bro, Grand Festival for Splatoon was like an event for me. That was like, that could have been measured on the Richter scale for impact on my life.
Splatoon.
Good lord, yeah.
Splatoon is one of those games that is, because I played the Marvel Rivals Jeff Splatoon, and I played it because a certain rabbit wanted to play it instead of the normal mode, and the entire time I was like, I just want to shoot people, man. I just want to kill. I want to go. So.
All right, when the Switch 2 comes out and they drop Splatoon 4, because they're going to drop Splatoon 4. This isn't coping. You're gonna get it. We're gonna play together.
All right. If you want to recruit me into the Splatoon gang, I will play Splatoon with you.
Did you know that after Ren got me into Splatoon, like a month later, I was on a competitive Splatoon team because of how much time I spent on it.
I wonder.
It was bad.
Maybe that's the way you're paying Ren. You're paying her in like debt, because while she's paying you for being a manager, you're paying a permanent time debt because she got you into the drug that is Splatoon.
Yeah, it's the real payment I take. Yeah. Just game recommendations.
No amount of money can make up for the 10,000 hours of lost time I've spent on painting floor.
Oh God, no! You have no idea. It's bad. I think I've got like 300 hours in Splatoon, and I haven't touched it since since Grand Festival, because that was when it ended for me, really.
Oh.
But no one except Splatoon players even know what I mean by Grand Festival.
Grand Festival, it sounds like a gacha game. It sounds like, you know.
Oh, dude, no, you have no idea. Oh, no, this is meant to be Agency Yapping. It's gonna turn into talking about fucking Splatoon for 2 hours.
Isn't that like your brand?
No,
isn't that like the Rin Penrose
brand?
Well,
that's
yeah, but
Rin's brand. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It feels like both of your brands at this point. Hey, if you want to hijack stream and talk about Splatoon, I'll be here. I'm just saying, it sounds like you ever be on Twitter and people are talking about like the latest gacha game that you haven't played and you have no idea what any of the fucking words mean, and so you're just sitting there like.
So Splatoon is a game about the end of the world. Mankind wipes each other out in the blazes of nuclear hellfire, and then squids and octopus and stuff happen, and they get silly.
They have nukes in Splatoon?
Oh, like, genuinely, it is a post-apocalyptic game.
What if Fallout was quirky? What if instead of Fallout, it was Freak Out and nothing changed?
What if Fallout was fucking awesome?
Excuse me, how dare you? I think base building with janky mechanics is peak.
The last good Fallout game came out...
If you say New Vegas, I'm going to slide you.
Came out 15 years ago.
And I don't know Fallout New Vegas is release date.
Why do you not like Fallout New Vegas?
I like it. It's just it's a very listen, I don't want to you're a guest on my show. This isn't a show. This is a stream.
So, whoa, hold on. Is it Thomas Chung? Splatoon has lore. Oh, sweet summer child. I asked the same question once upon a time.
I could hear Ren furiously typing.
Yeah, like...
Actually, no, Ren gives me single tinker.
Once upon a time, I asked... I think it was like... something came up about Pikmin lore, and I was like, Pikmin has lore? And Ren did that.
No.
Ren did Miss Zoey. And then later I was like, Splatoon has lore, and it was like all bold, all caps, Miss Zoey.
Is that the phrase I need to do?
That was
okay.
Yeah.
Rin gives me single finger typer vibes. Is that rude to say? Like individual. Like
I'd say it's exposing, but I think she's already talked about it. She still uses a keyboard that's the kind of one that you get in like primary school
no.
or like secondary school.
Like
the
membrane?
school library computers, the membrane ones, the shitty ones, yeah.
Ren.
I need you to get to the T before I have to start street. Ugh, what? Am I being mandated? Am I being
who's the manager here, really? Like, come on. It feels like somebody's micromanaging someone.
The thing is, she's the one who pays me, so like.
That's true. Danny, I'll get both of you on. You can have like, I don't know, manager VTuber therapy. And I can profit off of the discourse.
I don't think you realize how bad my idea. Stay on topic if you want next month's paycheck. What, Splatoon or management stuff?
We can actually, that's true. I don't actually know what she means. She could mean anything.
What is bro yapping about, honestly?
So agent VTubers, Zoey.
All right,
VTubers, am I right?
VTubers. So where do you want me to start?
I don't know. See, because my chat has heard me yap about Agency Vtubing probably more than anyone else in the history of VTubing. I've yapped a fair bit. So I'm happy for you because you've been in my chat a lot. So I'm looking left to look at you, but because it just looks like we're both looking off to the side.
Yeah.
Listen, this is why I'm normally on the right, but somebody is mono-directional. So,
you can flip me.
Well, like judo style.
I mean, I don't know about that, but
I'm down to try next convention.
All right, huge.
So yeah, if you've been in chat, so you've there's been times where I've been yapping on chat about something, and you've said something about the business side of Agency Vtubing.
Yes.
And it's like I've realized in the moment that like, oh yeah, man, I don't have a clue what I'm fucking talking about. So if you just want to pick one, like any sort of thing you've heard me be wrong about and like go ham on me for however long,
okay,
I think that's good content.
So Pixel Link.
Go for it.
So a lot of people got on my ass because I had a post that, as the youth would say, did the numbers about Pixel Link.
Yeah.
I think it like ratioed the company by like 5-1 or something.
Yep.
And people got on my ass about it because they were like, in your tweet, you didn't mention that a company has to have their assets like valuated and sell it off. They have to sell it off for the investors and stuff. And I'm just like, wow, I'm sorry I didn't include that in my 240 character tweet or however long tweets are these days. But yeah, so I just want to clear up one thing about Pixel Link. I don't think it was wrong for them to have the talents buy out their IP. I think it was wrong for them to grossly overvalue the cost of the asset.
Yes.
I do not for a minute believe that the value of the asset that is that channel was 10K.
we got. I mean,
this is where we start my hot takes, and Rin's like gonna send me a DM like, shut the fuck up,
Shut
dude,
the fuck up, shut the fuck up. You're gonna get cooked on Twitter.com. No, it's because this is one of the ones where I think we went like back and forth through chat a little bit, because I was saying, because you initially had your tweet saying like, imagine a company, you know, that isn't going to be using the assets demanding 10k, and I kind of had the argument on stream of like, if you know the company fronted them the money for the debut and has not earned that money back because they didn't earn enough, it's not absurd to sell that asset to the talent to like remake up their losses and their debt. But yeah, 10 grand is a lot, and I think it undervalues. 10
grand's a lot just purely because like people will go like, oh, you know, like it's kind of like capitalism in action, and it's just the way of the world and stuff. But like, what you're really saying to someone is potentially, and this doesn't always happen, like, I mean, obviously we've seen occurrences. I mean, everyone can name a couple of occurrences of someone who has left their corpo, not taken their IP, and been either as good or better off for it. Yeah. But
there's a couple.
In the majority of cases, I would expect that what they're really saying to someone is like, you're going up, like, say this is someone who's like a head of sales or something in a company. What they're really saying is, pay us this amount, or in your next job that isn't even working for us, you're going to go back to like junior sales assistant. Like,
that makes sense, because
it's a big deal, and like, yeah, can they charge that much for it? Sure. I mean, if the person's willing to pay for it, but like, as we can see, not everyone in Pixel Link was willing to pay for it. Because a bunch of them didn't go for it.
Yeah, it enters into a realm where you're sort of, they know they can demand whatever they want because you're either going to pay for it or you're not. And yeah, sorry, continue.
But yeah, like, are they allowed to do it? Yes. Do they have the right to do it? Yes. I would never deny them that, because that is their right. They are completely fine to do that. There's nothing technically wrong with them doing it. Am I equally allowed to, and within my rights, to say that they are immoral for doing so? Yes. If one person has the right to do something, I have the right to be able to state that I think that what they're doing is immoral. So, yeah, like, at the end of the day, it also makes more sense for that corpo to negotiate with the talent. So, say I'm a corporation that's closing down, I need to sell off my assets to please my investors or pay back loans, etc., so on and so forth. If I offer all my talents an exit for $10,000 and 2 of them take it, why did I not instead negotiate with them so that I could get a higher value of cash to pay back my debtors and investors? With a sale of all 5 at a lower price per asset.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to negotiate. There's a reason why people should be up for negotiation on these things, because at the end of the day, it may very well benefit both parties significantly more.
It's definitely a thing of like, it's a weird sort of game theory, like prisoner's dilemma situation, where if the asset doesn't get sold, both people get nothing. The company gets no money because it's now a useless asset. You can't use it for anything, and the talent doesn't get to keep their asset. But the company can't just give it over, because obviously it cost an amount of money and they have debts to pay. But I think for me, the price being as high, I think it was rough, because I think it shows that they overvalued their part in building the brand. Like, if it was just the amount of money for the model and whatnot, whatever, but charging that much for the entire account is like, the talent built that account. It's effectively their work. It is their...
Well, I wouldn't even argue it that way, because under the majority of these contracts, as with a lot of contracts with other companies, so for example, like if I'm working in a tech company or something, any work I do within that company will be property of that company. company. That's not really the way I'd argue it. I just think it's better for the company if they're willing to negotiate these things. Someone actually asked in chat that Aiden, should VTubers negotiate an exit plan into the contract? Ideally, yes. But the reality is, if you do that, it's one like, you have to understand that VTubing is an industry that is primarily dominated by young people. I mean, like, relatively young. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like
Never had a
probably
job
talking
before.
people like early 20s, you know?
Some people have
And-
not worked before VTubing. Like, this is their first job.
Yeah, like a lot of people literally, like, they'll graduate out of uni or they'll drop out of uni or something and they'll go for it. And it's like, you know, this isn't uncommon. It
No.
happens in all aspects of YouTube. But one, these people are looking at this like their ticket to their dream, and they are not, they're young, inexperienced. I guarantee they didn't get a lawyer to read their contract, because I personally doubt that any, you know, carefree 20-year-old is
No.
is of a mind to get a lawyer,
No.
which is unfortunate. And I always push for people to get a lawyer to read your contracts if you can, because it's very important. Does this mean that, like, the VTuber isn't at fault for not doing that? No, they should negotiate their contract. But the other side of it is, unfortunately, if you negotiate too hard on a clause like that, that company is liable to just turn around and go like, okay, we had another 5 people in audition who could, like, take this spot. And in a lot of these companies, as I'm sure a lot of people know, these models aren't custom made. They're like, a lot of agencies don't use custom made models. They use pre-built models.
Yeah.
So they can just pull someone out, get rid of them, and bring in another person who's willing to sign a worse contract.
Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of talents who, like, there's a lot of talents I've spoken to where I've thought, like, man, the voice and the personality doesn't really fit the vibe of the design. Like, it feels disconnected, and you talk to them and it's like, yeah, no, they got lumped. Like, they essentially, that model got, like, thrown at them and they just kind of got stuck with it. Or sometimes I've heard ones where a model got designed for one person who dropped out, and so they just recruited another person to fill that gap, and obviously that it doesn't fit anymore. So, you know, there's not as much custom building going on as there would be in an indie situation, which is one of the things you sacrifice when you join an agency. Is that ultimately you're going to have less control.
Some of them do, and like it's some of them. If an agency allows you to, like, contribute to your model and the work on your model, they usually advertise it. They usually it's a selling point, because people like to have that kind of control. One of the key reasons a lot of people get into VTubing is because they can control what they look like, and they can control, like, the creative aspects, the lore, and so on and so forth.
It's I think a lot of people view there's a sort of rose-tinted lens with agency VTubing where people don't treat it like a job, like they're applying for a job to go to work in a job environment, and they view it as more of a, this is my dream ticket. I'm going to join and be with my girly pops.
It's a job environment for sure. I'll say it's like, it's a cool job. It's very fun. It can be very fun. It can be very stressful. I mean, same with indie stuff. At the end of the day, if you're an indie VTuber who's really, like, you know, making it for yourself, you're probably working really fucking hard behind the scenes, and people don't see it. And oftentimes, like, a streamer will be late for a stream, or they'll have to cancel a stream, and usually they go, the one I always see is like, oh man, woman moment, because so many VTubers are women. But like it's what those people don't realize is that the shit you see on screen is nothing.
No, it's tip of the iceberg.
There is so little. There is so much back-end work that has to be done all the time. Some VTubers edit their own content. Some VTubers do their own negotiations for sponsors and contracts. You know, they will have to figure out their own content strategy. They'll figure out what they're doing for schedules, which takes a long, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, how long does it take to make a schedule? Like 5 minutes? Like, no, because you need to think ahead and go like, am I really feeling up to playing these games on these days? Stream is like 30%. Yeah, there you go.
20.
There's a real streamer over there saying 30%.
No, she means 30% of, like, her time making content. There's a 30% chance she'll go live.
So yeah, like genuinely, like, it's kind of Have you ever dealt with those scheduled PSDs? I don't know, Rin, have you? When was the last time you posted a schedule bit?
Fight.
Wow.
No.
What's that sound coming from outside my room?
She's here. You see Pikmin noise in the distance.
Every few seconds I hear just intercut like Pikmin 1 and 2 and oh my god, she's got Pikmin 3. Oh my god, she's here. Pikmin 3.
I should take this opportunity to shout out I don't know if you guys know Orihime. Orihime made the schedule PSD that I use, and that shit is easy to work with, I'm not gonna lie. So y'all are having some skill issues. I just recommend picking up one of those. It's pretty good. But you know, like, I think honestly it's not even just like workload, it is success, right? To succeed at being a VTuber, 80% of the work that matters like is off stream. Like what you do on stream doesn't really matter that much unless you are like subathoning and doing that kind of thing, or unless you're doing like a Dug where the stream is basically a video that you're just doing live. For most VTubers, I'd say like succeeding is in the making clips, making content, like reaching out for collabs, networking, like trying to do different, like planning what you're gonna do, like that, like what you actually do once you hit go live. Obviously you want to try and be entertaining and say funny things, and like you're never going to make it if you're a bad streamer, because that is fundamentally the thing that you are trying to like push. But there's hundreds, like you could go to Twitch right now, there's hundreds and hundreds of really, really funny, entertaining VTubers that are probably sitting pretty low on the viewer counts, because most of the success, it's such an oversaturated industry, and that's why agencies can kind of get away with not hiring you if you don't agree to their specific contract, because there's going to be some other schmuck next in line that will like sign their name for fucking anything. People still join Wactor, like,
yeah.
So it doesn't matter what they do. There's always going to be someone that is like, this is my dream job, and they'll sign it and they won't read it, and then a year down the line they'll graduate or be terminated, and it'll be a whole drama. So yeah, it's
like it's also like like planning is so much, just because like say I'm a VTuber and I want to play name a game. I'm not down with the kids, man. What are the kids playing these days? What's the trending shit that's
Monster
happening
Hunter.
right now? I've been
or
for context, I would know this, but I've been on jury duty for a month and I've just come back to work today.
I can't believe Rin murdered that guy. That's crazy.
So I have been off for like, so I've forgotten more than anything you'll ever know. I don't know.
Yeah, there's Repo and Monster Hunter, I think, are the current like VTuber games.
So like, say I'm a VTuber and I want to play those, like, and I'm funny. Okay, cool. I want to play those and I'm funny. Okay, there's like 500 VTubers who want to stream that shit at the same time as me, and they are funny. How do I differentiate what I'm doing with them? And that can be through collab partners with different dynamics. It can be with like, you know, people doing like Monster Hunter, you know, streams with their friends. But I mean, like, those two aren't necessarily the easiest ones to cover this for, but like, or like you can take it in a different direction and go, these things are trending. In order to differentiate myself from the market, I'm going to, you know, make some creative ideas up and do those. So for example, am I allowed to do a quick plug?
Go for it. Plug.
On Friday, me and Rin are going to be reading out the stupidest fucking sponsorship emails that we have gotten to the hello@rinpenrose.co.uk inbox, along with a bunch of submissions on Twitter. Go to Twitter and submit shit if you have it.
Girlfriend,
it's all AI girlfriends, man. I need to have some fucking variety. If I see the words like, we, an AI NSFW girlfriend chatbot service, think that you, Rin Penrose, would be a great brand match. Like,
I can't believe Rin hates me.
It's so...
She deliberately jumped
so
chats.
Bad, man. Like, how does anyone do any research? I know that they just have a mailing list, but like, it's bad, man. It's really bad. Like, just do the bare minimum, please. Or don't send stuff after I've told you to stop sending us stuff.
Whoa.
I may have threatened someone with a legal thing that you can do in the UK because of how much they've been sending us emails.
Honestly,
for that stupid AI service.
I tried to give Rin a shout out, but somebody in my chat had already seen her and given her a shout out. I don't even get to do my job.
Oh, huge.
She jumped chat. She jumped away. She jumped over to your side. I feel so betrayed. I know you're like her manager or whatever, but I thought it was pretty cool over here. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's dude, sponsorships.
I'm a cool manager.
You're a pretty cool manager. I'd ask if you're hiring, or am I? Wait. At this point, I think you're the hirer. I think you hire the VTubers.
I genuinely thought you asked. I'd ask if you're high.
Oh, yeah, no. So how much edibles you on right now, Zoe? Like, hit me with the numbers. How much weed does it take to deal with Rin on a regular basis?
Tobacco. I'm on that devil's lettuce.
What, you say that?
I'm trying to come up with the like stupidest way to.
That is unironically how I think Rin would probably refer to it. How much of that shit are you on right now? How much of that goody?
Oh god.
3?
Wait,
4?
Am I hearing a third voice or am I going crazy? You're going crazy. You're going crazy. Sorry, you're going crazy.
Is there a third person in the call? Did somebody sneak? Oh, did you just DC or was that my Discord glitching?
I don't think I DC'd.
Okay, I opened up Discord and you disappeared. I took my meds and my manager disappeared.
Oh,
no.
Oh no.
I was the one dealing with the AI girlfriends all along.
What? Whoa, that has implications.
No, I mean as like a manager. I'm not in an agency. There's not manager relations.
all along, guys. That was GFE all along.
Listen, I know what goes down in those management meetings.
Oh, please. If I see another tweet that's like,
oh my god, do you remember that?
I don't know how to tell you this. No, I'm not going to name any names to piss
everybody
people
knows
off,
the name.
Guys, if your favorite VTuber has a manager, they're fucking, it's like, bro, like, I'm just here to make money. Like, what are you, I can tell you right now, I have worked for and consulted for multiple VTuber agencies. So most people know that I worked with Idol in the past. They're not the only ones I worked with. They're the only ones that I have mentioned. But if one thing has been taught to me over that time, it is do not date a VTuber.
Yeah, don't date VTubers. Not even just if you're a manager, just like in general.
Don't date a fucking VTuber. Also, I manage like 3 people right now. What is happening in my life?
Listen, it's 2025. You know, we're very accepting in the modern era. And no, dude, do you know what that whole saga pissed me off the most about? It's just.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but like,
yes.
I don't know if he wants me to not name who it is.
You name anyone you want.
Someone who is someone. No, it's not you. It's him.
Oh.
Oh, I can. Oh, Josh, as in Idol Josh. Just sent me a message saying the #1 thing being a VTuber manager teaches you, it's that you never want to date a VTuber, Lamel.
Listen, you get to see behind the curtain of the VTuber, and what's behind there is just, listen, you may want to give them a hug.
Honestly, like, I'll be real with you, having been involved in the content scene at all, I don't think I'd want to date a content creator. Dude, I want to date someone who's completely offline or some shit, you know? Like,
ironically, I mean, I get that. I personally, I think there's a balance. It's cool to date someone who's like informed and you can yap to about your whatever you're doing, but also, yeah, I get that. Because there definitely be a thing of like, if you're a VTuber and they're a VTuber, you go from your work of VTubing to talking to a VTuber probably about VTubing to then back to like, I get it. But no, I don't know, dude. It's maybe it's for some people. It's not for me personally. It's not for me personally. So the whole dating the VTuber thing, that's just not real. Damn, that's all I came here to find out. No,
what is your most dateable Dakimakura? I have just like a couple of pillows I've taped together, and I've just printed out a JPEG of Penumbral.
Excuse me? Hey, listen, I'm like 3 feet tall. You only need the one pillow, dude. Actually, you just need one of those circular pillows and just like make it just my head. No body, just the orb. I need to make that like a plushie to sell. It's just my fucking head.
My God.
The whole body is the pillow.
Get a makeship.
Oh my God.
Do you want a makeship?
Yeah, hook me up, Zoe. Thank you. I'll pay you in.
All right. Because my dad actually owns makeship.
Oh my God. Did you also work for Nintendo?
Yeah. Oh, and he also owned RuneScape.
Yo, that's crazy. Can you get my account back? This really nice guy said he was going to get me like max stats and everything, and he just never sent it back.
Yeah. I mean, and also owned Habbo Hotel, and
oh no.
Also.
Oh no, that's a deep cut. That is a deep fucking cut right there.
Is it a deep cut? I don't know if it's a...
No, it's not a deep cut.
I never played Habbo Hotel, but like I know that it was popular for people who are like 2 years older than me.
It's not a deep cut, but you are dating us very, very significantly. No, it's... What were we yapping about? Rin said if we don't stay on topic, she's gonna like send tea through our window or something. Like that whole manager situation, I think the thing that annoyed me the most about it, and the thing that annoys me, probably the thing that annoys you in my chat, you probably feel it for me the same way I feel it for like the general VTuber populace, is people yapping and speaking with 100% confidence about shit that they have zero fucking clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, okay, like, okay. VTuber fans, I'm here to tell you right now, you think you know 50% of what's going on. You know 5% or less. I'm just gonna be so for real with you right now because God knows someone fucking has to.
Yeah.
You know like 5% of what happens in VTubing.
It's so...
Like, in the nicest possible way. Like, it actually really annoys me how much people think they know when like you do not know what is happening behind the scenes. So much if you think about it, if someone streams a 6-hour stream like 3 times a week, how many other working hours a week do you think get spent? Because let me tell you, VTubers and managers work more than 40 hours a week. It's so...
It's infuriating. It's the most infuriating thing to me, especially as somebody, because I get things wrong. I obviously, like, I'm not right all the time. I have bad opinions because there's certain certain aspects of VTubing that I don't know a lot about because I'm not, like, I speak to the talent, but I don't speak to, like, managers a lot. I don't speak to, like, corporate, right? Like, I'm not in the DMs of Sakana or whatever. So I don't know what the hell's going on in that thing. So I have limited knowledge, but I know more than the average VTuber fan. And so sometimes like things will come up on Twitter or things will come up, or God forbid somebody will DM me a screenshot of like 4chan or something, and it's just people talking with absolute authority about like, oh, you know, she said this on stream, so you know this is what she meant, and you know this is what's going on behind the scenes, and you just sat there like, no, it actually means the opposite of that, you dumb fuck. You don't know what you're talking about. You know jack shit. Have you seen that Hank Green crash out video on TikTok where he was like, you have to admit, I'm a stupid little baby and I know jack. I need that for the VTubing scene. 99.9% of VTuber fans, I don't care if you're your Oshi's biggest fan and you've like whatever, you're in the Discord, anything, you do not know the majority of what is going on. I don't know the majority of what's going on, but I know a little bit more. The managers know even more and the talent knows the most, right? So when you make like the speculations and the assumptions and you post on Twitter and you like do all that shit, you're making those like assumptions with such limited info that a lot of it is going to be wrong. And that's fine if you're just talking in an open discussion sometimes, but the number of people that go on main and talk as if they're like they're fucking Sherlock and they just crack the code and they're going to break this whole thing wide open, and they're talking like they know exactly what's happening, and then you look at their profile and it's like Anime Jorker 275 with 7 followers, and it's like, bro, who the fuck are you? What do you know?
Oh my God, like so many people will, like, if someone sees something in the replies to a tweet, so many people just take it as gospel truth. They're just like, holy fuck, disproved. OP is a fucking liar, guys.
Or like community notes as well. As much as I love community notes, sometimes there have been some that have been wrong, and people like, it's the thing I've noticed. I actually fell for it with the VREV situation that happened, because it's so easy to fall for like popularity bias, where when you see
it was actually VREvery doing the...
Yeah, we still don't have 100% confirmed one way or the other. I've heard things from both sides. I was meant to do an interview with them, and they have gone radio silent on that. It was meant to actually happen this week, and
it's always a really good look.
So I don't know.
I'm just gonna be so again, like you know, I don't know. Like, this kind of goes into business advice. But if you're a VTuber agency and you offer an interview with a news tuber and then you ghost them, you are opening yourself up so hard. Please don't do it. Like, it's just gonna be bad for your talents. Yes. It's not gonna be good for. Like, I'll be super real. I don't care about agencies. I care about the people in them. Like the company and the people at the top who are like fucking stuff up or something, like with these kinds of decisions to buy the account of someone who's graduated or something.
That whole situation.
Like those people are not my concern. My concern is the people who end up applying to that agency.
So
yeah, like
I mean, I haven't put them on blast just because I understand that, like, there's always the case of, like, maybe somebody's, like, had a heart attack or something catastrophic has happened, right? So I want to give them, I'm not going to, like, comment and be like, wow, they hate me, they ghosted me. Maybe something's happened and they'll come back and, like, whatever, right? But I agree that I care for the people in the agencies and I want, obviously, them to do well. And I do feel bad that a lot of news tubing and a lot of talking about agencies is sort of this weird hostage situation where I feel like I can't attack the agency super hard because ultimately the person you're hurting is the talent. Like, even if you were going with the best intentions, when you take down, quote unquote, an agency and you start spewing like vitriol like a lot of YouTubers do, where they clearly just care about like slamming the pickaxe deeper into the fucking head of the agency and killing them, I think ultimately the only people you're hurting really are the talents at that point, and I don't like doing that. But then what do? You just never critique, never criticize because it comes back and bites the talent? Like, it's a very difficult position I find myself in sometimes, and it's hard, right? Like, it's hard. How do you punish an agency for missteps without hitting the talents or ultimately the face of the agency, you know?
Yeah, that's honestly a tough one. I think that one is like, I can't even answer that. Like, it's difficult. I think, like, I think to stop supporting the talents directly on the day-to-day is like only going to hurt the talents. I think it's stuff like I don't know, it's hard. That one's like actually really difficult. That one's really hard to figure out.
It's the hardest thing I face regularly doing this kind of content, is that there are some agencies where I simultaneously think that the people running it are dumbasses and don't know what they're doing and are hurting the talents, but I also am friends with a few people in the agency. I know they're trying their best and doing their best work they can, and I don't want to feed in to an environment that's ultimately just going to hurt them, because I think the drama cycle can also end up hurting the talents as well. And so you're stuck in this weird thing of like, what do you do? Like, what do you I think honestly the little cheat code I'm going to give chat right now, a little bit of a cheat code. If you don't care about like the publicity of supporting a talent, i.e. like super chat popping up on screen, and you actually just genuinely want to support the talent, and they're public about it, and you find it, some of them might still have ways to support them outside of the agency. If they're donating to PLs, actually, that's a good one. I don't want to encourage past life searching. I don't want you to, if it's not something they're open with, don't like go fucking digging up 4chan articles. But there's a few talents that they're streaming on another account. They're like, they have an alt account and a talent account, or they have a past life that is still like open and active and hasn't been shut down. They might still have an active thing in that, and if you donate to that, it probably goes through to them. Don't break like privacy concerns, don't be an asshole, but if you do genuinely want to support a talent, it might just be as simple as like using the gamersubs code of a talent before they joined an agency, if that's, you know, applicable in any way, is a way that you can support them while not, like, you can support directly the talent without having to go through the agency. Because the thing is, any other money that you give to the talent, most of it is probably going to the agency. The talent's probably seeing less than 50% of the money that you donate to them. So, you know, less than 25%, because YouTube probably takes 50% if it's through super chats, and then the agency takes another 50. And oh boy, VTubing, huh? Isn't it just grand? Isn't it just grand to see an Aka super for an agency VTuber and know that the talent themselves probably sell like $20, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, like I always wonder how many people have come to this realization. But does anyone remember MCNs? from like old YouTube.
Yes, I've made this comparison 15 times in my streams.
How many people in
Machinima.
chat have realized that VTuber agencies are just a glorified form of machinima?
It's just machinima over again. We've looped. Yeah.
What? Because it's really interesting if you look at the life cycle. Because MCNs used to be like the shortcut to success. They used to be the way. I mean, for a time, they used to be the only way you could be monetized on YouTube. So if we let's look at the life cycle of MCNs for a second. MCNs were like, you know, weren't held in contempt so much. And over time, they started displaying worse business practices. And they started locking people into long contracts.
Yep.
They started taking bigger cuts. They started, you know, all these kinds of things. And then suddenly, public opinion turned.
Yep.
And what happened to MCNs?
They die.
They died. So there is a couple of MCNs, I believe, still in operation, but not nearly to the degree, and they're not nearly as necessary as well. VTubing, as my learned colleague, well, former learned colleague, has just pointed out in my DMs, has pointed out that in those MCNs, at the very least, once you break contract with them, you don't lose your, you know, rights to your IP and so on and so forth.
I was going to bring that up, yeah.
Revenue cut wasn't as big.
Yes.
So arguably, VTuber agencies are a worse deal than MCNs were.
I think that's why they haven't died.
There are upsides to VTuber agencies. I genuinely think there are upsides to VTuber agencies, but very few have grasped this one underlying concept, and I think it's really important. I think if anyone here is ever interested in understanding business in general, you need to understand this concept, because so many agencies are constantly displaying this problem. You cannot, in this industry, or in many industries even, prioritize short-term profit generation over long-term stability. It will destroy your company. You will not survive beyond 5 years. We have seen this a lot. There is a huge body of evidence out there. Okay. Beyond this, so let's look at this long-term stability plan. I'm sorry, Pen, I'm taking control.
No,
I'm
go.
assuming direct control.
Spit your facts, my queen. You go off. I'm going to sit here and drink my gamer subs.
Let's look at, use code...
Pen.
Rin.
No.
I mean,
not the gamer subs.
Code Pen.
Rin has enough gamer subs usage.
All right, so let's look at long-term stability. Okay, so not a lot of people know about this. I was part of the only £100 million fundraising round, investment round, whatever you want to call it, in a particular niche deep tech field in the UK. I don't know about any further than that. I know what the fuck is going on with investment and how you need to work it. If you are starting a VTuber company and you don't go into it with a solid investment plan, and especially if you think investors are the devil, which they are not, they are how you make your company survive, you are going to fail. That is just the baseline truth of it. If you are hiring several managers and you have only a few gens, your running costs are going to be above the costs. And like your running costs aren't just your managers, they are outfits, redebuts, marketing, merch production has sometimes got an upfront cost. All these kinds of things. Lawyers, because you need to have some legal rep, guys. You need to have an investment strategy. You need to understand how to lay out your 5-year plan, your 10-year plan. You can't just assume that you're going to make it on the first round of investment and go profitable off the back of it. I guarantee when hololive started getting bigger and bigger and bigger, they didn't just rest on their laurels. They probably had a plan, and look at them now. They have an IPO that has mixed reactions, so let's not go there. But it's investors aren't the devil. Getting an investors or getting an investor's English love letter. Sorry, I'm getting too
You're getting. I know you're getting fired up because you brought out the love. You brought out the English.
But, like,
continue.
Getting investors is not the equivalent to going public. It's not the same thing. It's private investment for a percentage ownership stake of your company.
Mm-hmm.
That does not mean those people control what you do, because if you have any amount of brain, you retain an ownership stake of your company. So, yes, they have influence. Yes, they might be really pissed off if you do stuff that's absolutely to the contrary. But if they've invested and if you've pitched in an honest enough way, they should expect you to run the company in a way that will guarantee long-term success, and therefore their investment will pay out when you do one of two things, typically. Startups, their life cycle typically ends in one of two ways. If they don't fail, you either sell the company, and there's nothing wrong with selling the company. That's fine. Sometimes you just go like, I have hit the limit of what I'm capable to do as a startup CEO. It is time to hand off the reins to someone who can now take it further in the next part of its life cycle. Or an IPO. And that is how you generate money, like at an investor level for a startup. An exit strategy is what it's called.
There you go, chat.
Now,
business.
So let's look at this. In a tech startup, for example, you'll get your seeding round and you'll start your company. Or you'll get angel investment or something like this. You'll start your company. And you are not going to make money. You are going to lose money. You're going to lose money because you're going to be using your investment money. And in the meantime, you're going to be planning out your Series A investment pitch. And then you get your Series A, which is usually significantly higher. And then get this, guys, you're still not turning a profit in a lot of these cases. You're still not making money. You're burning through that money because you're showing the investors you are making a good use of their investment. If you take $10 million and suddenly you're in the green, the investors are going to go, why the fuck did you need $10 million? You're not making a good use of their investment. You go to Series B. Series B is where the real big bucks start happening. I mean, Series A is already pretty big bucks, to be honest. But Series B is where the real big bucks start coming in, and you start going on Series C, Series D, and then you go to your exit strategy usually. It can go on longer than that. But all the while, like, you're typically going along and you're in the red. But you still have money because you're making investment pitches, you're getting investors, you're making people believe in your product. This is literally like, if there's any business majors in chat, can you guys tell me if this was covered in your like business 101? Because this should be really common sense. This shouldn't be a revelation, guys.
Is it making me feel like I should have studied business instead of physics?
Yeah, this
Zoey,
shouldn't
bigger
be
number,
a massive
better.
revelation.
Zoey, green better
Like,
color. Green better color than red, Zoey. Red make me feel bad. Green make me feel good. Green number go up. Red number go down. See, when I see green number, it make me feel good. When I see red number, I feel bad.
Of course.
Continue.
How are your stock market investments looking recently, man?
Hey, I just want you to know, I got an email the other day saying I have like a big investment opportunity if I just send them my credit card information. So like, I think I'm about to win. So, you know, watch who you're talking to.
Oh, was that from my buddy there? Was that the guy? Because I'm an intermediary for that guy, and I can help you out with that.
I did wonder, because it kind of looked like he just rolled his face across his keyboard. I was wondering about that, but you know, thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, and before I get into anything else, by the way, anyone who asks specific questions to me about companies I've either worked or consulted for, I'm not going to answer them. For obvious reasons.
I'll answer them. I don't know what the answer is, but I'll make shit up. Yeah, so we actually like, killed everyone in that company and made off with all the money to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
He's actually sitting on a beach in the Bahamas right now with $10 million in cash. I still found time to come on this VTuber stream.
No, that's actually my favorite thing is people like I've seen some people have like these conspiracy theories that I like I killed Idol Corp or something.
Dude, I wish.
Guys, I handed in my resignation in like January. I think it was on like the 3rd of January.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't there for
You're
a long
actually
time
the
before
CEO
that.
of Brave
Like,
Group.
like everyone's like, oh, she's pulling the fucking strings behind us. It's like, no, man, I wasn't even there. Like, isn't it crazy? Like, I know that's always been my favorite like conspiracy theory, is that I was somehow behind, and also that like someone on the level of a talent manager was like pulling the strings for the strategy of the whole company. Like that was always my favorite theory to exist, because like, you know, like how many people who are at the bottom rung of the hierarchy do you know in a company that's pulling the fucking strings of an entire company?
It was that one manager
like,
at Idol. She did it all somehow.
It was fucking me, dude.
She
like,
went out. One of the supervillain ass theories that no, you're actually the CEO of Brave Group, right? Like you own them, and then so you bought Idol, I believe. That's correct, right?
Yeah. Oh man, did you guys know that like I'm Sakana guy? I'm gonna get like an angry cease and desist from Sakana after just saying that. I can tell. Like,
I drop Sakana
I
jokes.
don't know anything about him.
Yeah, no, I
so,
drop Sakana
okay.
jokes every stream. I don't think the bro knows I exist. I've never interacted with him.
Fair enough.
The last interaction I think I had with a Face Connect member was Pippa becoming a mod in my Discord for the funny. She's still in there. She's still in there as a mod, as Fauna's.
Still in the mods.
She's still in there as Fauna's Cute Toes 69, which I believe she should rename herself, you know, out of respect to Nimi's Cute Toes 69. But that's just me. But you know, she's an actual mod on my Discord. It's still, unironically, she's in there. But no, I have not interacted with FaZe like or Sakana, and they've yet to send me a cease and desist for name dropping Sakana every other stream. So you're probably fine.
Oh. Fair enough, huge.
You're actually punk
yeah,
with a voice changer, so just, you know, they'll send it to her.
True. They should send a cease and desist to Punkaloopy. For anything that gets said these days, send a cease and desist to Punkaloopy.
Yeah, anything Zoey says that is an enemy
now I can
legally
answer those
problematic.
really specific questions. No.
As Punkaloopy, I can see.
No, so like, but that's the basics of business. Like, if you're gonna start an agency, you need to have a bit of a plan about it. Like, you need to have a 5-year plan. It's not just a meme. Oh, what's your 5-year plan? Where do you want to be in 5 years? It's like, oh my god, Pence just fucking died on my screen. Never mind, it's Punkaloopy.
Sorry, I've appeared.
Do you just have every one of her models, by the way? I've always...
I do. I haven't set up 2 of them to be redeemable, so... She sent me them, and she asked me to, and I didn't. I haven't bothered yet. But yeah, no, they are just all there. I spend more time as a girl than I do a boy anymore. You know, it'd be like that.
Do you want to talk about?
Do you want to talk? I need to go to therapy. This is going to turn into an intervention. Be like, Pen, okay, so Pen, how does being in a girl's body make you feel? Do you feel more at home? Do you feel more comfortable, more settled in?
Oh man, we're not going there today.
Let's
please.
not. We've already touched on every other sensitive issue in the VTubing community. Let's not get into their deeply problematic beliefs in certain instances. We don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
let's
it's
not
fine.
get into.
They'll target me, and I don't care.
Oh, it's cool. No, dude, like I believe me, I've received my fair share of let's call it targeted criticism.
Oh my god, yeah.
And I'm just like, bro, like
there are some...
I will level with you, man. I'm just living, man. Like I'm making it. I don't give a fuck about like all of this stuff, dude. Like I'm just making it. I'm doing right by the people who I work with, and that's all I give a shit about.
Dude, yeah.
Like, that's my piece.
It's your pitch. It's your manager pitch. Yeah, no, the VTubing community, we're here to talk about Agency Vtubing, but there is definitely, in another stream, I could definitely yap for a fair bit about some of the issues that I have with the wider spread beliefs of a lot of the VTubing community on certain issues, because dear God, I've seen some shit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I mean, like, so... oh man, I saw some quite like actually really good questions further up in chat, and then I've lost them.
Just scroll. It can't be that many messages.
It's so over. It's so over.
It's so over. Scroll up and just pick one at random.
You've just got such a busy chat. I can't find shit.
There's so many people. They're all here to see you, Zoey. You're the attention grabber.
Yeah, I'm the real fucking content, apparently.
You
Even
are.
though I'm not a content creator.
Hey,
and I keep on enforcing this to people. Everyone keeps on, you included. This is how it starts.
I'm just
This
saying.
is how it starts. It's like, no, man, I just appear on other people.
Zoey.
But wait, someone asked if I'm allowed to date a manager, which is really funny because like, where's the ethical dilemma? Like,
You
there
with
is
no
no
power over
authority
them, and they with no
disparity,
power
like-
over you. Yes, they can. Just no middle managers in
where's
any
the
company
authority
can date.
problem? Like,
Yeah, no, it's actually true.
Yeah,
If you
like-
work at McDonald's, you can't date someone from KFC. It's actually illegal.
oh, true, so true.
No, so I should hold your hand when I say this, but this is content and you're currently creating it, which by the strictest definition makes you a content creator. Do you want to join my agency? You'll get 1%
You know,
cut
Josh
of merch.
just sent me you are in fact a content creator, and I feel very harassed right now.
Josh and
He's
me were on the
watching,
same
He's
wavelength.
listening.
I've never talked to Josh.
This guy.
I feel like I know him already.
Someone asked, do you have any idea if that's the company themselves that sets the price for IP? I would imagine so. Some
Yes.
people have suggested that there are companies that are external that set the price for the IP,
Hmm.
but I will completely level with you. If someone really wanted to avoid being branded with the complete fucking PR fallout, they'd just say it.
Mm-hmm.
They just say, like, if something makes someone look good in business, I guarantee they'll just say it.
Mhm.
That's just how it is. It is typically the CEO or the board. And in most cases in VTubing, that means the CEO.
Yeah.
Because most of them don't have a lot of investors or investors at all, because again, they didn't follow my fucking advice.
No, they're just being
anyway,
the green the entire time, so they just keep making money and use it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think in VTubing, because of the NDA things, a lot of time you have to pay attention to what people aren't saying, where you have to realize that, like, if something would make an agency look good, or if something is a W that they could very easily claim by being open and honest about something, and they're not doing it, probably means it's because they can't. So
yeah. So I'll also say though, like, because this is one thing that is commonly mistaken.
Mhm.
If someone is defaming you and trying to use the NDA as a way to say that you can't fight it back, that is not necessarily true.
Mhm.
From my understanding, and obviously consult a lawyer if you're going to do this. From my understanding, if you wish to combat defamatory claims that have been made publicly in order to salvage your reputation, you are actually within your rights, even if that information is NDA, to make that information known, as long as it directly relates to defamatory claims made by the opposing party.
I mean, the thing is
I'm
that
going to get a message from someone in like 5 minutes saying you are so
You're
full of
a
shit, that's
lawyer.
not true, and
You're-
I've been lied to by someone.
well, the thing is, it doesn't matter one way or the other, really, because NDAs ultimately for most VTuber agencies are just a fucking scare tactic. Like, because again, it goes back
Yeah.
to what you said earlier of, like, most VTubers are young and they don't have a lawyer read their contract and they don't necessarily know their legal rights super well.
I mean,
So
they're
when
an
you threaten
effective scare
them-
tactic because as long as the NDA itself is actually binding, it is, it is a legal document at the end of the day. If you have signed it, then that's the main thing, is like, this is what anything you sign needs to be read through by a lawyer, if at all possible. Or if you can't get a lawyer, you haven't signed this thing yet, go and fucking show it to some people who know better than you do and get their opinion on it. No, like, cool thing about NDAs, and I don't know if anyone like has kind of realized this in their mind, until you sign it, none of the information that has been disclosed to you is subject to that non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, well, we see that leaking on Twitter.
You can
sometimes.
show that shit to anyone. Like, but above all, like, get a lawyer, because they will be the people. Ideally, get a lawyer that is versed in the jurisdiction of the agreement. If you're signing an agreement under California law, get a lawyer that is versed in California law, because someone who's versed in English law, for example, might not know all of the minutiae that is there for California law. So, like, and other thing with contracts, if you sign a contract and it's binding in fucking Japan, and you live in the United States, and you break the contract and go, haha, what are they gonna do? It's only binding in Japan. Yeah, they can still sue you guys.
I think
it will be expensive, but they can still sue you, and they will probably win.
Oh, hey, furry. Yeah, no. Well, I think the big thing about it being a scare tactic is in a lot of cases where an agency feels the
Did
need...
you just... Excuse me?
Well...
Never mind, don't worry about it, it's okay.
In a lot of agencies where they feel the need to sue and, like, pull NDA on someone, they're probably in a state where they don't really have the means or the funds to pursue that legal case. And in a lot of cases in those situations, it wouldn't even hold up valid because a lot of the documents aren't likely valid, but just the threat of it a lot of the time is enough. Like most, because again, it comes down to the whole thing of like VTubers are just people in their rooms making content. A lot of them are not, they didn't go to a fucking class or a university course to learn the ins and out of the industry. They just signed a contract and went into an agency thinking it would be good. And then it gets to the end of it and they have to now make this decision of like, oh, they might come after me with an NDA, they might come after me with the courts. And you'll have all these people on Twitter and 4chan or whatever saying like, oh, the contract isn't enforceable. Oh, you know, they're in this country, you're in this country, and they don't have the money to pursue you. All of that might be true. But when you're the motherfucker staring down the barrel of potentially a lawsuit that could take all of the money you don't have because you've just spent a year working for a VTubing agency, you're not gonna want to play fucking tango with that situation. You're probably just gonna bow out and not try and risk it. And it's not about who's technically in the wrong. It's about whether the individual sitting in the dark looking at their PC screen is willing to take a gamble on it. And most of them probably aren't, for very good reason, because it is a scary thing to be a part of unless you have other people and money and resources around you. If you're fucking huge, if you're a massive VTuber, you're making hand over fist money as an indie now, and you have the money to, you know, go fuck it, we ball, go for it, right? Swing that big dick energy, do whatever you want. Most people aren't though. And for most people, the threat of that kind of lawsuit, even no matter how many Twitter users tell you that the threat isn't valid, just the threat of it alone will be enough to make you not want to invalidate it, right? And unless you get actual legal counsel from a licensed lawyer who knows what they're talking about in specifically your country, it's not going to be something that they're going to want to take a risk with. And getting that lawyer also costs money. So it's like, I don't know. I get where people come from of like the whole they can't sue you.
And we're talking like get a real lawyer, like not some hack who claims to be a lawyer in Florida but lives in Korea or something. Like, man, get like a real lawyer.
Who could that be referring to? That's crazy.
Get someone who actually does the fucking job. Like, but yeah, honestly, I'll be real with you. I'm still reeling from earlier. I was like, what the fuck? Because then I realized furry was that. I thought you called me a furry for some reason. I was just like, what the?
Yeah,
I was like reeling from it.
I inflicted psychic damage on you. No, that's actually just how I start up my sentences when I'm like talking to someone to just knock them off guard, and then I go into my tangent. And generally by the time you've, you know, recovered, you come back. No, I was saying Fury was in chat. So I was saying hi, but no,
but also someone said like, should someone sign as an LLC? This is why you should talk to a lawyer, because I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell you that. I typically advise people to sign like their sponsor contracts and stuff under their company, just because it's easier to manage your cash flow. Yeah. Because if everything you get paid gets paid into your personal account, setting stuff aside for tax is really fucking annoying. I say this as someone who is self-employed in the UK.
Carrot.
But again, also, guys, don't commit tax fraud. Talk to a fucking accountant. That's what I really wanted to do today.
But hey, but what if I don't want to pay taxes, like hypothetically?
Then say hi to the HMRC for me.
I think I might actually be in tax trouble with Australia, but they haven't followed up on it, so I think I'm okay.
Jesus. Oh, okay. For one thing, just as a disclaimer, no one I work with is committing tax fraud and is guilty of this. But I have seen so many VTubers not be aware of the fact that it doesn't matter if you're just a silly little guy on the internet.
You're getting
The IRS or the HMRC or whoever the fuck is in your local jurisdiction don't care. They will still come for you. Josh is just repeatedly sending me in all caps fire safety equipment. So I'm also gonna throw a shout out to. Can you guys please get? Oh my god, dude. Do you know how many VTubers don't have a fucking, like, carbon monoxide alarm? And
nah,
yet
that's
will
crazy.
have, like,
I mean,
gas stoves for their cooking streams and shit. Like, do you know how insane that is?
Listen, as somebody who lives in the top floor apartment of a loft building with no ventilation at all and keeps all his windows shut, I think I know a thing or two about carbon monoxide, right?
wait, there we go. Spectra said, can confirm Zoey has asked me to get fire safety equipment. I think I've mentioned having a fire extinguisher to Spectra like 3 times.
Who has
and I'm just
fire extinguisher?
What the fuck is wrong with you? What happens if you have a fucking grease fire in your kitchen? Do you have a fire blanket?
I can't cook. I don't use my kitchen. Checkmate.
Chat, who let this man cook?
Who has a fire extinguisher in their house? Just
I have. Yeah. Thank you guys for having a fucking fire extinguisher. You know how I can tell none of you are VTubers? It's because you have a fucking fire extinguisher.
Listen, I'm just gonna say, my parents, when I lived with them, they didn't have fire extinguishers, and they're both not VTubers. Very, you know, actually, no, we might have had one.
Break the cycle.
The
oh my
cycle
god!
Of we lived in Australia. We had bushfires, and I never saw a fire extinguisher in my house.
Have I like missed a huge chunk of your lore? Because you brought up Australia a couple times now, and I do not remember.
Oh, I lived in Australia for half my life.
Oh wait, no, you did tell me this.
Yeah.
It was just at the Expo, and I might have been slightly inebriated.
I was probably halfway up a lamppost. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Disclaimer: I wasn't.
I'm running a poll. I'm running a poll right now in chat as to how many of you fuckers have fire extinguishers. How do I run polls? Here we go.
Who amongst you who have fire extinguishers know how to use them? Spectra, the instructions are printed on the fucking side. They're really easy to use. They're designed to be idiot proof.
Here we go.
The only thing you can do wrong is throw them into the fire.
Okay, YouTube has got the poll, and then Twitch chat is also getting the poll. I think it's low. I've never heard about I feel like owning a fire extinguisher should be illegal. I'm saying it. This is my hot take.
What?
Yeah. If you have a fire in your house, you deserve to burn.
State your case.
Listen, if you're dumb enough to start a fire, it's kind of on you, buddy. Just tank that shit. Personally, I wouldn't burn.
You're dumb enough to get cornered into the drama tubing side of VTubing, so.
Yeah, you're dumb enough to get cornered into managing VTubers.
Okay, and you know what? It's way better than doing an office job, dude. I'm gonna be real.
Honestly, in both cases, yes, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I can be so real. Like, I'll be like, VTubing management is like most of the time being kind of chill and not really dealing with much, and then like a couple of hours of fucking uncompressed anxiety, and then back to being chill. Like it's like it's mostly good, but you need to know how to handle the pressure, because you will get hit by like just a truck one day, and you need to know how to deal with it.
Spectra, stop defending me. I was joking with the.
Josh says, much like an on-call trauma surgeon, but more important.
Josh is like we should just add Josh to the call. Just get this man on.
Josh, do you want to join the call?
I'm down if he's in, but there's no pressure if he'd rather just. I'm happy to just keep getting DMs from him in the background.
He doesn't Lamau. I mean, I can. Okay, but do you want to? Do you want to?
Yeah, it's not there's no pressure. If you'd rather chill, it's fine.
No pressure. Like, I'll hold down the fort. I'll just be your mouthpiece. It's all good. Sure, he says sure.
Add the man to the call. Get him in here.
All right. Watch. He's about to contradict everything I said, because I'm not gonna lie, this guy knows so much more than I do.
Dude, we're getting like tiers. There's me, the dumbass, and you, the slightly educated one. We're getting like the final boss of VTubing
unironically,
in here.
Before he can like speak over me to like tell me to shut the fuck up, Josh is like the biggest real one. Like, I lost contact with him for a while, and I was like really fucking sad about it, but he is a rock, and absolutely I would consider my mentor on anything industry related. Like,
dude, I'm meeting your
fucking
sensei.
actually, this guy knows his shit.
I'm meeting like
Yeah.
your master in like episode 1 who
he's
taught
gonna
you
join
everything
the call,
you know.
and I'm just gonna go, Kachan.
Gosh, that means mother. He's your mom?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I thought that was Okasan.
No, Kachan is like the kid version of mom. There's like
Oh,
mommy.
I meant like more like the
I think you
Deku
just
thing,
called
but,
Josh
you know, whatever.
mommy.
I don't know if I want to add him now. He's gonna be very upset with me.
Add mummy Josh to the call right now. Wait, where she did? Where'd she go? Oh, am I getting a call? Wait. Oh, there's a. Oh, they're hi.
I am only a little bit concerned.
Oh my god, your PNG is so big on this.
Oh wait, it's just your Discord profile picture.
Man.png.
Twitch chat.
Alright, let me see if I can resize this a little bit. Zoe, you've been relegated to the corner of the screen. I'm not
Being
sorry.
relegated, damn. That's crazy.
My profile picture is as big as my ego.
Hi, Josh. We've never spoken before. What is your profile
Hello,
picture?
nice to meet you. My name is Josh. I used to work as the COO of Idle Corp.
Ooh.
Very
He's important.
fancy title.
He knows what he's talking about.
Very-
Chat, we finally have someone who knows
Yeah,
VTubing on the show.
this guy-
Wait, can I leave?
Guys,
can I just leave you guys
found
to...
the person who's been feeding me half of my info through DMs
No,
this
it's-
entire stream.
So the actual thing I'm known for is convincing Zoe that I'm from London.
Fuck off!
You're from Australia.
Like, unironically, fuck off.
Zoe that I'm from the United Kingdom because I can do a decently convincing British accent, and I also convince her.
Honestly, you're not even doing it now. It's when you sound like Gordon. It's when you sound like Gordon Ramsay.
I sound like Gordon fucking Ramsay. What are you talking about?
You are so Australian.
Look, shut up. He told me he was from Winchester for 3 months.
That's hilarious.
Dude, all I did was like I looked up like what hospitals in the UK are like popular for children to be born in, and I picked the first option. And I just said, "Yeah, I'm from here."
What?
That's actually kind of peak.
And yeah, totally bought it hook, line, and sinker. Convinced I was from the United Kingdom for months.
Do you know the worst bit is Rin was telling me for at least a month of this time that it was false, and I was convinced that Josh had gaslit Rin
That I'd gaslit
into
Rin
thinking that it was
thinking
fake.
Yep. So the actual truth is, if you want to be a good manager, the first thing you have to learn to do is lie to your talents.
Gaslight your talents about where you're from. Teach them that they can't trust anyone ever.
Exactly. Exactly.
The number of people that can't
Oh
tell
my
accents
God.
apart is really funny. Right.
It is really
So
funny.
wait, you're British. This isn't even
Yes,
like an
I'm from-
American thing where like you don't know the accent. So you're British and you're like your best friends are
Don't-
also British.
Don't look. What do you mean I'm British? I'm Punkaloopy.
You wish
Punkaloopy
you were
with
Punkaloopy.
Punkaloopy with no Australian, I think.
Yeah.
I'm Punkaloopy.
She probably wouldn't fall for
Oh wait,
it.
this is actually Punkaloopy. Chat, we were lying to you. This is actually
This is
Punkaloopy
actually-
without the voice
yes, 'cause
changer.
all VTubers are also men.
Yes,
That's
we're all
the
men.
important thing you missed.
Secretly voice changer man behind every one of your OCs. I'm so sorry, chat, for it to come out this
Every
way.
single one of them. It's an underlying
That's right,
fact.
guys.
It's no
This
threat,
is
yeah.
Gargura.
I was gonna say
I
Gargura.
am Hololive's Gargura. Yes,
No,
that's
guys, I'm
correct.
gonna be the next Gura. I'm gonna be what every agency wants.
Yep,
They want another
I'm
Gura.
retiring and I'm passing the torch.
This is official Gargura. I want all of you to go and follow Penumbral. I think, I'm just making a change to my content. So this is Gura, but this is my new account. It's gonna be over on Twitch. So go,
Oh my God.
I mean, you guys seen The Life of Brian? No.
No.
Oh,
No,
there's a
I
scene.
haven't.
There's a scene in Life of Brian where all the villagers claim to be Brian, one after the other, to stop him getting crucified. We need that
I
Punkaloopy.
have also been told by one Punkaloopy that I am allowed to be Punkaloopy, so thus I am Punkaloopy.
Congratulations. Oh wait, I can turn into Punkaloopy. You've been given permission
You
to
can
be
turn into
Punkaloopy.
Punkaloopy.
Zoe is also claimed to be Punkaloopy. We have like the varying degrees of Punkaloopy on stream right now, which is funny because Punkaloopy on stream is the
somehow I
least.
have the least claim. I have the least claim, even though I'm.
I have the
though I'm
body.
the
Josh has
manager, man.
the documents. Zoe, you got the vibes. Actually, no.
I got the spirit.
You the spirit of Punk. No, if you had the spirit of Punkalope, you'd be
The
in a
mind,
morgue.
the body, and the soul, right?
Jesus.
I gotta hang. I gotta peek. I gotta have the chibi model peek over Josh's profile picture.
I just got a message from Lopi saying sorry.
Yeah, no. If you feel the need to go to the ER to be more comfortable and in your natural habitat, feel free.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Yeah. If I just. All right, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh wait.
All
Yeah.
right.
No. Sorry.
Hold it. I'm just gonna go and get some life-saving surgery.
I need to make this more accurate to life. Hang on. Oh no, chat. I'm dead.
Oh, yep. There we go.
Do you want to change the backdrop to be like a coffin as well?
I'll change it to be a hospital room. I can probably do that.
I believe in you.
I need to find an ER room PNG and just change the background of stream to be that.
See, now this is very reminiscent of what an actual VTuber management meeting is. It's the talents envoys.
Yeah, this is
their OBS just completely fucking around for like 3 hours.
This is how it goes. Honestly, this is how it goes.
This is why every VTuber is late to stream.
What we need
Nothing to
now
do with stress or overwork or any of that bullshit. It's just
what we need
purely
now
fucking around.
is if we want to do a watch along of an episode of Shakespeare in Hathaway,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
and we'll be set.
Here's the thing. I as somebody, I'm speaking to every VTuber I know. All of them are so like into like musicals or a certain franchise, and they all love the same ones. I can't imagine how anything gets done at an agency, because the moment you put two of those people together, the only thing that's getting discussed is whatever hyperfixation they both share. So I don't know how you get
somehow
anything done.
Somehow it's always Epic the musical.
Dude, Epic the musical, when that shit dropped, I was like, there's no VTuber agency is getting anything done for the like the next month, because it's all just going to be Epic for the and then after that will be like whatever the latest musical is, whatever the latest Lin-Manuel Miranda thing is. It's, you know, I don't know how VTuber agencies get anything done. I can't talk to two VTubers at once.
Small miracle.
It is.
It's a very small miracle.
I feel like if the last year of the small agency sphere has told us anything, it's that nothing does get done at the agency.
Hey, I'll have you know, the 7 hours of meetings were very important to schedule the next 7 hours of meetings.
Speaking of 7 hours of scheduling meetings, let's get back on topic, everybody. Let's
Let's
talk
lock
about some
in.
industry stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of,
So if you want to talk about fire safety equipment for a second, I do need to go and pee, so I'm just gonna be a sec. I'll just let him go away with it. I'll be a minute, guys. I'll be a minute. See ya. Okay, I'll be a sec.
So like unironically, the big thing that I notice is that a lot of people who do cooking streams and a lot of people who have these wacky and zany ideas, they don't have a fire extinguisher. They don't have fire alarms. They don't have carbon monoxide detectors. You realize this could kill you, right?
See,
Like, you're aware of that?
the thing is, right, like if it gets bad enough to kill me, like the alarm is my body, right? Like when Bernie go owie, that's the alarm. I don't need an expensive alarm.
Would beg to differ.
I would simply parry the carbon monoxide. Do you know who I am? I have played so much Elden Ring.
You are Punkalope.
I am Listen, carbon monoxide is not going to be the thing that does me in. My body's got like 7 other crises going on at once. The carbon monoxide is just going right through me.
Oh my god, I'm just like, because I'm flashing back to like a talent wanting to use a camping stove in their bed.
Okay, that's a bit
without
absurd.
having a fire extinguisher, or like a talent wanting to do something that would 100% cause an explosion without realizing it would cause an explosion. And asking the question, do you have a fire extinguisher, before they did it, and they said, oh no, that's a good point. I should probably do that outside, huh? You were going to do it inside?
You signed up to be like OHS, health and safety for a group of VTubers.
When you're in charge of a company that has liability and people are doing things that could very easily cause severe bodily and property damage, you get a little stressed out about it.
Yeah, but
how we feeling about fire safety now?
The thing
we did
is,
have to write into policy that you can't do anything stupid without a fire extinguisher.
The thing is, I have a counter, right? And that is, think of the clip. Think of the clip numbers, Josh. You have to think of the content. VTuber set self on fire. It writes itself. Also, this stream is making me realize I'm an idiot. I always thought I just had 2 fire alarms right next to one another. I'm now realizing one is probably a carbon monoxide alarm. I did wonder, because I live in like a really small single bedroom apartment. It's not like there's a lot of rooms where I'd need multiple alarms, and the 2 alarms are right next to each other. And I've looked at them a lot and been like, what dumbass thought that? Why do I need 2 alarms side by side? What is it, redundancy? But no, one is probably carbon monoxide, huh?
Well, at least we know that the reason you only came to this conclusion now is not carbon monoxide.
You know, I'm always this dumb. Don't worry. The carbon monoxide would probably make me smarter. It'd make me lock in. Yeah, if I ever come to stream and I have good opinions about things, chat, ask me to make sure my carbon monoxide alarm isn't going off.
God. But yeah, was it how much stuff that we've covered already, Josh? Do you have opinions?
Yeah, how much do you disagree with? How many things do we need to dismantle?
Honestly, you guys did a pretty good job. Like, I give you, B+. Let's
go.
B+, let's go.
That's a cup size higher than normal. Let's fucking go.
What? Holy shit.
What the
Damn,
hell?
you're so real for that.
Look, hey, it speaks for itself. I'm just going to sit up here from now on. The proof is in the pudding, my guys.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
God damn.
Hey, you miss it. Hey, look, I may be a man, but I'm just as VTuber as the rest of them.
True. You are a VTuber. I can never forget that. I have to be on my guard.
Yeah, I'll set a fire to this place. I don't care. I don't have a fire extinguisher.
I do.
Well, unless you're going to ship it over to me from Winchester.
I came prepared. But no, I mean, you guys basically covered everything. I don't really have any. Let me look through my DMs with Zoey, because I was just shouting at her into the void for a while.
You're that like Walter White image of him in the car screaming out the window.
It's just like someone who's like screaming at the TV, like
fire
I
extinguisher.
just want to be part of the conversation too, guys.
Yeah, obviously I need to make a throne and put a fire extinguisher on there, like every VTuber who needs to buy something but doesn't want to.
Unironically, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
Oh wait, what was it? Like, I need to go and find it, but someone suggested something on Rin's throne, like when we opened it, that was just really funny, and I think it was after I mentioned fire safety.
I don't have a throne. I should probably set one up just for the funny.
I just need to go and find it. Where is it? It's $155 worth of fire blankets and
perfect.
And a £5 dry chemical fire extinguisher.
I think you're going to say fire starter.
For your industrial
And also a carbon monoxide detector, a 3-pack of smoke alarms.
I'm on board with all of this. Why have we not financed this immediately?
More fire safety.
Oh, and then a different person independently has suggested a 2-pack of £5 fire extinguishers.
I feel like the final thing should be like a pipe bomb. The final thing on the list should add it all together.
The fire extinguisher is for the 30-gallon drum of lube.
Yeah.
It spontaneously combusts in your house because it's oil-based.
Yeah, that shit must be a fire. Like, people don't realize they are shipping like explosives to the VTuber's house. me on my way to give the VTuber the lube and like a pipe bomb.
Some VTuber hasn't made like friggin' mustard gas by mixing floor chemicals in their bathroom or something during the stream.
For today's hand cam stream, I think a VTuber actually has made mustard gas at some point.
I feel like I remember distinctly a tweet of someone who did like mix bleach and ammonia
or whatever the
fuck. I vaguely remember that being a thing that happened in the community.
Why am I not surprised if Bree did it, considering, does anyone else remember when she booked a flight to Birmingham for VExpo, and instead of booking it to Birmingham, UK, she booked it to Birmingham, Alabama?
She booked it wrong twice in a row. I don't understand. Bree confuses and astounds me. I don't know how she's still alive. Genuinely, It's a fucking
because of
mystery.
her fire extinguisher and other safety
Bree
equipment that I'm
definitely
sure she
doesn't
has
own
in
a
her
fire
house.
extinguisher.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
I will
you're
DM
missing
Bree
with
right
that
now
one.
and be like, "Do you own a?" I'm DMing Bree.
I guarantee she does not have a fire
If
extinguisher.
my lasting legacy on this industry is that every single person is bullied into fire safety equipment, I have made a wonderful contribution to the world here.
Okay, I'm realizing now how vaguely threatening it is to just DM someone, "Do you own a fire extinguisher?" But I'm doing it anyway. If she thinks I'm going to set her house on fire, that's her problem. Oh yeah, I remember that time that she just like sliced herself open on hand cam with a. Yeah, Bree was doing a hand cam and she like cut herself on a can and it was really bad. Never let VTubers have anything.
Like,
Do you know
the
one thing like
you're behind the glass wall, right? So you can't actually help when things go wrong, but you can sit there and watch as things devolve into pure chaos. And it's always such an interesting time.
it's very conflicting feelings.
There is an incident I would love to be able to talk about, but I can't. Which was, and I quote from the CEO of Idle himself, the worst day in Idle's history, where he.
Oh, now see, you just identified it to me and no one else.
Wait, no, I'm out of the loop.
In broad strokes, I will paint in broad strokes. After Anime Expo in 2023, I got a really bad bout of COVID. And so I was in bed, like dying. I was dead. I think I had like 104-degree fever. I don't know what that is in your weird units. But I was fucking cooked. And I get a call on my personal cell phone, which is very, very rare for the CEO to call me on my cell phone. And he says, I think the company's going to close. I think that we're done. I think I've just fucked up so bad that the company is over. And so me in my delirious state, I shoot out of bed at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I run to my computer. I give him a call like, what happened? And he went on to describe a stream that he had approved that went so fucking wrong in the weirdest way possible that he thought, you know, somebody on Twitter is going to see this and then everybody is going to cancel.
Wait, I might know the stream in question.
And like, I just remember being like, oh, okay. And then going back to sleep for like a week. And we didn't get canceled and everything was fine, but it was like the funniest moments of my life getting called. It's like, there's nothing we can do. It happened. We're just gonna let this ride. And you know what? Everybody was okay. Everybody was okay.
I think I know what stream, although there's a couple that spring to mind, but
we love reliving the past.
It is the only time that the CEO has called my personal number for any sort of emergency. And he was distraught. He was in absolute tatters over it. It was the funniest thing. It's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. I'm going to go back to bed now. Okay, good night.
Oh, in general,
went and died again.
The thing is, anything that the talent does on stream generally probably won't be too bad just because they've cultivated the audience that will yes and the shit out of them until eternity. And so
yeah, it's totally fine.
The backlash isn't really going to come from the fans at all because the fans are the ones that put them in that position.
It honestly, like, getting canceled, unless you're doing something genuinely horrible to your talents, like, you're not going to get canceled as an agency or as a talent for that matter. Getting canceled is actually a lot harder than people give it credit.
Yeah.
I think it's a case of like the last year has kind of proven that in some cases in the worst way possible. Like, I do think there are definitely instances where companies could have and should have been cancelled for stuff, but
oh yeah,
I think companies can get cancelled. It's harder for a talent to get, like, I think a talent doing something of their own accord will very rarely, I don't think that will often backfire on the company because like people will just be like, oh, that's the talent being goofy. It doesn't usually
backfire on the talent, to be honest with you.
Because well, talent
unless they go really, really far into like the hurting other people direction, like, there's nothing you can do to really get canceled these days.
No, because it's just hee hee ha ha funny. Their fan base will like it, and that's all that matters. But it's easy comparatively, I think, for a company to get, because all a company has to do is get implied to be somewhat in the wrong for something in the vaguest of terms, and all of Twitter will immediately hang and quarter them.
I mean, the thing that a lot of people, I mean, I'm sure people realize it, but I don't think it's really set in, is just the fact that talents have 100% control over their agency. which is kind of, it's a funny thing to think about. But if you like, I mean, I'll take a shot in the dark example and say like hololive. If every single talent in hololive on the same day handed in a graduation notice, hololive ceases to exist immediately. Right, like that doesn't actually happen. There's no world where that actually happens. But the idea is the company doesn't exist without the talents, and so technically speaking, the talents have all the the bargaining power.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, in the court of public opinion, the company is always wrong.
Yes.
Right. It's like no matter what happens, the company is always completely wrong.
Well, we saw that.
The issue with that though that I take is like there's the other side of it where all the company necessarily needs to do is convince one person on the other side of negotiation that they're in the wrong.
Yeah.
For the entire negotiation to fall apart.
Well,
or the entire bargaining to come apart.
We've seen
also
things.
I just wanted to throw this out on a wholly unrelated note to agency stuff. Smile. Hi, Rye is Bread in chat that you can follow at Bread is Rye and is having a debut soon, and you should go and support.
So
because you should
subtle.
also support cool VTubers.
So subtle. Hey, Rye. I wasn't gonna call it out because I was trying to be but yeah, hi, Rye. No, well, we've seen certain agencies things where that has happened, and then it's kind of the debate is the discussion has fallen apart because one or two of the people, I know there's a few agencies where the talents have tried to rise, I don't want to say rise up, but the talents have tried to get together and have a group walkout or something, and all it takes is one or two of the talents to collapse, and then that whole thing can fall apart.
I think the only time I've seen a group walkout end in a way that came out favorably and actually went through was Videre.
Yeah. I was going to say the same. That entire gen just dipped. There's also the court of public opinion is very much in their corner. I honestly, in this past week, have said, or past couple weeks, said maybe to a slightly harmful degree, where it sometimes feels like as long as the going story currently is remotely anti-corpo or remotely corpo bad, everybody immediately jumps in on it and believes it, and it gets spread around like wildfire without, I mean, and I'm a victim of this, of seeing this and believing it as well, of without necessarily doing the necessary fact checking. And it's because the last thing you want to do is you don't want to not believe talents. You don't want to, when talents are so limited in what they can say sometimes and so limited in what they can actually talk about publicly, you don't want to, when they do come out with things, go, nah, you're not telling the truth. But also it is so important to fact check and do due diligence. But on the internet now, it feels like if anything comes out that is remotely anti-corpo, people are just like, yep, that's true, and agency bad.
Yeah.
And that's hard to manage, I think. Not just as...
I think the other thing is that there's a pretty big emotional disconnect between what a company is and what a VTuber is.
Yes.
So where I think something that people have to realize is that the CEO's job or the COO's job in a company is to make sure the company's lights stay on. Right? Because the best thing you can do for your talents and your staff is stay in business. Because if you go bankrupt, then suddenly nobody's getting paid. Suddenly contractors are getting screwed over. Suddenly your staff is now without a job. They might lose benefits.
Which is
suddenly
bad.
Your talents have nowhere to go. And so objectively speaking, the most talent first thing an agency can do is stay in business.
Yeah.
Right? That's the number one thing, is to be fundamentally secure in your business. And sometimes, and this is a very unfortunate thing to say, sometimes what's best for the business is not what's best for the VTuber, and that's very hard for the public to parse.
Yeah. I've said before in stream a few times of VTubing is a hobby, and indie VTubers, obviously once you start getting into treating it as a job, it becomes a job. But fundamentally what it started as and what it is it's like a creative outlet. It's a passion thing. And when you go into agency, you are sort of jobifying it. You're now part of a company that the company has to make money to stay afloat, or people don't get paid for the things that cost money. But I think a lot of Twitter and a lot of the internet still kind of treat the VTubing concept as a whole as this sort of indie creative process. And so corpo bad because corpo want to make money and corpo want to commercialize it. But the fundamental aspect is a VTuber agency is a company and has to behave like a company. And that, to a certain extent, will take away from some of the creative hobby style stuff that is afforded to a more indie VTuber. But I think a lot of the public doesn't necessarily like that, which I get, but it does mean that anytime anything comes out relating to a VTubing agency, they're going to side with the talent because it's a lot more palatable to believe that the talent is 100% in the right and corpo bad. And sometimes that's true, which makes it hard. Especially as like somebody in the news scene, it makes it hard.
Well, I mean, the thing is that usually speaking, when things get public, the company is the one in the wrong. However, 90%, 95%, I would even say 99% of conflicts that arise, you'll never hear about it on Twitter, right? Most of it's dealt with internally. And so nearly every issue that a company will have with a talent is dealt with internally and never publicized.
Yes.
But obviously if a talent graduates or if something happens where they're speaking out on Twitter, something horrible has happened to the talent from the agency, which has prompted them to then go public with it. And so like in the course of normal business, like you go to your local, whatever, Greg's, sure, why not? Like you're not going to look at an employee that and see like the disciplinary action they got last week.
Yeah.
Right, because it's none of your business.
Right.
But if they get sexually harassed by a manager and they quit and they go to the local newspaper and suddenly there's a front page article about it, you're gonna be like, wow, that Greg's is fucked up. That management sucks.
Yeah.
Like you only see the worst of it because the worst of it is what becomes public and isn't dealt with behind the scenes by, you know, what I would say is like reasonable people working together to a reasonable end.
Yes.
And so it's really difficult in the public, and especially when you're a fan of somebody and you really enjoy somebody's content, you really like their personality, to kind of disconnect the fact that, well, they're also working a full-time job for this entity that they've signed a contract with.
This is someone who works in personal management and is an instructor to many young adults.
I don't know, it's just kind of something I rarely see discussed on the internet because it's very easy to get bandwagony.
Yeah.
Very easy to get bandwagony.
Yeah.
So big respect to Zoey and Josh.
Oh my God.
You two
I mean,
there is also a problem with
I
getting
can see
managers with the right mindset and abilities.
Super chat from the Heretic.
The Heretic,
saying,
yeah.
I will say this is someone who works in personal management as an instructor to many young adults, if you're American, you know, we're in company here. I can see where it becomes a big problem to rein in young adults with strong personalities. Like, in a way, like, it is tough. I will, like, I think this kind of, part of my perspective on this goes back to what Josh was saying earlier about technically, if you look at it overall, the talents actually have an element of authority.
Yeah.
Especially if you are a low in the hierarchy manager, because if you're low in the hierarchy and you're working on like a one-to-one basis with talents like regularly, and those talents don't like you, or they tell people they don't like you, you're probably not going to have a job for very long if your company is worth anything. Because, you know, chemistry and vibe is very important for that. But like there has to be kind of like a balance of, I guess, like using the kid gloves and also like stamping your authority a little bit when stuff gets like actually serious, when stuff is like, you know, real business time.
So one of the interesting issues that we ran into when we were building Idol was that it becomes exceptionally difficult to discipline or put a disciplinary action in place for talents. Because I mean, just as an example, right? You could say like, hey, we didn't appreciate that you did this, or this broke company policy. And the talent can, I'm not saying this happened, but the talent can say like, okay, well then I'm graduating. Right. And so like their retaliatory response to getting in trouble with management can sometimes be, okay, then I'll just leave. Yeah. Right. And so, and as a company, it's like, well, if we lose this talent, we're losing, you know, potentially a large revenue stream, which is the corpo side of things. We're also losing like a huge amount of public relations because obviously if somebody graduates under circumstances where they're frustrated with management, that's bad for us. Even if they did blatantly, you know, disregard or break a policy, which is why we were coming to them with that in the first place. And then the other thing is, I did want to speak to the Heretic's second message involving, you know, getting managers with the right mindset. I very much want to be clear about the fact that this industry is very young and very poor. there's a big conception about content creators that everybody's a multimillionaire, owns a Lamborghini, and does all this crazy stuff. The truth is that most agency, even medium agency and large agency VTubers, aren't making a huge amount of money, and the revenue for large agencies or small agencies or medium-sized agencies aren't incredibly big. And so your hiring budget is generally not very high.
Yeah.
I know that Idle and I know that many other agencies hire managers on contract or contractor salaries, and these salaries can be, you know, as low as minimum wage sometimes because they can't afford a qualified manager or like a full-time manager. And so it's a lot of it is upper management trying to vet and find the right people to come in and manage. And honestly, it's a gamble, you know, when you're hiring somebody for their first or second job who doesn't have a lot of experience. And I mean, it's not like this industry has been around for long enough to where there's this massive Rolodex of people who have worked here who you can pull from. And so you rely on your gut feelings and people who have kind of worked tangentially, and then you try to train them up the best you can. But it is very hard to source managerial talent, and especially in the West, you can't really pay a cost of living off of the amount of money generated by.
It's difficult. You really need people who are in a position to take that, but also like it means that if you're getting someone who's the right person, it's someone who's like, you know, like coming in on a lot of passion. Like I can say that I took a nearly 50% pay cut to join Idle. From my job that I had before, and I can tell you
like for the first 6 or 7 months I was working at an executive level at Idle, I was being paid $2,000 a month on contract. Right, which is nothing.
And it's a lot of work, you know, like
is that it's AUD.
Like there was genuinely there was a point where I actually had like a surgery done on my neck to remove a section of tissue. And later that day I had a meeting with I think I had 2 more talent meetings to do when I went home that day. And because I was on a contractor's agreement, and that's just how it is, and that is like what you sign up for, but it means that like you need to be really fucking passionate about what you're doing. Like you need to like understand that you're going in there, you're probably going to be living off your savings for a hot minute.
And I mean, this goes for the general creative industry in general. But like actually this goes for any company. Staffing overhead will be your #1 expense in any company ever, right? That is the biggest expense of any company. And so especially in VTuber startups where a lot of the draw to join the company is that we're going to pay for a model, we're going to pay for advertising, debut, art assets, you're going to get a monthly budget. All of that has to come from somewhere, and usually the trade-off the agency gives is in staffing, right? Because if they spend all their money on staffing instead of on financing the talents and prepping for debuts, then the talents are actually going to get significantly less benefit from joining the agency. And agencies know and are very well aware that if they don't offer these huge upsides for joining, statistically speaking, there's no reason to join the agency in the first place.
Zoe and I talked about this the other day. I think we yapped for a little bit about it. Of the issue is that I think a lot of the current internet and the current like VTubing fan expects managers, like when they picture managers they've had in their life, right? Like they picture corporate suit and tie, like manager, professional general manager, somebody who's been in the job for decades, knows like. But in reality, managers in VTubing, like there isn't a huge like it's not like there's been people.
Usually it's super young people. Rin actually mentioned it earlier in a comment, is that like one of the issues in agency VTubing is that your manager might well be younger than you. Like I'm 26, so like I'm not like like I'm not anywhere near like peak level management, and like as much as it's like, you know, it's cool they're calling me like goat manager and stuff. The fact that I'm considered a good manager in this industry is kind of fucking terrifying to me. I don't know why I have these big names that I'm working with that trust me over other people, but what it tells me is that I'm currently one of the better options on the market, which is, it's good to know. It makes me feel like I'm doing a good job, and God knows Josh has offered me assurances every now and again that I am actually good at my job. But like, I'm 26, man. Like I am not anywhere near the. Or God, I hope I'm not near the peak of my ability. I fucking hope not. You know, like.
You know,
You know, like, it shouldn't realistically be this way, and this is why like. I think the lack of adequate staffing, and I do think it is an industry-wide thing, because I do think that everyone can see that like a lot of agencies lack adequate staffing. And the investment thing go hand in hand, is that like it's part of the reason you will be at a loss for a long time in your startup career, is because a lot of your overhead's going to be staffing. Yeah. And that's because like if you just go for the people who are cheap, you're not going to get the people on the market that are actually worth like hiring on. Yeah. You really need to be looking, you know, your asking price needs to be equitable to the work that you're asking people to do.
It's, well, I think the potentially hardest thing is like reminding the internet as well that like managers are just people. Like they're not these big corporate bigwigs that have a buttload of money and are mistreating people on purpose because they're evil. Like
most VTubing companies are startups out of sheer passion for content creation.
Like the evil manager that people have built up in their mind, like sure, they might exist in some agencies. I'm not saying there's not bad managers out there. I'm not even saying there's not like malicious ones out there. I don't want to like disprove anybody's claim. But when people think of management and think of this big evil corporate overlord, a lot of the time that is going to be like a 25-year-old manager who's having to try and juggle this interpersonal dilemma in an agency where there's like 4 or 5 different people saying different things, and they have to somehow deal with it without necessarily having the prerequisite experience or having a past experience that would enable them to do it smoothly. It's not like an evil person sitting there chuckling to themselves, but when these stories hit Twitter,
very occasionally it might well be, but like in the vast majority of cases, like especially when it comes down to the day-to-day stuff, like it's not going to be the CEO who's running the day-to-day in most cases. It's going to be a talent manager that they've hired. It's going to, you know, often be someone who is in their early to mid 20s. Yeah. Just like trying to learn as they go. Like, I mean, like, you know, how do I put this? How do I'm trying to think of a way to put this. Give me a moment.
I get
it. I handed in my resignation to Idol, and while I resigned of my own volition, I will not deny that I learned a lot in my time there. And I got the good ending, I guess, for VTuber managers, because I went indie and now I'm running a profitable business. I actually hired an assistant recently. Yeah. Because my business is going so well that I can't do it all on my own, and I need to hire someone else to make it easier for me and just give me like a day off every now and again. Yeah, it's but like at the start and arguably even at the end, like there's no way I was, you know, batting a million, especially with my workload at the time. I think I actually mentioned it on one of Rin's stream a while ago, is that for a hot minute I was the only person like basically handling 12 talents. And that's a lot of fucking work. I was not doing a good job. I can tell you that right now. I was doing my best. But on an objective level, it wasn't a good job.
Yeah, I can put this. I can put this in our group chat just as an example. But this was my average weekly schedule at Idle. Everything in orange was a guaranteed meeting block.
Oh fucking hell!
Oh jeez, I remember seeing that.
And in general, I was clocking about 100 to 110 hours a week every week, and I did not take a day off until I want to say 8 or 9 months into working there.
I like all the busy. It's all labeled busy. You are the busiest bee ever.
They were all meetings.
Yeah, for perspective to chat, it's basically like, just orange.
To be completely transparent, like working at Idle to the volume that I was. Now, granted, like nobody told me to do this. I did it because I loved it, and I did it because I wanted the talents to have the best that I could give. But like, I mean, the reason why I left the company is because it almost killed me. Yeah. Right. Like my body physically couldn't handle it, and I just collapsed from overwork, essentially.
Wait, yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, my average schedule, I would wake up anywhere between 4 to 6 a.m. and I would work until 1 or 2 a.m.
Holy shit, dude!
Every single day.
That's absurd.
It is absurd.
You think you were like an EMT or something?
But I mean, like on the crazy side of things, there was always more work to do. I always felt like I was a step behind. And I mean, it's one of the greatest points of shame that I have as like a manager that we overworked our employees. Right. And it's like at some points it was like, well, we can't afford to hire anybody else and they're willing to put in the hours and I'm willing to put in the hours. But there was very much a culture of like, I don't want to be working less than my managers because I want to show them that like, I mean, I wanted to work harder than anybody else at the company so that I could justify the bullshit I was putting all of my managers through.
Yep.
And like, even now it's a horrible situation. But
yeah, it's people, I think, because it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier in stream of like, you know, something like 80-70% of VTubing is behind the scenes work. Like the stream you see is like this tip of the iceberg. It's not even close to the majority of the work that goes into not even just corporate VTubing, but once you get big enough or once you try and get big enough. I've just received a DM that you were American, not Australian. I was wrong. You didn't correct me on stream. You just hang on. No, so we did. First of all, Zoey didn't correct me as the one who got gaslit by you. You didn't correct me. Not only did you let me be wrong and you didn't even lie to me. I was just wrong. Funny. You didn't. You were just. So you let me be wrong in public to everybody, and thank you. That is now permanently going to be recorded for the internet.
Did you know I'm also calling you from Mount Everest?
I'm going to throw you off of Mount Everest, Zoey. Not even just. It's worse for me because I lived in Australia for 10 years. I should know what an Australian sounds like, and then I gave Zoey shit for not knowing what a British person sounds like. And apparently, I don't know what anyone sounds like. So now now we both look like foes. Zoey, welcome. We should start a club. The Josh Gaslighters Anonymous.
Listen, I peaked at convincing Rin and Zoey that our CEO was on Mount Everest.
Did you actually?
What? Okay, can I give some context? Can I give some context to this?
You can give as much context as you want. It doesn't make it better.
Okay, so yes, he did gaslight me into thinking the CEO was on Mount Everest, but in a previous job, so in the last job I was in, at a different startup, the one where I was talking about it got like a huge fundraising raise and stuff, and I was part of it. The CTO actually did go and climb Mount Everest in the middle of a fundraising round.
I mean, the wildest thing about this entire thing is I didn't even mean to gaslight you two. It's just I said it. You guys are like, oh, well, like, you know, where's the CEO? I said, oh yeah, you didn't hear? He's climbing Mount Everest. I thought you got that email. And both of you were like, really? At the same time.
Yeah, okay, you have to understand that I was so
I couldn't not run with it. Why would I ever do anything?
I was so shocked. I was so shocked that the same thing had happened twice that I was like, you know what? Just another fucking day, man.
Honestly, based on what you've told me, climbing Mount Everest probably less workload.
Probably something in there.
Possibly.
Yeah, someone in chat was asking, Josh, you ever consider pivot into a content creator with that level of gaslighting?
I used to be a content creator for a few years.
That makes sense.
Josh should be a content creator. I mean, I think
when it comes to like working, quote unquote, in the industry, when it comes to management or when it comes to like working at a VTubing agency, one of the most valuable things you can have is experience as a content creator, like experience doing it before. Right. And so like one of the things we actually looked for when hiring is like, does this person know the business? And by know the business, I don't mean like, you know, to viewer average, but like actually have some experience, because then you can empathize a lot better with the talents. And you also know a thing or two about, you know, content strategy and, you know, what works or what doesn't work on particular platforms. And so, yeah, I mean, it was just something we looked out for in the hiring process, was people who were in the industry before the VTubing industry popped off.
That makes sense. I mean, yeah, it's sort of weird when you imagine. I mean, I don't know how the hololive did it, but even now there's like a dearth of, you know, not talent, but there's a dearth of people experience to do VTuber agency stuff because it's a pretty young industry. I can't imagine how it was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Like, where do you go? The only place to go would be like traditional content creation on YouTube and whatnot, and maybe look at other content creators that are passionate about it. But
although I will say there is one thing that everybody always bandies around that I really have a big problem with, and that's people saying that either VTubing or YouTube or Twitch is oversaturated. And I think that is the biggest load of BS in the world. I do not buy that at all.
You don't?
Nope. Because if that were true, why are there still new creators that are being discovered that are growing to the size of the current big creators that exist on the platforms?
I guess it depends on the angle you want to take, because there's definitely a thing of, it's not even necessarily oversaturated. I guess it just feels like nowadays there's a lot less of the market is so big and so huge, and there is so many viewers going around, and numbers are so much bigger now that it's harder to stand out.
I genuinely don't agree with that.
Oh, conflict, fight.
Okay,
I'm like the opposite of a mediator.
I want you to open HoloList right now.
Oh, we're getting homework. I'm doing it.
And this is an exercise for everyone who's watching.
Right, chat.
Open HoloList.
Homework.
And then I want you to go to. I want you to tell me how many of the people on that list are over 1 million subscribers.
At least 2.
At least exactly 2.
It's me and Punkalopi.
Because I can tell you right now, because I took a look at it last night. It's 90.
90, dang.
So now bear in mind, HoloList isn't a perfect repository of VTuber data.
Am I on HoloList?
It's about 90. I guarantee. I bet you are.
I'm not on HoloList. I'm not important.
Oh my god! Someone submit him, please. Okay, and then I want you to look at the top 3 VTubers. So we have Gura, Marine, and Kizuna Ai. The top are in the like 3 to 4.5 million subscribers. The VTuber market compared to the overall YouTube market is fucking tiny.
Yeah.
It's not. If we're going to say like VTubing is its own niche, then you kind of it follows that. I don't know how you want to put it. Like flash tubing has to be its own niche as well. I fucking hate that term.
I would call it content creation, general content creation.
Flash tubing,
like,
no, flash tubing.
But like, you get where this is going. Is like. VTubing's tiny in terms of the market. If someone comes to me and says like, how do I be a successful YouTuber? The first thing I tell them is not be a VTuber, because like the market for VTubing is actually really small. Yeah. There is room for someone to explode. There is room for someone to do something really different. I mean, I would arguably say it's why Philion's been finding so much success, is because her formula for streams is so different, because it is so dynamic and based around physical movement and the, great 3D tracking and all that shit. It's why she's begotten the Zoomer audience,
Like one of the things I would say to anybody who's looking to start out in content creation is ask yourself, like, what is streaming? And the answer to that question is streaming is a performing art.
Yes.
Right? That is fundamentally what it is. Streaming is a performing art. And so just like any other art, whether that's writing, music, whether that's painting or drawing, like if you never practice or you never seek improvement, you're never going to be good, and you're going to start off bad, right? Those are the 2 things to understand about any form of art.
Yeah.
When you start, you suck. And if you don't practice, you'll never get better. And so it's like, well, when you look at the majority of people, yes, there are more people getting into VTubing, especially with like new ways of getting free models or easy to access models and the technology becoming more accessible. How many people that you see popping up as like these small content creators are actually focused on putting together a really good product and actively improving at their craft?
Most people just say go live.
The answer to that question is microscopically small. Right. And it's like, I saw somebody throw out the idea of luck. It's almost never luck. Like the idea is, if becoming famous on the internet is like a lottery, the harder you work and the more you do, the more tickets you're putting in the pool for the lottery.
Yeah.
You need to get lucky in order to go viral. But if you only do one video, or if you only stream one time, you're only getting one chance to do that. When the vast majority of people who wind up going viral and succeeding do this over the course of months or years of consistently improving and producing high quality content.
Stop making my chat call me out, please.
Actually, so like, I mean, like, how many people know who Germa is?
Yeah.
I think everybody knows who
Everyone knows Germa.
Do you know?
He's
do you
my
know
sleep
when
paralysis
Germa,
demon.
Do you know when he blew up as a creator?
See, oh yeah, I'm glad you specified it, because
5
I wouldn't be
years after
surprised
he
if he
started.
actively physically blew up in real life.
But he blew up around Dollhouse.
Oh yeah, I
Do you know
remember
how
that.
long he was? Do you know how long he was a content creator before that?
A while.
Nearly a decade.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh.
It
And so
takes a lot. Like I'm going a single out a comment that was made just earlier in chat here, and it's you know, please don't be upset that I'm singling you out, but it's a comment that says, but viewers always go to the bigger streamers. People mostly don't give a chance to the smaller ones. So why are there new people still popping off? I just took on a client quite recently, Necronivore, who has made Twitch partner in 9 months or under
her.
9 months.
Her motto's cool.
Him.
Sorry.
Smile.
Smile.
No, for real. He's a femboy. So like people get thrown all the time. It's really funny.
Yeah, no, I've communicated in DMs. So whoops, that's my bad. Thank you for correcting me.
He's a
Dude,
femboy.
okay,
but it's
first
like,
I got
it's
Joshy's
honestly,
nationality
like,
wrong.
honestly,
Now
at
I've gotten
first I
someone's
looked and I
pronouns
was
wrong.
like,
This
oh,
is
damn,
just
that's crazy.
this is just a stream of me assigning
It's
people
so crazy.
traits. It's fine. This VOD's getting deleted. Nobody will know my shame after this. It's fine. That's my power as the streamer.
My 5 minutes of fame on the internet gone because you're doing it for your own ego.
People saying German was well known in the space before Dollhouse, but why did he hit such a massive fever pitch after Dollhouse? Because he did. That's verifiable.
Well,
because why would someone watch him instead of watching whoever was the biggest streamers at the time? It's because he went out there and he made something so fucking different that it could not be ignored. And that's so important. Like, if you're someone who's gonna do, I agree with Josh that like, and I think Josh also meant this as well. Like that, like yeah, do more than one stream. Do videos, do shorts, do TikTok, fucking Instagram, whatever. Like, you know, make a MySpace. But if you're doing the same thing, if I'm going to go and I'm gonna play Fortnite every other day for 3 years, I'm never going to go anywhere unless I'm either like professional level or I am the funniest person on the planet.
Yeah.
Right.
You need to do stuff that is more unique. You need to, like, I see so many people trying to copy Rin in terms of success with YouTube Shorts.
For example, you need to do challenges. You need to do like special things that will, you want somebody to read your stream title or look at your video and say, wow, I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Because even if you're doing the same exact thing, I mean, Zoey and I had this conversation the other day. There's a wonderful YouTube channel called Ants Canada.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah.
I love Ants Canada.
Million subscriber channel about ants.
I like
about ants.
It's so cool. He put a
It's like
spider in there.
The number of people who have come to me and been like, oh, well, you know, like I just can't break out because, you know, there's no such thing as being a niche creator, or there's like the particular things are like everything's oversaturated. It's like, motherfucker, there are people out there with like 1 million subscribers talking about houseplants. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of content you make as long as you're making interesting and high quality content.
I can tell you right now that I am like giga arachnophobic, and I watched an entire video by Ants Canada following a wolf spider around
the spider
a fucking
videos are
terrarium
cool. I like the
because
spider videos.
Because he's making this really cool, like, engaging narrative content that encourages retention, and I'm on the brink of giving people content strategies right now.
Yeah.
But like, it's just about being creative. If you're going to do the same thing as everyone else, it's no surprise that you're not going to get viewers because you're doing the same thing. If you're doing the same thing as I mean, if you're doing the same thing as, I don't even know big normie creators, but if you're doing the same stuff as Iron Mouse, like exactly the same stuff as Iron Mouse, people are going to go and watch Iron Mouse. Or if you're doing the same stuff as Alpha Rad, people are going to go and watch Alpha Rad.
I think...
But if you take what they're doing and you add a unique spin onto it and you inject personality, and if what you have is really something unique and like genuinely, like, I don't know how else to put this, but good,
Yeah.
like engaging, like stuff people want to hear and watch,
Mm-hmm.
then you're going to generate an audience for yourself.
Yeah, I do understand. Like, I understand where the sentiment comes from to a certain extent, though, because as any sort of community grows, as any sort of niche grows, the amount of unique aspects does decrease. And I understand. I think it comes from a lot of, not bitterness, but there are a lot of big creators that do kind of phone their content in, right? Like, there are big creators out there that have big numbers that aren't really doing
Once
anything.
Once you reach a certain level, you can ignore all the
Yeah, there is critical mass, but that's where you throw the rule.
And so I think as well, a lot of people probably get inspired by watching their favorite streamer, and they get inspired by watching their favorite VTuber. And so when they go out, they want to make that kind of content. They want to follow in the footsteps, but it's kind of been sealed shut behind them in a certain way of like, no, you need to do a different niche. You need to do something. You need to be unique in a different way. And a lot of people, there's a lot of people out there that just want the end result and they don't really want to get there, if that makes sense. Like, they don't want to make unique content. They don't want to do anything like that. They just want to be able to go live and have 200 people tune in to watch them play Minecraft all the time, no matter what they're doing. And
I mean, because something important to understand is that when a new viewer clicks on your stream for the first time, they're not clicking on the stream for you, they're clicking on the stream for what you're doing.
Yes.
Same thing with a video. And then you can hook them on your personality and you can make yourself really fun to watch. And that comes into the performing arts side of things and practicing and doing, you know, the best that you can to really hook the audience. But like, I mean, as you guys are saying, if you're just doing the same thing somebody else is, or if you're just doing something super generic, like playing Fortnite all day, nobody cares. About you, right? It's one of the harshest things in the world. Nobody cares about you.
Yeah, it's the sad reality of content creation is that I think, and again, I think it's the sort of, when I was saying earlier, I wasn't saying that they're right to be that way, that you should be able to get success by just streaming and whatever. It's not the way it is. I think that's where the sentiment comes from online, from a lot of smaller creators when they come across as so like bitter or upset that, you know, they haven't been handed a winning lottery ticket. And the reality is that, I guess it's sort of like whenever you see like a really good singer, or whenever you see a really good like athlete or whatever, and you see the end goal and you get enticed by that end goal, and you don't see the million hours in the gym or whatever that they had to do to get there.
Can I drop a little life wisdom that I
Go
was
for
imparted
it.
that follows this exact topic? So somebody told me when I was a lot younger, because I have a degree in art, I have a degree in 3D animation, but one of my mentors in that program told me that it's okay to love the idea of doing something, but fucking hate doing it.
Yes.
Right. And I think like a lot of people have this where they're like, I want to be a rock star. And so they pick up a guitar and they learn power chords and it's awesome. Then they learn scales and they want to throw themselves out a window. Because it's just not fun. Right. This happens in writing all the time. You have this great idea for a story. You sit down to write a book. You can't get anything out because you don't find that fun.
Yeah.
And so like a lot of people have this crazy vision of live streaming and content creating and what that's actually like.
Yeah.
But they try it and they hate it. And they're like, oh, but if only I get lucky, then I get this luxurious lifestyle. I get everything I ever wanted. Yeah. That's not true. You probably just dislike it. You need to find a different way to express your creativity. If you hate streaming, try making videos. If you hate making videos, try, you know, signing up for community theater. There are ways to express yourself creatively. And if you just kind of hate doing something, it might just not be for you. And that's okay.
I think it's the same in a lot of like any sort of like dream job. Oftentimes it's sort of this weird false idea that you get where you see the end result, you see the performance, and you buy into it and think that's your dream job because you see that, and you don't realize that like 90% of the job is actually other shit. Like you see someone on stage acting or singing and you go, oh, I want that. I want a crowd of 10,000 people screaming my name. And you don't see that's like a fraction of that job. That job majority of the time is
anytime you see anything, you're seeing the top 1% of that thing. Like if you go scroll art and on Twitter, the things that float to the trending page are the most amazing art you've ever seen. The books that are on the shelf at Barnes & Noble are the best books ever released. And when you start out, you have this huge disconnect of this expectation because you know what good music is. Yeah. And then you try to sing and you sound like a duck being punted across a football field. Yeah. It's right. Like you have this huge disconnect between the expectation of where you want to be and the reality of where you start. And I mean, this is one of the reasons why, you know, formulatively children take to arts a lot better than adults do, because children aren't as in tune with the concept of, man, you suck
Yeah.
as adults do. Whereas like if you throw on a live stream, if you're trying to live stream and you have 2 viewers for a month and it's not going anywhere, it's really easy to look at any of the big creators and immediately feel like I am a complete failure. Right. And like, it's so easy to compare yourself to the top 0.0001% of anything, when the reality is, no, you just suck. And you need to, instead of, you know, lamenting the fact that you have 2 viewers, when's the last time you downloaded one of your stream VODs and edited it into a video yourself? Don't hire an editor to do this. And really ask yourself, like, wow, I just cut out 95% of my stream because it wasn't interesting.
Yeah.
Can I do better than that?
Streaming is a weird mentality where, like, if somebody picked up a guitar for the first time and they played one song, they wouldn't then go out and play it to a group of people and expect that they would immediately become Bon Jovi, right? Like, they wouldn't immediately expect that they would become super successful. They would understand intuitively that they would have to first, you know, like, sure, yes, some people release one song ever and get super popular, but pretty much every artist starts out, you have to learn, you spend years learning before you can even really commercialize your talent at all. You have to spend years practicing to get to that point because there's already a million guitar players out there that are already at that stage. But with streaming, it feels like people don't necessarily see the job as the job. Like if you're not caring about success, like I've in the past for Twitch streaming, like Twitch isn't like, I'm not super, a hitting partner would be cool, but it's also not something I'm trying to like be my main content for now.
Everybody go over to Twitch and subscribe to Penumbral VT right now.
If you only enjoy the kind of thing of streaming and you're quite happy sitting with, you know, a small amount of viewers streaming games to them, chilling out, that's fine. Like, if you don't really strive for the big numbers, there's nothing wrong with doing it because you enjoy it. Because the fact is, the majority of streaming as a job isn't streaming. Like, the bulk of it is not actually streaming, it's everything else. And so I think it's easy to get sucked into the streaming side of things and then realize, like, oh shit, in order to be successful, I actually have to stop streaming and do 9 hours of other bullshit.
Well, and I mean, this kind of goes into any creative art. Any creative art is a hobby before it's a job, and it's a job before it's a career, right? And so you have to fall in love with the hobby so that you can push yourself in the other way to make it a job and then to make it a career. Because like if 2 people came to me saying, I want to be a live streamer, and one of them said, I want to, you know, get into hololive, I want to be big and famous, I want to do all this crazy stuff, I would have much different advice for them to somebody who's coming to me and saying, hey, I just want to hang out and maybe have like 1 or 2 people I chat to every now and again.
Yeah. Actually, on that topic, I do want to say something about people who want to get into hololive.
Let's
that
go.
makes it sound very
No,
you're never gonna get there.
it's not gonna happen.
That's not what I was.
Unironically, that would be my advice, but unironically, my advice would be like, good luck. Like, good luck.
No, okay. So here's the thing. I may be one of the most anti-agency people in existence, but I still think it is worth your time to audition to a lot of agencies, not because of the idea of getting into them, but because it forces you to examine yourself. A lot of the forms for getting into agencies will have you break down your content style, who you appeal to. They'll make you make a intro video that uses stream clips and stuff, which forces you to watch your own content. I think it's great. I think it forces you to reflect in a way that other things just don't. I actually say to most people, if you want to reflect on yourself, go out and buy a physical notebook, get a pen, sit down, watch your own content, figure out what you like, what you don't like. Then go and find someone you enjoy watching. Write down what you like about it, what you don't like about it, what you change about it, how you could put a unique spin on that content. Then go out and watch someone who you fucking hate and you write down why someone might be watching that, why you specifically don't like it, and what you could change about that content to make it work for you. And that is great self-reflection. But the other side of it is, for people who want to get into hololive, what next?
Yes, that's
because if you apply to hololive, one of the questions they ask, and they have their applications open permanently so you can go and look at it, but one of the questions they will ask is, what's the effect of, like, what would you do when you get in? Like, what would you do? Like, what are your plans here? Because wanting to get into hololive,
collab with all my senpai.
wanting to get into hololive is not is not an end goal. You don't get into fucking, you know, Suisse didn't get into hololive. Probably a terrible example because she was so early on, but like pick out someone who's ERB didn't get into hololive and think, all right, cool, I'm in now, I'll rest on my laurels, I got in, I made my goal. She probably had something in mind to do once she got there, and that's probably how she got through all of the interview stages of which I'm sure a company like hololive can afford to have a very rigorous
Holy shit, I can't even imagine.
I could imagine there's like 4 interviews
somebody
plus.
who has in the past gone through over 1,000 people who have auditioned for an agency and have selected people to join an agency. 2 things. 1, there is 0 luck involved in joining a VTubing agency. If you apply with the ideal that everything is luck and maybe I'll get lucky, you will never be chosen.
No.
Number 2 is that agencies will only ever go in on sure bets because we need to, at the end of the day, make our money back.
Yep.
Right. And so if you're a gamble, we're probably not going to take you.
Fair.
And then, I mean, some agencies are different. At Idle, we liked to look for people who we thought could grow and have potential. But for the majority of agencies, it is financially irresponsible to hire somebody you are not 100% sure will succeed.
Yep.
And then, I mean, the last thing about it is what Zoey said, which is like, if you don't have a goal after you join, you are essentially just kind of floating there doing nothing. That's not going to be beneficial to the company, because like the questions you have to ask yourself when you're joining an agency is like, first off, what can I do for the company, which is why they're going to hire you? What can the company do for me, which is why you're going to give up 50% of your income to join a company?
Yep.
Am I okay with the culture of that company? Like if that company is, I mean, let's take what Vialore is, the 18 plus agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't apply to that if you're a super SFW creator, right?
Yeah.
So is the company culture right for me? And then number 4 is, are the rules and restrictions that are in place in that company something I can work within? Right? Because there's like many obvious things, like in hololive, they need to get permissions for games. Is that okay with you? Like, are you going to be okay working in that environment? Or do you want something a little bit less restrictive?
I mean,
so if you can't answer those 4 questions, like, you shouldn't join an agency.
Also, the kind of niche the agency occupies. If you're in hololive at some point, you're probably going to be featured in HoloFest. So you probably have to be quite comfortable with performing. So, like, if that's not for you, unfortunately, hololive might not be the place for you, and they probably will recognize that during the hiring process, because they wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't recognize
also there is a comment here by Aiden, which is, if you're a sure bet, wouldn't you be better off as an indie? That's the secret VTubing agencies never want.
Honestly, the reality is, if an agency takes you, if a good agency takes you, majority of the time they've looked at you and they've gone, this person, if we give them enough time, is going to make it on their own. So they pick you up.
You're getting pushed.
Right. The thing that you're trading is time more than anything.
Yeah, if you get into an agency, you're probably going to skip a lot of the warm-up time, but then obviously there's trade-offs, like one day you're going to have to graduate and leave that behind.
Yeah.
Obviously revenue split, obviously restrictions. I think one of the other things to look at when you're joining an agency genuinely is gen selection. I don't know if Josh will agree with this necessarily, but like, how is that company selecting their gen? Because I think one of the ways that a lot of companies can improve their hiring practices would be by hiring based on gen chemistry, because like, if you have a gen that gets on well,
right, in a way I absolutely agree with you that gen chemistry is important. But on the other side of it, from a business perspective, and this is pure corpo stuff here, gen synergy does not matter nearly as much as people give it credit for. A lot of people have this idea of gen synergy from hololive that they've carried over and applied to every other agency. The vast majority of content you create in an agency is going to be solo content, not collaborative content.
Yeah.
Right. And so you have to be able to stand on your own, because like, this is a horrible situation, and you know, God forbid or whatever, but if you hire a gen of 5 and a week after debut 4 of them vanish off the face of the earth and you're left with one person, is that one person useless because they no longer have a gen? No. They're a content creator. They have to stand on their own. And the other thing is it's really, really, really hard to build gen synergy from a hiring perspective because you have to bring people on, you have to onboard them, you have to introduce them to each other. And then it takes a while, right? And oftentimes it takes stress in order to see if a gen will work well together, because a gen where everything is going perfectly is generally going to get along great. But if one or two people start having problems or motivation issues, that's when you're going to start seeing a compounding internal issue when it comes to gen chemistry. And like, if you rely entirely on a gen coming together and being super cohesive, it, like, I can take Fuamoko as an example of this, but like, that is such a rare thing to have, like, two people who are that in sync with each other and who are functioning that well on a single channel. Now, like, I mean, I'm not saying have a Gen of 5 run one YouTube channel, but having even a hololive level of synergy, without corporate forcing, without the corporation coming and saying like, hey, we're going to force you to do, you know, a Gen collab a week or whatever, is nearly functionally impossible. And it also means that you would be sacrificing the quality of your individual creators to try to manufacture something that you don't need to succeed.
Yeah.
So I don't think gen synergy is super important. I think that there could be an agency or there could be a gen where it is a bigger deal and it is more prominent. But the ability to create a gen that gets along really well together at the end of the day comes down to dumb luck.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the things that's very common that I get from people who are trying to join agencies is that they're really excited about gen mates and working with people. And the harsh reality of that situation is that you are essentially classmates in school or coworkers at whatever business you're joining. How often are you working well with your coworkers versus how well are you best buddies sleeping over every night with your coworkers? Almost never.
Yeah.
Right? You're almost never going to have 5 random people get together and be super buddy dancing in rainbows, best friends for life. It's just not going to happen. That's not how people work. But a lot of people have this expectation when they're joining an agency of this closeness, this inherent, you know, brotherhood, sisterhood, family like dynamic, when at the end of the day you're just 5 random people who are thrown together into this wacky, crazy, high stress job, and it doesn't usually go that well.
Yeah, it's people compare it to hololive as well, and I think that's unfair because one, hololive has the funds, the time, and the resources and the environment to deliberately pick people, not that necessarily will get along, but they have the ability to pick people that are for sure 100% like mature and capable of working in that environment. They have that kind of luxury with how much prestige goes into hololive, and they probably have an environment that is less combustible, I guess, to explosions of temper and whatnot.
hololive also has a much heavier thumb than a lot of Western agencies have. Like, they can control their talents and their environment, especially because they're the top dogs.
Yeah, because they're fucking hololive. Like, they can...
Right, like, nobody's gonna quit over being told to do something in hololive, whereas
it's
in other agencies,
I think
they might. But...
The hard part is, like, how many times do you introduce 2 people to each other and immediately know from meeting one that they're either going to hate each other or love each other? Like, it takes multiple experiences and multiple different encounters under different conditions to really understand whether you vibe or don't vibe with. Like, sure, sometimes you meet someone and you're like, oh, this is my guy. Like, we click.
Right.
Most of the time it's either over time you realize, like, oh, you don't really like this part of this part, or over time you realize, oh no, this guy's cool. So how do you get gen chemistry in an agency in the hiring process without hiring them and then running practice gens for a month to see if they get along well, and then what if they don't get along well, scrapping it? And,
I mean, I'll be honest with you, we do that.
But then,
right, when we hired people, we would have, you know, a lot of back end testing, internal testing, and we've had people who get along great, and we've had people who are just strictly professional coworkers, right?
But you don't.
I think the biggest
There's nothing wrong with just being professional.
Exactly,
there's nothing wrong with just being professional co-workers as well. Like that's like, I feel like some people kind of go like, they're not really friends, they're just co-workers. It's like, guys, they're there to make entertainment. They're not there to like show you their entire lives.
It's yeah, and it's not like, I mean, because then if they don't get along, what do you like? Take them out and replace them until they are all best friends. Like, you can't keep like
right?
you can't nuke it and then like get a new gen. So ultimately, like, And then what, are you going to not hire the person that you think is best as an individual on the hopes that another person might be friendlier, might be better for the gen? Like there's definitely a weird, again, I think it falls back into that this difference between like the actual business side of Agency Vtubing and this idea that a lot of fans have of it being this like magical wonderland, like place where dream, you know, My Little Pony friendship is magic thing, where these are all adults that are effectively co-workers together making an entertainment product. They might like each other, they might be friends, but expecting them all to be like expecting there to be no issues.
Yeah, VTubers who are thick as blood, you know, and who are that level of like super attached and get along. But I also know VTubers who are it's just a job. Yeah, you know, and that's that's ideal.
I do want to touch on the like, you know, that they're adults, because holy fuck, guys, VTubers are adults.
Bro,
I just want to take a little tangent into that, just because I actually had someone quite recently.
Please.
I had someone quite recently. What was it? I said something. I put out a tweet at some point saying I tried to explain my job to my family and they still think I'm in sales. Please help. And it's a joke because my family don't know or give a shit about what a VTuber is, and I don't need them to know. It's just a funny joke. But someone said something about like, someone said, just say you babysit a giant man-child's money. Guys, VTubers are functional fucking adults, or at least the ones I work with are. So, like, at the end of the day, please understand that regardless of how that VTuber portrays themselves online, they may well just be portraying a character. Especially ones that do, you know, portray potentially a younger character. They're gonna be an adult, especially if they're in an agency. They're gonna be an adult.
Unless we're Akio here, but
do not but don't assume that like your precious little like Emoto VTuber is an innocent little baby who could never do any wrong. Everyone's an adult in this industry, guys.
No, my Sakura-chan would never. She's never seen a man before, and she only uses Japanese suffixes all the time, and she would never curse. Bruh.
They're all adults. They all have autonomy, and to be honest, like, I'll be entirely for real. Like, if you genuinely believe that they have not grown up enough to have like autonomous decision making, that's probably on the VTuber more than on their management. Like I need to be so real with this. Like it really frustrates me when people perceive VTubers as these innocent kids. I mean, to me, some of them are like kids, because again, like VTubers are young. That's just how it is. But they're all adults. That's the main thing. They're all adults. A lot of them are outside of university age, so they've at least, some of them have got university degrees, guys.
Dude, the infantilizing of VTubers is probably one of the, I think, the biggest undercutting issues in the scene of, not only does it hurt VTubers, but it also makes this weird environment where the VTuber can never have done any wrong because they're just a little guy. They're just a little. They're just a girl. They're just
that
a
little guy just committed war crimes. And it's not a little guy.
I will be real. Like, some of those little guys do some really horrendous things. You know, like that is the way of the world. There are bad people out there, and then in all walks of life.
Yeah, and then they like, it also hurts the VTubers, because how many times you see a VTuber like dealing with something on the internet, or like they talk about something and they get a cavalcade of chatters and whatnot, like babying them and explaining things to them in like, and I get that a lot of VTubers portray the persona of like, oh, I'm just a silly little guy, so I get where it comes from, but like there's this genuine like feeling that I think a lot of fans have of, my VTuber is incompetent, my VTuber cannot function as a normal adult, they do not know what life is, and thus
your VTuber retains a CPA and does their taxes one leg at a time. Yeah,
like that is a function, that is an adult. Like, bits aside, all that aside, like that is a person that can and does take care of themselves. They do not need you to micromanage them and take care of them, and treating them like that can lead to some really unfortunate encounters on the internet I've seen, where a creator is just entirely stripped of their autonomy. They're entirely stripped of their agency by their community and just treated it like this thing that they community can do whatever they want with, you know?
Yeah, it's like, guys, that silly little guy pays taxes, and if they don't pay taxes, they're going to jail for not paying taxes.
Your silly little guy is going to be getting a prison tattoo soon.
That little guy has committed felony tax evasion and is going away for a long time. And there isn't OBS loaded onto those prison computers these days, let me tell you.
Okay, but actually, a prison rehabilitation program where they're all just live streamers would go pretty hard.
Dude, prison
reckon?
VTuber
Honestly,
agency would go
I
crazy.
reckon I can swing it.
People,
I need to make a prison VTuber agency.
dude, and then people would be, no, you need to make it like the Hunger Games. High CCV gets let out of jail.
Wait, actually, do you think, I feel like that could be a really fun event to run. Thank you for giving me that idea. In like a year, you guys are gonna see this being run as an event.
Excuse me, I'd like a commission fee. Thank you. My advice isn't free.
Guys, remember what I said about getting your contracts read over by a lawyer? Lucky for me, there was no contract
actually,
come on this stream.
When I asked you to come on the stream, it was like a verbal contract through DMs. I hid it in.
Okay, can you show me the clause in which you're required to have commission?
Yes, it's in it's in our DMs. I did the thing in Discord where you can make like the text the same color as the background, and so you can't see it, but it's there.
Really? Okay. I'm taking note of this for my future business transactions.
Actually, you didn't see it, but when I started the Discord call, there was a flash up of a contract that you auto-accepted by clicking the join call button. So I actually own your entire management business now.
All right, whatever you say,
Zoey,
never say to me after the end of a work day that when I joined a call, there was a flash up of a contract after a day where I've been working with contracts. Because even though I know there's no way that Discord could possibly do that, it does just instill just a jolt of fear. Where I'm just like,
if Discord
do
can
I have a contract open?
Christmas ringtone, then it could absolutely screen share a NDA contract.
I actually own your kidneys
I'm gonna say
now.
that Christmas ringtone kind of slapped.
Dude, that Christmas ringtone went hard. I want it always.
The message sound is so ear piercing though. How do you?
Oh, that's
Wait,
why. Yeah.
Do you guys have the square buttons on Discord yet?
I do. I like it better.
You do? I mean, I just don't like change. That may just be the autism in me, but it made my Discord different, and different is bad. Everything should be the same.
Listen, the only Discord function that I will actually shill for the rest of my life is if they allow me to close group DMs without leaving them, or like put them somewhere else.
Dude,
like that is my biggest
wait, so
OCD,
real.
Like, strangling somebody. I just want them gone. I want a clean chat history with nothing in it, but there's all these group chats with these people who I talk to, and I just want to kill somebody.
I think my Discord server list would actually give you an aneurysm, because I don't leave any of my collab servers.
Do you guys want to see my Discord server list?
Every single VTuber collab I've ever been a part of has just stayed on my sidebar. So I just have probably close to 100 servers on my sidebar of different VTuber collabs, and
this is the first 2 pages of Discord servers that I'm in.
Oh yeah, I've got
and there's like
servers and folders. The group chats are what I hate because you can't close them.
I think the one thing about group chats I'd change is that I wish they didn't automatically have pings enabled for every message, because 9 times out of 10 I don't care about every single like if they at me, sure, but like I don't care otherwise. I actually made a tweet like at some point last year just showing all of my Discord group chats. I wonder if I can find it. I'm looking myself up on twitter.com. What are you gonna do, sue me?
Ego surfing right now.
I'm ego searching.
Damn.
I don't ego search. People ego search for me, and then every time I pop up in any DM ever, people DM me about it.
That just reminds me, the first time I ever heard, so this is how I got to this in my brain, the first time I ever heard that term was Oshinoko, and funnily enough, I distinctly remember my first call with Josh after joining Idol. I mentioned that I'd been watching Oshinoko, and he just went,
"Fuck!
Oh, good, you got the beginner's guide." And I was just like, "Huh?"
I mean,
it's too real.
I mean, I still haven't watched that VTuber anime. I should probably do that at some point. It feels like almost required reading for my job.
Oh my
at this
god,
point.
the first episode, I was screaming. Like, I've only seen the first episode, but I was genuinely sat there screaming at my screen because I was just there like, where's your manager? Why aren't they doing anything?
I feel like we should arrange as a funny, it doesn't even need to be streamed, but it could be, just get as many like ex-corpo VTubers together in a group chat to watch the VTuber anime together and just have all of the reactions from everybody. I'll be there and I'll be laughing.
I just realized my window's open and my neighbors are like super close to my window.
They're on, what the fuck is she yapping about?
It just heard me go like pull out like a Karen line. It just heard me scream,
Where is your
"Where's
manager?"
your manager?
Yeah. I'll put a tweet out, be like, yo, any agency victims want to do a group watch along of the VTuber anime to relive collective trauma, hit me up.
Damn real. Oh god.
Yeah, no, that's how Twitter works. You have to just ask VTubers for things to get the engagement bait, you know?
Yeah. Oh, something I want to mention about them, their agencies.
Oh my god, VTuber agencies? Go off, Quinn.
VTuber agencies?
There was one agency that I consulted with for a period of about a month.
Oh.
And I'm not under any contractual obligations. They never had me sign an NDA. I'm still not going to mention them because I do genuinely believe they have the best of intentions, but this was a major fuck up that I sincerely hope they learned from because I pointed out to them quite heavily. But if you were going to start an agency, NDAs are not a quirky little thing that you leave until later on, especially if you're going to give the person who is consulting for you full access to your audition applicant's personal data.
Oh.
I had access to over if you applied to a certain agency early last year, I have seen your email address, which in most cases had their full legal name.
Fun. I mean, I can think of there was one agency that happened to everybody who see everybody's emails. That was fun.
Okay, it wasn't that one.
I mean, it wouldn't matter if it was that one.
I mean, there was like a mass email reply that had all of the applicants on the same email chain, which was wild.
Jesus, yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, the one that was like the rejection email just went out to everybody, but everybody was CC'd. So you could see every other failed applicant.
It's like I'm surprised none of them have been sued because guys, if you're, believe it or not, if your personal data's been leaked by, I sound like one of those fucking ambulance chases. if your
have you had an accident at work?
Have you got PPI?
Have you been injured in an accident at work?
If your personal it's the fucking underdog. I've been in an accident, and I think I deserve some
I'm entitled to compensation. You could get £200.
Oh my god! Leaked by a VTuber agency. Filtering applications.
If you've been in a fucking data leak from a VTuber agency, believe it or not, there are data protection laws in the majority of jurisdictions that will cover those kinds of things. Like, you can actually go after them.
Not the Uno reverse
saying.
card on the VTuber agency.
I'm just throwing it out there. You can't just breach data protection
That's how they
laws
keep
and get
themselves
away
in the
with
red to show to the investors. Yeah, look, we're in the red. We're spending your money. Yeah, what's this $8 million lawsuit? Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah. That'd be a hell of an investor
fun
pitch.
Thing called due diligence. And investment due diligence makes me want to jump off a cliff.
Listen,
No, investor due diligence is the funnest part of the fundraising process, right?
Hell, I would rather pitch morning to night for a year straight than do due diligence. Unironically, put me in, coach. I'll convince them to give us like $15 and some pocket money.
$15. Hey, I want to be an investor for a VTuber agency. I got like $10 in my backpack somewhere. I could chuck that through.
Bet. All right. We got our first pitch.
Right, Josh. You front $15. I'll front $15. We'll get a $30 VTuber model off booth, and we'll make this shit happen.
That is already better than the majority of people I've consulted for when it comes to starting a VTuber.
Yeah.
Fucking go.
Also,
the bare minimum is not the bare minimum.
if you're a VTuber agency, please take this as your sign to fucking background check your staff. Okay, cool. The same agency took me on because I actually sent them an email because one of Oh yeah, no, it's public that I still talk with her.
Oh.
Poco sent me a message that was like, hey, you should go and ask these guys if they want someone to like consult or work for them. And I was like, thank you. And I went and I emailed them, and they didn't check they took me at my word.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't check in any way, shape, or form if I was who I said
I am the president of Antarctica.
And then,
and then
not only that, guys, if you're going to talk about not paying your staff that you are taking on through an email, do not then add that person to a Discord channel that they can see that conversation occurring, including screenshots of their emails. So, just saying. And if any of you are watching, I would say I'm sorry, but like, guys, come on, you should have known better.
But
Like,
Zoe, you don't understand. They're just people with a dream. They just want to make people smile. Their company goal is to bring smiles to the world.
No, and if you make a VTuber agency because it was a funny meme, fuck you.
This is actually like an unironic conversation I've had with many startups, but you have to understand, if you start a business and you're hiring people or contracting people, you have just taken responsibility for somebody's livelihood.
Thank you.
Rent. That is their food money. That is their utility bills. If you fuck them over, you are actually causing active harm to somebody's life. You're a piece of shit. Don't fucking do it, and understand the human cost of doing business, which is much more important than any money you could ever earn. Now, granted, if you go bankrupt and have to fire everybody, that's a human cost too. But on a fundamental level, never forget the fact that the people you're contracting, whether these are full-time employees or whether this is a one-off artist you're hiring off Twitter, this is a human being that is relying on you to sustain their lifestyle and be like a functional member of society.
Well,
treat them as such.
VTuber agency workers are like semi-functional member of society. They take after the VTubers.
Yeah, but it's so real. Like, you're responsible for those people. Like, if like, you know, it really is some like heavy is the head that wears the crown kind of shit. But if you're the CEO of a company, you're not just there to guarantee the company's success. You're guaranteeing the company's success because of the people in it. The company is the people in it. If everyone in your company leaves because you're no longer able to pay their salary, your company's gonna fail really quickly.
Yeah,
like, it's a big responsibility. Like, don't take it lightly. Don't start a company as a fucking joke.
Yeah,
it's
that's
one of my
relevant.
biggest peeves in the industry is I've seen a rash of like people going like, wouldn't it be funny if I started an agency? I'm like, no, it wouldn't actually. It would be sad.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of responsibility. Like, if shit goes tits up, it's on you. If you like commission people, you need to be able to pay them. If you can't pay them, they've essentially just worked for free and might not be able to eat.
I mean,
this month.
I'll put a very real like pin in it by saying, if you're looking at starting a VTubing agency and your idea is to start with 5 people, your idea is to do like a quote unquote normal generation, you should be looking at having at least $250,000 US dollars in the bank in savings before you start that company. That's about how much you need to start without immediately folding.
That's probably fair.
And
which again is where investors come in.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're not profitable, which I mean, VTubing agencies are funny because you're not researching and developing a product, you're instantly making money because VTubers, after they debut and get monetized, will be making money. If you're not making enough money to sustain your operating costs plus 20%, you need to immediately start looking for some sort of angel investor or venture capital investor to secure your operating costs for at least your first 2 years. Right? And if you can't do that, and you can't look me in the face and say you're doing that with appropriate staffing, with the appropriate back-end resources, you have no business running your company because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Also, once you have investment, it's not the end of the line for your financial kind of thing. If you get your Series A investment, you do not then wait until you need money to get your Series B investment. You finish your Series A investment, and now your job is to figure out how you're going to use all of that money in the time it takes for you to get your Series B investment. You do not fuck around saying like, oh, this will last us X amount of time and then we'll start looking into getting investment, because you have to go and find people who are willing to invest, pitch to them, make sure that you're making your case very well, get them to agree to invest, figure out an amount, figure out their ownership stake that they're exchanging that for, seats on the board, whatever that is, and then due diligence. How do we feel about due diligence again, Josh?
I want to jump off a cliff. So Furry's asking for advice on finding angel investment. It's so dependent on what you're looking for and what you need. Like if you're looking for VTuber projects in particular, get well connected with existing VTubing companies, and a lot of the times you can you can have conversations with their CFO or their COO or CEO, and they can point you in the right direction. If you know people who are interested, like by networking, that's generally like angel investors are, I don't want to say no strings attached because you're giving up a portion of your company, but they are much less quote unquote serious than a venture capital investor. And you're getting less money. And usually in smaller amounts, like usually like $50,000 per angel investor. And you're looking for, like, if you're a startup, you're looking for people who are believing in you and your ability to lead a company. And it can be a real pain in the ass. Like finding investors is kind of the big issue you're going to run into as a small business. And it really comes down to how well networked you are. If you're starting from completely scratch and you know nobody, networking is your best friend. Networking is absolutely your best friend.
Yeah.
No, talking
honestly,
to people.
networking is always your best friend, honestly. Like, I feel like the more networked you are, the more opportunities you always
Social
have.
skills. In my VTuber economy, social skills, impossible. This is why every time I talk about agencies on stream, I always make it clear that, like, hey, I don't really know a lot of what goes into running a VTuber agency. I don't think I could run one, which is why I never would, because I know I don't know what I don't know about like running one. And I always make the joke of like, I genuinely like, I would do a shit job. And there's always people in chat that are like, hey, you couldn't do a worse job than what's going on. And I'm like, I don't think you understand just how
you can. You don't hear about those agencies because they fail before they get off the ground.
The crazy thing is, like, by recognizing that you are not capable of running an agency, you have done more self-reflection than the vast majority of startup owners, regardless of industry or niche.
I just had to Google what an angel investor was. I'm not running I don't know what that shit. I went to university for physics. I learned how radiation works. If you want a man to talk about a nuclear reactor, I'm your guy.
Tell me how an RBMK reactor explodes.
You see, it has a positive void coefficient.
Oh my god! Wait,
the day a VTubing executive with an MBA shows up, they will be the people to like overtake hololive.
I genuinely considered going and getting an MBA.
I did too, actually. If I had the money to do it, I would go back to school.
I've considered getting an MBA. I've also considered getting a law degree.
Oh my god! Honestly, you would eat in this industry right now.
You know what?
One lawyer really would have infinite clients.
Multiple people have told me that I'd be like, people like who know what they're talking about have told me I'd actually do quite well for myself if I did a law degree. But also I took a look at the price of a law degree in the UK right now. So I already have a master's degree, but to do the 1 year GDL, which is like the bare minimum that I could do to like convert over, is £15,000. And I'm just like, oh, that's.
See, this is why you need to be a content creator so that people can donate to @Zoey Mane. And
oh my god,
yeah, true,
is that
because
Zoey's
content creators make so much money, right?
Ren, Ron, your boss is here. Ren, your boss is here. Ren, Ren, abandon. I say Ren, your boss is here because I treat Zoey as the boss.
Ren, can you send me those design docs that you told me you were going to be working on over the weekend? Thank you.
Wait, no, so you have to go and start start leaking all the secrets. Do it.
I love how as soon as Rin's chat joins, the poll for who owns a fire extinguisher just starts dipping towards no.
Wait, yeah.
Wait,
can we get a vibe of? Thank you, Rin, for the raids.
I cannot believe.
Can we get a vibe of how many people in chat from Rin have a fire extinguisher? Because it has taken Dude, there was already so many votes in that poll. The fact that it has taken this much of a statistically significant downturn means that zero
so
Rin
fucking
Penrose
Having a
fans
fire
own a
extinguisher
fire
is
extinguisher.
wild, dude.
Actually, I just want to go back before it gets lost in the chat. Someone asked for mine and Josh's takes on talents leaving hololive. I have a take on this that is... Who was the most recent one? Shion?
No, yeah, Shion.
Shion? Yeah, okay. How long has Shion been in hololive?
7 years, almost.
How long is the average, like, millennial / Gen Z typically spend in any one job title, guys?
Yeah, it's...
Spoilers, it's about 2 years.
People...
So,
Yeah.
people just grow. People just move on. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, who knows? I don't fucking know what's happening in hololive. Maybe it is maybe fucking Doctor Doom has taken over. But
I mean, on a fundamental level,
like,
the company is completely different today than it was when they first came into the scene.
yeah, and that's
And
the
it's completely fine
nature
to outgrow
of
it or want to do something else.
Yeah,
Especially
That's
when
the
you're looking at and
nature
seeing
of-
all the success stories of all the indies that
It's the nature of business, the nature of content creation. Like, let's be real, like, go and find a content creator that you watched during your childhood, and if they've maintained any form of relevance, I guarantee their entire content style has changed.
They're playing Fortnite, okay, and they're doing reaction videos, okay? They're watching anime, entire anime episodes on YouTube now.
But like, yeah, like maybe there is something. Maybe there's the dot. I don't know. Maybe
Gag was a drug
Pen's
lord.
gonna have to come up with a clickbait title for one of these news streams later on in the year. But,
Hololive
like,
killed their VTuber. She's buried in the
like,
back garden.
Dead? Gone
But, like,
forever?
And then the
you know,
first half
like,
is the
people
Nijisanji
just
story anyway.
change. People change, and that's fine. But, you know, like, just I don't know. It's not that deep.
It's not that deep is maybe the best
Yeah.
way to describe it. Of like, that long in an agency, people are going to have creative differences. And it's also just, I mean, okay, people don't like to talk about the big bad angry reality under the bed, but like, are you going to be doing VTubing forever for the rest? Is it for your forever job? Are you going to be like 40, 50 and doing streaming, or like a lot? And for some people, maybe that is what you want to do. Maybe you want to pivot into content creation of a different type. Maybe you want to keep doing it. That's fine. A lot of people, VTubing is like the like hobby job thing that they've done while they're in school. A lot of hololive talents are still like in school. They talk about being in university or in another job. And so it's not unreasonable to think that for a lot of people that joined, it's not their forever job. It's maybe something that they're doing and it's making them money while they work towards a forever job. So it's not unreasonable to think that, hey, maybe they got their degree and they want to go do another job. Or maybe they just want to try and get into a more standard, stable career. If they're a singer, like a lot of hololive talents are, maybe they want to go and try and do like an indie creator job where they're like an artist or a singer and not be a streamer. Like, there's 1,000,001 reasons why you wouldn't want to be in an agency, right? And the more time you're in that agency, the more reasons that can come up. So for someone who's in hololive for 7 years, it makes sense. I think the expectation that nothing will change is weird.
I'm gonna give a hot take as well.
Go for it.
Has anyone ever considered maybe they're just kind of tired of the fans?
Oh, she's spitting, chat. Like, she's spitting.
Like,
Get her ass, Zoey. Get them.
How many times has anyone seen a positive reaction to someone having a boyfriend?
No, you're not allowed to talk to men, Zoey. It's the law. Men don't exist. They're a
You need to change model before you're saying that. You need you need to change
chat.
the
Somebody, hand chat. Somebody switch me up real quick. Chat. Could I get a wardrobe change?
Wow, outsourcing.
I don't want to hit. I don't want to hit the. Don't make me the Ulix model. That's the one model that isn't
cheap, man.
The Ulix model is the one model that isn't a girl. Okay, well.
Right. So like saying it's overblown and 90% don't give a shit. Unfortunately, that 10%, even if that is true, is really fucking loud. And whatever way you cut it,
JP.
Whatever way you cut it, it fucking affects people, man.
It does.
Like saying like, oh, just don't listen to them. It's like, it's not that easy because your entire job hinges on people's opinion. If you're constantly being bombarded with people telling you their opinion and that their opinion is poor, then you're going to get like really sad over it. And it becomes really hard to be creative when you're really sad
It's hard to be
So-
creative when you're scared of your audience as well. Like when you feel like you have to be on tiptoes around them, because any step outside what you're already doing could potentially invite backlash. It's the 10% thing gets me annoyed when people are like, oh, it's only a small minority, but it's like
That's a loud 10%.
they're like, that is like saying that only 1% of a crowd is going to shoot you in the face with a revolver. Like, sure, it's a low amount, but you're still getting shot in the face. Like,
honestly, if 1% of the crowd, honestly, you probably you probably did do something wrong.
Yeah, you've like shot the queen or something.
That's actually a lot of people.
It depends on how big the crowd is. If it's a crowd of 10, it's just one guy.
But you know, like, it's stuff like regardless of your opinion of him, like Vox getting doxxed because of like some
That shit was
fucking
insane.
picture background or some shit. Like, bro, like some people, I wouldn't blame a bunch of these VTubers if they got their bag in these big corpos and then they just left content creation and just did something else.
Yeah, no.
Or left content creation in some cases. Maybe they just have enough to retire.
Oh my god,
Like-
yeah, that too. Like if you're in hololive and you're making a bag like that and you're like, hey, I have enough to just quit and pursue whatever I want to do, or maybe just maybe they just want to take a break, because that's another thing in VTubing. Like you can't, like, you can go on hiatus and it happens, but when you do it, there's 1,000,001 conspiracy theories about why you're doing it. You can't just go on hiatus and people will be like, oh yeah, they're just taking like a year off. People will continue to like think that you're sick or something. And so, yeah, no, just taking a break, I think, is fine, and doing other things is fine, and the idea that just nothing will change ever is bad. But people, I think it's hard for people to understand the mindset of, and I'm going to get specifically creators with that sort of fan base. Like me, I'm not too concerned about doxing or harassment because I don't have the fan base where I give a shit about that. Like my fans.
Oh, sick. All right, let me just type.
Yeah, type out
Ben's
my
address
full
in
legal
chat.
name and address into chat right now. And chat, you can send me, oh, do you guys want to send me little funny gifts like a pipe bomb? I could do, or a fire extinguisher. We're just talking about that. I don't have one. So if any of you want to send it to my address, that's 100% okay. But yeah, no, when you are on the internet, especially as a woman on the internet, not to like get specific in it, but there's a lot of shit that gets thrown at women on the internet, especially content creators. And you're already kind of living with that fear, knowing that with an audience, and the bigger your audience gets, like one toe out of line, you're going to get somebody who's going to like face reveal you. Somebody's going to find whatever picture of you exists on the internet, whatever information exists, dox you. People are going to start like sending shit to your family, sending shit to you. It's like you're walking on a razor thin piece of glass, and you know that if anything comes out, like look at what happened to like fucking Rushia and whatnot, right? Regardless of how much you think she mishandled that situation, the shitstorm that was absurd. And I can't imagine like the mental stress that comes with having to tiptoe that line so like delicately to avoid a shitstorm.
And like to be honest, like the whole boyfriend thing aside, because that's one part of it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, because you are a publicly exposed figure, you've got like every aspect of anything you do that is publicly presented is going to be picked to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's exhausting. Like it's exhausting. Like even if people pick apart like stuff that. Like, I've seen cases where, like, stuff has happened and people have picked apart stuff in relation to something I could have had to do with it, and that's exhausting.
Yeah.
Like, it's, like, I bet, like, most corpo management staff have had a similar experience of seeing the public, like, without even, like we said earlier, probably only see 5% of what really happens.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of how transparent that company claims to be, like, they're probably not going to tell you nearly as much as you think they're telling you.
Yeah.
And that's just how business works. That's just good business sense, to be honest. Like, you know, like, it is exhausting and it is frustrating, and it's also the case that you can't do much about it, because by saying anything you encourage it to go ahead even more.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Like, and people will criticize everything like that they can. They'll criticize the stuff you say, the reasons why you say it. They'll criticize
stuff you
like,
don't say.
Even if your face isn't public, they'll criticize your looks, especially if you're a woman on the internet. They'll criticize your voice. I'm pretty deep voiced. I get a lot of comments about it.
Yeah.
that's just how it is, and that is part of the nature of being public. But for someone who's a VTuber who actually like has to give a shit about that, I don't have to give a shit because I'm back-end stuff. I don't fucking care. But it's gonna be exhausting. People are gonna get really tired of it.
It's you also have to like in not just VTubing and content creation, you have to give a shit about everything all the time. Like, if people ask for your opinion on something, you have to have an opinion and you have to stand by that opinion. And if you said something offhand...
And you have to have the right opinion.
Yeah. And it doesn't...
If you have the wrong opinion,
you're
it gets
evil.
worse.
And if you have the wrong opinion with the information you have now, and then 3 months down the line, it turns out that you had the wrong opinion because of new information, people will take that clip from 3 months ago and post it now and talk about how wrong you are, even though you were wrong with information that, you know, is not out yet. And everything you've ever said is kept for like time immemorial. You're gonna have people that just hate you for no reason. They're gonna stumble across your channel or your content and they're just gonna shit on you relentlessly. Any minor comment you make about anything, any opinion you've ever had, any relationship you have, not just like romantic, if you're friends with someone and that person does something bad, you're automatically like responsible for it. Like, oh, you're friends with that person, don't you know they murdered a child in 2009? Like, you didn't know that? Like, it gets... Or
a friend of the opposite gender, and it's like every single comment is, "Are you dating? Are you dating? Are you dating? Or you should date. You should. You know." It's shut the.
Every
fuck up,
aspect
dude.
of your life becomes like public, and you know that it will like. And the bigger you get, the worse it gets. And if you're a girl, the worse it gets. And it's in VTubing when there's such like normal content creation is bad, but in VTubing there's such a weird set of morals that I think perpetuates a lot of the community, where you're held to even weirder standards about what you can and can't do and can and can't say, regarding with like how you deal with like male interactions, but also like how you... I've seen VTubers get criticized and torn apart because they spoke out saying that they don't like certain idol parts of the community, like certain you know, no male collabs, that kind of shit, get torn apart because they're not respecting the culture of VTubing and where it came from and shit like that. And dog, it just must get so... I don't like, if you've been doing that shit for... I've done this shit for 2 years and I'm tired. If you've been doing this shit for 7 years as a member of hololive, I'd piece the fuck out. I'm done. You catch me on a beach in Miami somewhere. I'm done with fucking dealing with like incels on the internet for 7 years straight. I'd want to punch a hole through my throat. Just...
I mean, it's honestly like, it's why I have a problem when people say like, oh, streaming is the easiest job in the world. Like, it's sitting down and playing funny video game on the internet, sure. Try being a public figure who realistically doesn't make a lot of money, who has constant negative attention surrounding them. It is one of the most high stress and mentally difficult jobs you can possibly do. And until you actually see the other side of it and you interact with the people behind the scenes, you never really learn how much of a human cost streaming actually has on people.
Yeah.
And it can be really shocking.
Add into that as well on the corpo side, like I so commonly see it, people going like, oh, men hero arc, oh, woman moment, oh, woman just being delulu. It's like, bro, like, that's a human being, man. Like, that is a human being with their own circumstances, and believe it or not, that person probably also has stuff going on, and some of those people will be bound by contract not to talk about personal things that are happening in their life as that VTuber persona.
Yeah, I think people underestimate. I think it's... The thing is that there was a whole discourse the other day, or like, not the other day, it was streamers talking about, do they think streaming is harder than a 9-to-5 job? And I don't think it is. I think in terms of like the difficulty of the job, I don't think it's more difficult. However, I do think there's a unique mental load that comes with being in the public eye. There's a level of stress to it in bursts that I think, like, normal job, I've worked like a normal job, that has overbearing levels of stress constantly. Sometimes, like, it can weigh on you over time. But when you're a public figure, you get spikes. You get the random, oh shit, drama is starting, I'm in the middle of it, I need to respond, I need to say things, but not the wrong thing, because if I say the wrong thing, then people will hate me more. Or if
you say nothing, then somebody will continue to speculate on what you're actually doing. Like, oh, you're not talking because you agree with them. Ooh.
And I think honestly, also one of the worst things, and probably if you're kind of like me and have this is like a thing that really like hits you hard and is like something that you hate. The number of people on the internet that are going to hate you and call you out and harass you and call you a bad person for something that isn't true, like a thing that just isn't what you like, you didn't do it or you didn't say it or you don't believe it, like they're calling you out for thinking a thing that you don't think, and you just have to like, I get that pretty constantly, and I've learned to kind of just deal with it, of people saying that I had a phase where people thought I hated Phase Connect because I didn't cover them for a few weeks in a row, and like I get, you know, I'm at the point where I cannot physically go into every comment section and every Twitter thread and correct every single, they won't
it's
achieve
not worth
anything.
Going into the pig pen and rolling around in the shit.
Like, it will never achieve something to go and like engage on that level. I got into Twitter arguments a while ago, and I've since learned that like there's no benefit. Nothing comes of it. Nobody changes their mind. Like,
what do you mean? I got into a Twitter argument a bit ago and it was fun as fuck.
It's fun. It's fun, but it doesn't change anything.
It's fun in this very one fringe case.
It doesn't change anyone's mind. They're still going to believe, they're just going to pivot what they think about you, or they're going to believe you're bad for a different reason, or they're going to come up with some new, like,
hey, why are you being an asshole?
Yeah.
You know, like,
or
like, I'm just trying to set the record straight. Yeah, but why are you being an asshole?
yeah, or
I'm
like,
not.
I remember, and I'm not going to go into detail because I don't want to start shit, but people, there was a Twitter thread arguing about me like a while back where they pulled up one comment I'd made under a false ID video like a year and a half ago. It wasn't like a public statement or anything on Twitter. It was just a comment I made about the video, and they pulled that up, and there was a whole like Twitter thread of people bitching about it and taking like one comment that I made on a YouTube video in like, it wasn't like a fucking public statement that I'd like meticulously went through, and they used that to extrapolate like 100 different deep held beliefs that I must have had. And I remember looking at it and being like, do I take the mental energy to dive into this shit show and actually like state my piece and defend myself and try and set the record straight, knowing that they won't change their mind? Or do I just like learn to live with the fact that a bunch of people on the internet have like a misguided opinion of me, and I'll never change that? And that second one is hard. It is hard to know that some people like have misinformation about you and don't like you for reasons that aren't even true, but you kind of just have to live with it as a content creator, and that shit sucks. I hate it, but
it builds up.
Yeah.
And then there's the other issue of like, you have unreliable parts of your job. Like YouTube could cut your monetization, Twitch could just completely delete your channel.
Oh my god.
Because of like an arbitrary problem with your model that you're never even able to get an answer for support. You could be a Minecraft streamer, and then Minecraft shuts down and you don't have a game to stream anymore, and your audience goes away. So like, you don't know how long this is sustainable. And for a lot of creators, especially small and medium creators, you're not making buttloads of money. You're making just enough to be full time. And if one thing changes, one hitch, one little slip, suddenly you have to go find a part-time job again. And like, that stress compounds as well. It's so difficult to be a small or medium-sized creator mentally more than anything.
Oh my god.
Just a side note on that. If you are a content creator, get sponsorships. For real. Like that should be the majority of your income is sponsorships.
Yeah. I only noticed that, like, I only kind of found that out recently, where I had the realization that I've made more money since I got my GamerSubs partnership from the GamerSubs partnership than I have through like all my other content creation mediums combined. Like, I've had more revenue through that one partnership with GamerSubs than my Twitch, my YouTube shorts. I don't make any money off TikTok because they hate me specifically. I made my account in Australia, and Australia is not part of the creator program. And even though I moved over, I can't change it, so I'm just stuck making zero money on TikTok.
Oof.
Yeah, no, it's not fun looking at it and knowing that I could probably be making a decent chunk of change on it, and I just can't. But yeah, no, like sponsorships and codes and GamerSubs, that, yeah, I need to do better at actually getting sponsorships.
Some raid sponsors, yes, take the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Is it the pinnacle of gaming? No. Does everyone know this? Yes. But in all honesty, if it's a brand that's not actively fucking hurting someone, better help. Then like,
don't take anything AI, money, gambling.
The AI girlfriends, Josh. Please.
If it's something that's not significantly, if it's not hurting anyone, Raid Shadow Legends isn't hurting anyone. I bet almost all the people who see those advertisements don't go, wow, that looks really fun. Just take the fucking sponsorship, guys.
Yeah.
It's like, and if you're a viewer, don't look down on people for taking like a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship or a mobile game sponsorship.
To keep making content for you.
Yeah, because you're like, I'll give it to you straight. Your view on that video is not going to generate nearly as much money as your view of a sponsorship.
No.
Right.
Like, per view, YouTube will never pay out as much as a sponsor will for your sponsorship, and that's on integrations.
General advice for anybody who's a small to medium content creator, I would consider small anything above 10,000 subscribers. What you need to do when you're looking to go full-time as a content creator is the first thing you need to do is you need to calculate your living expenses. How much does it cost for you to live? And then add 20% to that, right? So that's your baseline earnings target for the year. You're going to break that up into 4 sections, which we call quarters. So you're going to have quarterly earnings targets. Your goal as any small bit, because essentially a social media personality is a small business, right? You, Penn, are a small business as a whole.
Oh,
if you include your YouTube, your Twitter, your Twitch, you have to function like a small business. And so your earnings target for each of these quarters is 1/4 of however much you need to live for a year. And then you want to solicit sponsorships. This is why a lot of big YouTubers do 1 video a month, because they sell 1 video sponsor slot a month and they stick to that very rigidly.
Yeah.
And so you want to go out and you want to, maybe you're not going to get 100% of your income filtered this way, but you want to get as much of that quarterly money earnings as possible in sponsorships and convention appearance fees and what we call guaranteed income, because YouTube super chats, things like that are called dynamic income. And you could have like a particular community member who's super generous, donates $500 a month or whatever, and then they get into a car crash and they can't do that anymore. Right.
Yeah.
And so you're going from earning like $500 a month from this one person to earning 0 a month for this person. And that can have a huge flux in your income. And so a lot of the times what you have to do is you have to fill your year with as much guaranteed income as possible, so that when this dynamic income kind of drops, you have the fallback to go on. And I know it sounds like a lot of planning and it sounds kind of like nerve-wracking of like, oh my God, I have to do all this work. But if you want to take this full time, if you're trying to move from a hobby to a job, this is the kind of thing you have to think about. Otherwise, you're going to run into a situation where it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, when we talk about ethical sponsorship takings as well, like, I just want to point out this, like, YouTuber did research, like, Raid Shadow Legends is legalized gambling. Yeah, it's a gacha game.
That's true.
Like, it's the same, like, if we were to demonize this, we're also demonizing everyone who takes a Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless, Wuthering Waves, Arknights, Blue Archive, Honkai Impact. Who am I kidding? No one sponsors Honkai Impact Third anymore.
Josh is triggered.
Josh is
Impact Third. I know it's a shit game. Fuck you. Fight me. There's actually a question from Narivia in the Twitch chat, which is, will sponsors pay differently if a sponsored video goes viral? Sometimes. So there's
it's
2 types of
pay-per-view.
sponsorships. One is pay based on CPM, which is paid on the number of views the ad gets. The other way that you can negotiate sponsors is a flat rate sponsorship, which is essentially, I will give you $2,000 to shill HelloFresh.
Yep.
Right. Generally speaking, I would always advocate flat rate instead of CPM deals, because like per download or per click advertisement is very, very difficult to actually action on. You have to have a very, very specific audience for them to download and use a game like Raid Shadow Legends. But if you have, 200 or so CCV, you can get Raid Shadow Legends to give you a couple $1,000s to put that, spot in or do that sponsored stream. And so like a lot of it comes down to guaranteed income is always better than gambling on people interfacing with the sponsor that you have, because you can never guarantee that people are going to interface with the sponsor that you're getting.
Yeah. If you're a viewer as well and your favorite content creator is doing a sponsor of a game that you don't like, that's fine. You don't have to play it. You can just watch the video, because
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're now contributing to your favorite content creators' earnings in a way that you wouldn't be able to do if they didn't take that. Also,
speaking of, thank you Fury for the super chat. Fury says that Raid Shadow Legends would probably be an upgrade to my content. I appreciate that, Fury. You're so kind. No, I think if I showed you to my email inbox, you would probably have an aneurysm. I've turned.
See, if you owned a fire extinguisher, you could put out that roast, but unfortunately, you don't. So,
yo. Is that motherfucking Spectra in my chat? That is crazy. I appreciate the raid. Thank you. What was I going to say? Yeah, no, I think if I showed my inbox to you two, you'd have an aneurysm. I've turned down every sponsorship opportunity ever because I have this really bad thing about ever asking my community or ever trying to monetize my community in any way. It makes me feel horrible and I hate it. So other than gamer subs, which I'm fine with because I drink it and I'm like, hey, if I'm drinking it and you can get it and you can get % off and I get free gamer subs anyway, like I'm fine with that. But anytime any other company like asks me to do a sponsorship, I'm like, yeah, but what if they hate me for it? And so I turn them down.
I mean, if you're living comfortably, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with being happy with what you've got. But if you're someone who needs that extra money to make your living, then it's time to kind of like a very slight compromise of including a 60-second integration where, bear in mind, by taking a sponsorship, your favorite creator is not paying that sponsor and giving them money. They are getting money from that sponsor.
yeah.
Like,
just look at it as them stealing the money if you hate them.
And it helps them make a living. Also, just like as a complete sidetrack, can we guys, do you know the Trails series of games?
The what? Sorry.
Do you ever Trails?
Like,
yeah, I just wanted to like throw out there that like they just blow, man. They absolutely blow compared to Persona 3, which is an absolute gem of a game. Like I like. Holy shit! Just
wait, Trails.
Like I would go as far as to say that looks down my list of JRPGs.
Final Fantasy.
I would go as far as to say that Trails is nothing more than a poor man's Final Fantasy.
I'm not gonna lie. I said I kind of figure. I figure that I've never played Trails, but it sounds kind of like Tales, and so I'm gonna just assume that it's like an inferior version of Tales of Berseria and stuff like that. So yeah, no, good opinion, Zoey.
To be fair, Tales of Berseria is a classic.
It is. It's a game.
Oh,
way better than Trails, whatever that is.
I'm only saying this because
is that one of Spectra's favorite series?
Because once Spectra graduates, she can't hurt me anymore. So.
That's true. Well, she's a ghost. So actually, how does that work? Do you return to life? Do you like Oh god, I'm getting into ghost.
We're getting into ghost lore.
Ghost lore, like because people treat graduation as like a death sometimes. So like, you graduate from ghost school? Oh, you get to go to Hogwarts.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, so yeah, I'm glad we have another non-fire extinguisher haver in the chat. The poll has now swung. It is now predominantly no, which means I'm right.
You are all
and
absolutely fucking
I get
insane.
to flex forever.
People, 53% don't own a fire extinguisher.
You know what? When the 53% of you have a grease fire that can't be contained, you're gonna think about this poll.
Listen, they call me Grease Lightning because I contain that grease fire so fast.
You heard him, Chad. He only wants to be called Grease Lightning.
Yeah, Grease Lightning. Please only refer to me as my professional business name, Grease McLightning McQueen. Thank you very much.
Grease
fire blanket's fair enough. Fire blanket gives you an exemption for the. I mean, I still think you should own a fire extinguisher. Fire blanket's good.
If you have a fire blanket, can you just wear it and then be immune to fire? Is it like a?
No,
is it like a
not
buff?
how a fire. No.
You just like wrap it around yourself. And why don't firemen just wear them? I feel like this. I feel like that's just an. Elect me as mayor of firemen everywhere, and I will drop mortality down to 0.
Firemen?
Yeah.
I'm
fire mayor, if you will.
I wish that my brain could escape my body having heard this conversation.
Oh yeah, did Bree ever answer your DM about
Oh, she did. Yeah, I didn't bring it up because wait, Bree said
she definitely doesn't have a fire
No, she said
extinguisher.
yes, it came with the house.
Yes.
It came pre-packaged with her house, so it's probably out of date.
Oh.
Was duped into getting a fire extinguisher by getting a house.
That's a steal, bro. Can you imagine?
I would absolutely collab with Fire Department
No,
Chronicles.
I think actually it was the other way around. She got duped into having a house by buying a fire extinguisher. She went
my
to get a fire
God.
extinguisher and you're like, and as a free added bonus, it comes with a house. Ignore the, the fact that it's made of wood and styrofoam. That's not relevant. Fire extinguisher companies actually made houses to sell more fire extinguishers. This is a scam made by Big Fire. Look up fire inflation on YouTube, and you'll get.
Like, I cannot believe the number of people who do not own basic. Okay, chat. How many of you own carbon monoxide alarms? This is actually debatably more important than owning a fire.
Do you want me
extinguisher.
to end the poll and make a new poll about carbon monoxide?
I want you to end. I want you to end the poll.
I have a story about carbon monoxide alarms while that poll.
Google
going
Enya
up.
Ignis inflation.
No, no.
Okay, well, Josh, you know me ending the poll means that it is officially forever cemented at majority non-fire extinguishers.
No, yes, I can be disappointed forever.
Okay.
I've been doing that for years.
Okay, 250 people confirmed not owning fire extinguishers. I'm glad we made history today. I'll make another poll. Continue, Zoe.
That's so upsetting. Yeah, so once upon a time, carbon monoxide alarm in my house, like the same one my parents live in, went off. And I was like, oh shit, like everyone get outside, let's go outside, let's go outside. And convinced that it was a false alarm.
Oh, no.
My mom went back inside to try and smell the carbon monoxide.
Ah, yes, the odorless, invisible.
Like, bear in mind, like,
gas.
I
Someone
mean, like,
cooked here.
if it's from the gas, like the gas mains or whatever, like it will have added odor because that's just like a requirement. But
Hey,
it was thankfully was a false alarm. The alarm itself was just it was busted. But like
well,
it
she'd
was
eventually
a
smell
moment
burnt
where I was
toast.
just there because I was young enough that I knew that this was wrong, but I didn't have the authority to do anything about it.
Oh my god,
Like,
that sucks as a
I
kid.
was like, they taught us about this in school. Wait for the fire brigade.
That
no.
would not be a smoke alarm. A smoke alarm and a carbon monoxide alarm. They can be packaged 2 in 1. But a smoke alarm is not a carbon monoxide alarm.
I found this earlier, chat, when I realized that the reason my 2 fire alarms are together is not because I have 2 fire alarms, but because one of them is likely a carbon monoxide alarm. Did you know fire alarms, a lot of them have radioactive elements in it? I think it's californium. It's pretty cool. They shoot radiation.
Yeah, and you too can own a piece of radioactive technology that will save your life. Go buy a fire alarm.
So
do you think if you buy enough like smoke detectors with radioactive substances, you would get like a visit from like
a guy did that.
Government agency?
There was a guy in America who went around and
was this
collected a shit ton of fire alarms and broke them down into like
The kid who made,
nuclear material. Yeah.
Is this Nile Red?
fission reactor, yeah, and it was actually working if I recall correctly.
think
but
he
I
was
believe he also
trying to make
dosed
one, but
himself with like a shitload of radiation and like got everyone around him sick.
Here's the thing. Actually, Cool Hot Cold actually just said it in chat. If you live in the United States, you can go to your local fire station. They will give you a smoke alarm if you don't have one.
That's just free radioactive material.
That's just free radiation.
Okay,
poisoning,
chat. New
So
challenge. New
go
TikTok.
get your-
New TikTok challenge. Go to every fire station in your state, collect as many fire alarms as you can, break them down, make a nuclear bomb, and then mail that bomb to me.
We're all gonna get a visit at some point.
I'm gonna test my fire alarm to see if it can detect a nuke.
Jesus Christ, please help me. This is so
Zoe, you are
over my life.
complicit in this. Any deaths are on your hand.
Yeah, I thought of myself as quite respectable in this industry until today.
Well, you interacted with me, so you're immediately liable for all my crimes. We just went over this. So.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you associated with me, which means if I ever go on to do anything bad, you are retroactively like associated with me. So you should.
Yeah.
I think you should preemptively apologize. Like, just get an apology video out now about associating with me, and then like in the future, people can just pull that up.
My experience with Penumbral.
What is the could not connect to remote server? Why is Stream Elements dying? Hello?
It's so over.
Oh well.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
The stream's still working. I think Stream Elements just died.
Rest in peace.
Do I have liability insurance? Do I need liability insurance? Probably not. I'm fine.
Oh, if your
smoke,
if your fire alarm is making a beeping sound every now and again, by the way, yeah, go and change the battery.
It's just kind of get jiggy with it. No, it's dropping a beat.
Batteries,
You should dance. Find the BPM and then like just like start going crazy with it.
The BPM will probably be like 0.3.
0.01 or something.
No, I mean, I think it'd be 1, right? Because I think they normally beep every 60 seconds if they're running out of battery.
Fun fact, you can also take your smoke alarms to a fire station and they will give you batteries for them if for whatever reason you cannot afford batteries.
Wow, you're poor shaming people that can't afford batteries now, Josh? That's crazy.
He's actually
awareness for fire safety.
He's actually like not doing that. As the opposite.
Some of us can't afford AA batteries. Some of us have to stick with single A. Okay, we can't all just splurge on the extra
A. Single A battery. What the fuck is a single A battery?
Is there
such a thing as a single A battery?
It's when you get jump scared in a game and you kick your microphone, so you just get.
I think there is actually a single A battery. This is today I learned.
Isn't it? Is there a D battery? Is there a double D battery?
I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck it actually is. Hold on, like.
Can you have double D batteries?
There's also
I'm asking for a friend.
There's a half AA battery size.
That's just A. What?
Well, and there's a B. Who has ever used a B cell battery or like?
I mean,
what is a sub?
Pretty common.
Oh man, I'm going too far.
She's going down the She's going down the battery rabbit hole.
Quadruple A, I know.
What the fuck is an F cell? That's huge. It's fucking massive, dude. Like, holy shit, this is insane.
That's for when you want to power your nuclear bomb.
I just love how chat looks like they're screaming, talking about batteries because all they're typing is fucking
Every now and again, I'm just seeing a new thing on my screen. What is a J cell battery?
The only battery I like is the one that pairs with assault. Can I get an amen? My brother is.
Please.
See,
Jesus
now that we've got
Christ.
enough of business talk as much, my normal streaming persona, like you're getting into my normal streaming persona, which is not great for public relations.
Should we just do a quick round of? Does anyone have questions about VTubing as an industry or Agency Vtubing, specifically stuff that we're legally allowed to say, please?
Or illegally allowed to say.
Okay,
what
well,
is illegally allowed
questions.
Like the mob will let you do it.
How many zeros for each battery unit? I don't know. 5.
What type of batteries do VTubers operate on? I don't know. They usually eat like several D-cell batteries a day and they're just fine.
This is very similar to the time I found out of like the different cup sizes, because I thought they maxed out at D, and then one day I found out that they just kind of keep going, and I was like, excuse me, that's the thing? And apparently it is.
Right,
man.
See here.
Dude,
where do you think the industry is headed in a realistic sense? I think that the VTubing industry is going to start bleeding more heavily into the general content creator scene, and as technology becomes more accessible, VTubers will just become another form of content creator, and there really won't be a distinction between the two. I think agencies, except for hololive and nijisanji, will die out by the next 3 or 4 years, and I don't think agencies are going to exist in the same way that MCNs don't exist anymore.
I think that's fair. I think when Zoey was talking earlier about the like, I've chat when Zoey started talking about MCNs had like a trauma response, because I've went on that rant about 20 times on stream of like agencies are just MCNs in the same way. I think the only reason that they haven't,
but worse. It's
crazy. Well, I think the only reason they haven't died out is because unlike MCNs, where people could leave an MCN and still be them, like you could leave Machinima and sure, like you might have a contract or something, but like you could still be like Captain Sparkles or whatever. Like you're still you're still the human being, you still have your face, which means you're still marketing it. Whereas
I can be Captain Sparkles.
You too can be Captain Sparkles. But
I mean, I think the other thing about it is like when VTubing first became a thing, the equipment required to do VTubing, including like model and assets, was far more expensive than being content creator.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, the reason that MCNs existed is because you got basically like monetization parties where you needed certain metrics in order to be monetized.
God, yeah.
So you joined an MCN in order to push yourself past that and get monetized. It was one of the early ways to get monetized was to hook onto an MCN. And one of the big reasons why they died is because people realized, wait, I don't need this anymore. Yeah. And so now as VTubing technology is becoming more and more easily accessible to the masses, and model costs are going down from $10,000 to, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 to now $500 or so for some models.
You can get like 50 bucks on both. Like
exactly, the barrier to entry is getting lower and lower and lower, and eventually people are going to start realizing the only thing that an agency is giving me is advertising and sponsorship, and an independent manager is almost unanimously a better investment than somebody taking 50% of your income. Because if you need like $3,000 a month to live and you join an agency, you need to be making $6,000 or $7,000 a month, which is over double what you'd need to make as an indie in order to sustain the same lifestyle.
Yeah.
And that's
tell them more about
significantly harder.
Tell them more about how indie managers are a great investment.
Chill.
They are absolutely the better investment than joining an agency.
I think agencies are dying slower because of that. Like, people aren't abandoning them as quick because there is that, like, one, there's like a culture around it, where like agency VTubing is, it's like its own niche in the community, but it's also VTubers in agencies can't just dip because they can't really continue to be themselves outside of the agency unless the agency lets them. So it's dying slower. But yeah, we are seeing more and more that, like, we're seeing more agencies die total, like in terms of just actually ceasing to exist. We're seeing more of them die like on arrival, like they have one gen and then they just explode. So over time, it's weird. I think we're going to go through a phase where it's going to get more segregated, where like agency VTubing is going to get more cut off from standard VTubing, because I'm seeing that more recently, at least in public opinion, of there's agency VTubing and there's the rest of the world, and it's very much becoming like the people that are still sticking with agency VTubing are very much in that mindset of like, this is my hole and I live here. And it's
I also think though that like earlier when like hololive Gen 1 and Gen 2 were a thing, you didn't really see success stories outside of agency VTubing, whereas now there are dozens of them. And so it's no longer a requirement to be in an agency in order to be a big successful VTuber.
So I think that the agency like aspect of VTubing is going to get more segregated, and then I think it's kind of going to wither and die. And I think the like indie, the more like the side that, because again, we were talking about this, VTubing currently is such a niche compared to average. Like, I think it's easy to see the big creators in VTubing and be like, wow, they have so many viewers. But when you compare like the top CCV of a VTuber compared to the top CCV of just a regular streamer, it is like worlds apart. Like it is almost of an order of magnitude different.
Yeah.
And
I do think it's grown a lot quicker than is proportionate, but it's got a long way to go. So like I think it's less. I think it's less that like there is a limit on VTubing and more that it hasn't hit its potential yet. So to like that's why it came up earlier, is because in the context of like saturated market, which just isn't true. Yeah,
I think it's still considered a niche, but it doesn't have to be. And I think more and more recently it's starting to get more mainstream, like Josh was saying earlier, of like eventually people aren't going to have that big of a distinguishing factor between like, oh, this creator's a VTuber. I think we're going to see more VTubers do. We've seen it a lot in the past like year of VTubers that were previously just VTubers who now do, they VTube and then they also do like IRL streams.
They do a hybrid
model,
like
they just do whatever they're feeling on the day, and that allows them to like interact more frequently with standard IRL streamers, and then that brings VTubing audience and IRL audience together. And we're seeing that kind of more and more and more. And I think Josh is right. Like in the next few years, I think that barrier is going to break down, which means a bigger audience for VTubing in general. And I think that bigger audience for VTubing in general is not going to be interested in the agency side of VTubing, because that is a very different niche culture.
Which is, it's a little bit funny to think about, but there have been what we would classify now as PNG tubers for years before VTubers ever existed. And so there is precedent for this style of character, caricature to work in mainstream content creation. I just think that for a lot of VTubers, they think of themselves as VTubers. And so it's a lot of like self-niching in a way where you're putting yourself in a basket. Whereas if you look at the big successful indie creators, more frequently than not, these types of creators are the ones that are leaning outside the industry or are heavily playing into the tropes of the industry. Like it's one of those two extremes. Like you can take Fillion as an example, who has taken VTubing and has adapted it to a mainstream audience, leveraging the uniqueness of VTubing, her model, in this style of like physical comedy kind of deal. But then using this kind of Zoomer humor, memer humor to kind of push yourself more towards what you would consider a traditional content creator. And I think that that's kind of what the eventual future is going to wind up being.
Sorry, I just want to touch on as well, like something that did occur to me is the idea Josh brought up of like independent manager giving like more value than agency stuff. I do still think that comes with a massive caveat. If you are someone who is interested in an independent manager, contact me. No,
Contact me.
No,
Contact me. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll take your money.
I have too much work already. Don't contact me. I don't have slots.
Contact me and ask for me.
Vet your managers, because I will be entirely real. There's a lot of indie VTuber managers that I see around who I either A, have heard negative things about from people who have worked with them, or B, just do not have the credibility to manage people on any kind of scale. When I say vet them, ask them for their CV. Like, you know, you do this if you are hiring any other kind of contractor. You ask them for their track record, for their CV. Maybe it is a new manager who hasn't got a lot of industry experience, but they have a great track record of project management in their past career. Like, or maybe it's someone who is experienced in the field of marketing, or someone who used to be a content creator who found some success and then just decided it wasn't for them. Like, but you gotta vet your manager. Like, it's one of the reasons why I'm very like, I'm not a content creator, I'm a manager, is because I don't intend to make content, because I do feel it would damage my credibility as a manager if I go off and do content, especially if my channel doesn't take off. It damages my professional reputation because it makes it look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Which, by the way, I do. I'm just not that funny.
I disagree, but hey.
So like, I do agree. I mean, I'm biased towards agreeing because it benefits me and my niche. But but you really do need to vet your managers, because I do see a lot of people saying like, I'm a manager, hire me. I'm a manager, hire me. But like, I always worry that someone's gonna enter into a contractual relationship with someone who they do not thoroughly check the background.
Also, be very, very reticent to do anything with somebody who is not willing to charge you money.
Yeah.
A paid position. Do not hire a free manager, quote unquote. They are always not worth it.
Yeah.
Always.
Oh, and like this sucks to say, because it's advice that I have objectively gone against because like, it's no secret me and Rin have been friends for a while. Don't hire your friend as a manager. Me and Rin are in a very fortunate position where we are working together and we're still friends. In a lot of cases, that work relationship and friend relationship are two very difficult things to coexist together, and it takes an enormous amount of like capability to separate the two, and like general maturity to like, I know Rin Penrose and maturity in the same sentence. Crazy.
What?
But like, you really need to be mindful of that. It's very important that this is someone who you're able to have a professional relationship with. This is someone who you're going to be paying money, and therefore you, in a similar capacity, like with a little bit less of the responsibility on your end, you and your ability to pay that person as per whatever contractual relationship you've entered into them is entirely your own responsibility. You are now responsible for paying your debt to that person for the work they have put in the previous month. So it's no small thing.
There's also like what you're saying about vetting them, like if you're paying them, like you're paying them for a service, and I think a lot of the people that might seek out a manager who maybe don't need one are probably also the type of people to not be super confrontational when it comes to interacting. And so
you are the boss.
Like, you're paying them, you should be demanding a service. Like, don't be a dick about it.
I'm going to give a very hard truth that contradicts a lot of people I see on the what was previously Funny Bird website, but I can't say that anymore. Sad. Even though it's oh wait, that logo is still on your stream.
Yeah, no, I still call it that. Fuck that.
If you have just hit 20 viewers, you don't need a manager.
Yeah.
You can't afford a manager. Like, I'm going to be upfront and say, like, at least for me, you wouldn't be able to afford my services unless you had a different line of revenue. Well, it's just true.
No,
there's no point in lying to people
I
about
get it.
and
It's just funny, but
like,
you can't afford me, bestie. Actually,
yeah. And that's considering
this is a
like
general piece of business advice, but what you want to do whenever you're trying to take something more seriously and you're trying to push out of the hobby aspect of doing something, keep track of your hours for a couple of weeks and see where you're spending a lot of your mental energy. And once you go over 40 hours in a week, so once you're putting more than 40 hours, a full-time job into something, identify the thing that's taking the largest amount of your bandwidth and see, is there somebody who can help me with just this one thing? Right. And so like the time that you need a manager is when you're putting in a lot of effort and you feel like you're being stretched too thin. Generally speaking, a manager is not a content strategist. They are not somebody who is there to get you subscribers. And there is no magic potion that will instantly make you success on YouTube or Twitch. There is a quote unquote meta thing to do. Like we can take Marvel Rivals as a perfect example of when it came out, huge amount of hype. If you play it, you get more viewers, go figure. But in general, a manager is there to help with projects. They're there to help with sponsors, outreach, interpersonal communication stuff. I see another question about accounting. Generally not accounting. Like generally your manager is not a CPA. You want to get an accountant.
I'm gonna say like I make this very clear to everyone I work with. I will not handle your accounts. I will not handle your money. I will not handle your business accounts. I might, you might give me like a business card to pay freelancers with or something, and that would be completely fine.
But bookkeeping is its own separate thing.
I am not your accountant. I will not do your taxes. I will not give you that kind of advice. In some cases, it may even be illegal for me to do so. So that is an entirely different job. A VTuber manager, content creator manager, whatever, is not there to do that. It is a very different job, and it's specialized for a reason. God knows there's so many financial laws that I wouldn't know about, especially for a business. Like, so in the UK, for example, you can register as a company. I could register as a company. At the moment, it's, oh God, how much detail should I go into this on? But like at the moment, I'm a sole trader, which in the UK is entirely fine. I don't need to be a business to run myself, and it's actually completely reasonable for me to be. And I know this because I went and I talked to an accountant. I didn't just take someone's word for it who wasn't qualified.
No, what, you spoke to one of those guys? I thought they were mythological. I keep getting ads about being a sole trader. I think I'm getting your ads. I keep getting an ad that's like, if you're a sole trader and you're not doing this, and I'm like, bro, I don't know what a sole trader is.
Do you have a company?
No.
You are a sole trader.
Fuck. Wait, that ad was for me.
That is how the UK works.
Listen.
You're self-employed, you're a sole trader.
But what about all my alternate personalities?
I feel like I'm jump scaring him with like...
I got like 3 other personalities, so we're like 4 sole traders. We're like a group trader. We're like a quartet trader.
It's like a D&D thing.
My party.
Sole trader.
Yeah.
My patron. I call him the sole trader.
Yeah. So, like...
Zoey, you want to be my patron?
Jesus Christ. I don't know if I want to buy into that kind of thing. I'm not sure I'm happy to invest in this. Sorry, find a different angel investor.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah, no.
But yeah, like, I agree with what Josh's saying. Like, the manager is there to do, like, something that is a very big misconception, and it's on my like application forms of client application forms that I put up at the end of last year, which is around the time I started working with Lime. One of the questions was like, what do you hope to get out of having a manager? And the number one answer was, I want to get more subscribers. Without any real thought as to how having a manager would facilitate that. Now, yes, there is strategies and growth idea, like pinging ideas around and growth plans and content strategy, like this, that, and the other. But if you see it as a monetary transaction, as I'm going to pay pay this amount of money to this person and they're going to give me this amount of subscribers,
From ads.
you're going to be very disappointed. Or you have a likelihood to get a dose of reality come and hit you in the face.
Yeah, well, ultimately, like, you have to remember, you are still the content creator. You are still the person making the product and making the thing that will get subscribers. Like, the manager is there to maybe help in certain aspects of it, but they're not the creative person behind it.
At the end, I'm effectively a form of consultant and advisor and project manager and a couple of other things here and there. And at the end of the day, like, whether someone takes my advice and implements it is entirely up to them, and sometimes, you know, that's entirely their right and that's part of the job. But what it does mean is that it's not my responsibility whether or not someone succeeds. It's simply my responsibility to help give them the most bandwidth to devote to their creative endeavors. If I was, you know, someone who was super, super creative and good enough to go off and do it myself and like succeed and flourish and not have to put so much effort into it that I would need a manager, then I'd probably just go and do it myself, right? But no, I'm back-end admin stuff. That's what a manager is. They are not there to tell you how to win the game.
Yeah.
And I really want to piggyback on this and go back towards like VTuber agencies and expectations when joining an agency. One thing that I told all of our applicants as they were going through the interview process is that a VTuber agency, which does offer like content strategy, content direction, help, and things of that nature, we are on a fundamental level a force multiplier, right? We are not the force that is driving your channel to grow. You are. We multiply your effort with our resources. And so even if you're looking to join an agency, you might look at something like Hololive and be like, I'm guaranteed to get 200,000 subscribers if I join Hololive. Yes, but if you want to grow significantly beyond that, if you want to further your goals and ambitions, you have to look at an agency as multiplying the effort you're putting in. And if you join an agency in an effort to grow and then you put in zero effort, you're not going to get anything out of it. Because at the fundamental level, if I ask you the question, can you manufacture social media success? Some of you will say yes, some of you will say no. The actual answer is kind of. But if you go super formulaic with it, if you look at, you know, the charts and you see what's trending right now and you only target trends and you only go down this rabbit hole, you're taking a lot of the autonomy away from the creator and they're going to be miserable. Right? Like I could build you a schedule that targets all the latest trends, that does all the latest fads, that does all the craziest things. But doing that week after week with no creative input because you're just chasing the trend is going to make you fail for a whole other reason.
Yeah.
I mean, some people who I've spoken to, and I'm sure Josh has had the same thing, is like, you know, I'll give them a strategy or I'll give them a layout of content plan, and they'll say, you know what, actually that's not for me, and that's fine. That's okay, because at the end of the day, if it would make them more miserable, they're probably not going to succeed for long because they'll burn out.
Yep. And burnout is the #1 cause of economic failure for a content creator.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's like, well, kind of going back to what Zoey was saying about when to get a manager and whatnot. It's, for one, you want what Josh was saying earlier about that, like, stable income. Like, you want to know that on a monthly basis or whatever, you can pay your manager what you're meant to pay them, regardless of whether that guy in chat that sometimes donates $200 or whatever does that. And you're not going to get that at a certain level. But also, if you're at a certain level of VTubing, you're probably most of your like mental bandwidth is going to just going live, and a manager can't help you with that. And an agency also, to a certain extent, can't help you with that, and that is something that I think can be a point of conflict, because again, agencies and managers are kind of similar with what they can help you with in certain aspects. And if you're already like struggling to go live consistently, you're struggling to make content that you think is good and can put it out there, if you join an agency, all that's going to happen is more people are going to be expecting you to make that content, and you're going to have more pressure on you, and that will just accelerate your burnout. And when you burn out in an agency, there's a lot more consequences than if you were to just take a month off as an indie. So
yeah,
it's people, I think there's some people that again get kind of bogged down in that mire that we've talked about of wanting to be the successful streamer and not necessarily enjoying a lot of the work that goes into it, who see joining an agency as like a skipping step, right? They think that all the other work just goes out the window. They can just start going live and not have to worry about anything and get success. And I don't think...
If you join an agency, the work nearly quadruples compared to when you're an indie.
Yeah. And that is... every agency VTuber I've spoken to, their schedule is full. Most of it is not streaming. And so...
Well, because the expectation is now to the company. You're hired as a consultant to do specific things for that company, and they're going to hold you to those expectations. Whereas if you're an indie, you're kind of your own boss. Yeah. And so, you're going to maybe be expected to do 20 or 30 hours of work for your agency on top of doing, 20 to 30 hours of streaming every week.
Yep.
That's not abnormal.
But I think a lot of people join an agency with that idea of, oh, the agency will handle everything and I can just do streaming or I can just do content. And then when that doesn't happen, they end up, I think that's why you see a lot of people join the agencies and drop out.
To a degree, I guess, like, they're kind of on the right track. But the thing is, like, so say they're like, oh, man, I want to do these music videos and I want the agency to just handle it end to end. But if the agency did, like, 100% handle all of the creative aspects of a music video and all you had to do is record your vocals, which, by the way, does take more time than people give it credit for. It's not just singing it through, guys. It's actually, like, a learned skill. What will happen is it'll come to the end. They'll have picked an artist that you don't like, gotten that art, commissioned that artist to do art that you didn't think fit the vibe of the video, and the MV editor didn't put out an edit that you were happy with because they took away all of the creative side of it. So really, are you happy with it, basically? Do you get what I mean? Like, this isn't the best explanation of it.
Well, no, I get it. It's like also at a certain point, like, what the fuck are you doing, right? Like, as a job, you are, like, what are you?
You're your brand, essentially.
Yeah, if you've taken all the, like, the content creation out of your job, and you want someone else to grow your channel for you, and you want someone else to decide what you stream and make the videos and make the music videos, and, like, what are you as a job? Like, you're not a creative person anymore. You're just a face, really. Like, you're a glorified mascot. And like, is that what you want? Is like, because it's not like if you were doing it to get super rich, then I'd be like, fucking go off. Like, I'd do that to get super rich. Like, this money's money, right? If I'm getting, if I'm getting good money to do that, catch me there. I'm good. But you're not. You're in a VTuber agency. You're getting half your pay cut. You're making less money. Even if you're in like a good VTuber agency, you're not like making. You're not making bands, right? Like, you're not rich. You're not gonna be. You're not gonna be like funding your parents' house.
Like, you're thinking like you might get 55% of your super chats, and that's after YouTube takes 30% and Apple takes 30%, and that's after your tax rate if you're an independent contractor is another 30%. Like, if you donate $100 to a streamer, they'll be lucky to see $25 of that.
Yep.
Right? Like, the income, like, people will look at metrics websites and be like, this content creator got a ton of money donated to them. They must be rich.
Yeah.
No, Social Blade's so fun.
Wait, actually,
Social Blade's so fun. But according to Social Blade, like, everyone in this call is making $2 million a month.
Yeah, let me look at my Social Blade real quick, and I'll tell you guys how.
And that's including 2 people who don't make any content on YouTube. Like it's so insane.
Asinine. The reality is that even people in medium-sized agencies are not making 6 figures a year.
Yeah.
Right. The vast majority of creators I know, and I know most creators who are in agencies, don't make above 6 figures a year. Right. And, people look at agency VTubers with all these subscribers, and they have all this back-end support, and they have all these donators, and they're like, these people have to be millionaires. But the reality is that they're living less than a middle-class lifestyle. And
did you guys know there's a Rim Penrose short about this?
There's Rin Penrose short about everything.
Rin Penrose short about this exact
Rin Penrose is like the Simpsons of VTubers.
About how much of a super chat goes to the creator.
There's so many cuts to the pie, and on top of that, like, VTubing agencies taking 50 to 55% of somebody's income, or 40 to 60% of someone's income. It's a crazy amount of revenue to just vanish into the ether.
Yeah, no, there is a reason why you see creators like me or most VTubers like shill some, like, either merch or gamer subs or you know, sponsorships.
That's another fun one. Hey, can I drop a truth bomb?
Go for it.
Merchandise doesn't make jack shit for money for the creator 90% of the time.
Yep.
It is one of the worst ways to support a creator is buy merchandise. It is rarely like super profitable for. It's a cool thing to do for the creator.
Still buy the merchandise, guys.
Still buy the merchandise.
Guys.
It's cool.
Josh, shut the fuck up, Josh.
Cool
Stop.
Creator, but the margins on merchandise are really, really, really low compared to, you know, like donating or, you know, using a promotional code on a website or something like that. That being said, like most creators really love merchandise, and it's something that they get a kickback from, and their fans get something really cool.
Yeah.
So merchandise on the whole it's a really, really, really cool thing to do. It's a really good thing to do. But if you're looking for like the best way to get your VTuber money, merchandise is almost at the bottom of that tier list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, there's the whole thing of, if they're like me, I like the Gamersubs code mainly because, again, it's more, I feel like I'm more selling something than just being like, hey guys, can you please just give me money for no reason? Also,
yeah, it's a transaction. They get something for it.
Like, I do wish, and I know YouTube won't do this, and I don't think there's a way to do it through any other way. But obviously stream elements, tipping and whatnot is very out of culture for VTubing because it doesn't have the same like integration in chat. I do wish there was a way to maybe let the bot basically do like a pseudo super chat for tips, but like if you genuinely want to support your creator, that's they probably have like a stream elements donation way, or I think Throne has one as well. That money will all just go directly to them. Now, if they're an agency, obviously the agency will still take a cut of it, but that money just goes, like, they're getting 100%. And so if you do want to support them in that way, especially if they're like an agency and you know they're already getting that sliced in half, that's probably the best way to go about it. But for some reason, and I think it's probably because of hololive, that sort of culture is like carried over of, guys, the message turned red. The message turned red. It's, oh my god. And also I think there's also a thing of like stream elements goes through like PayPal, which means that you're giving your PayPal away, which understandably I think a few people are hesitant about. And it's just it's also the ease of thing. It's a lot easier to just hit a button that comes pre-packaged into the streaming thing of click button, click number,
on mobile.
Donate. Yeah. But the thing is, on mobile it's even worse, because on mobile, if you super chat on mobile, streamer probably again gets
Apple Pay takes extra percentage because of the App Store.
Even a non-agency VTuber, I think on average for super chats on mobile, I get like 30% of the super chat, because like the rate adds up to somewhere around that of like 50% is, or it's like 30% is YouTube, like 30% is Apple, but the way they do it is not, it's not like additive, it's like whatever the maximum. Yeah. So it ends up being like way more than you think it would be. So it's weird, but it's become normalized. And obviously, as a creator, you're not going to have somebody like send you money one way and be like, guys, could you just send me free money another way? That'd be great, thank you. So
I know you just donated $100, but could you do 100 more to this other
like
service?
could you
because it's a little bit better for me.
It's a shitty way to react. Like, there's no way to approach that topic candidly, especially like obviously when we're here talking about other VTubers and we're discussing it from a business standpoint, that's one thing. But if you are the VTuber in question, is a bit of a difficult subject to broach, unless you're Bree, who I think literally just said to her chat one day, she was like, fuck it, just this is better.
Only use stream elements because it's way better for me. Yeah.
But
I think that normalizing the information and giving the consumer a more, reasonable education on how to support a content creator is a net positive. Yeah.
I think just people get very, it's the same everywhere. You get like a little bit hesitant talking about any sort of money, but especially donated, it's a weird subject to broach.
I mean, there's also services like Patreon as well, which can be really, really beneficial. Or Ko-fi, whatever you want to call it.
Ko-fi.
Yeah. Typically, if the streamer is allowed to have like a stream elements or something, like a donation link through on those kinds of services. Yeah. That's usually the better way to give them money.
Or their past life,
I also want to just skim through a few of the questions from earlier.
I have a couple pulled up as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you guys are so.
If streaming is 30%, what would you say the other 70% is besides editing? Planning. So much planning. But also project work, design docs. Like, there's a lot of work that goes. It depends a lot on how picky you are about like how stuff turns out. Some people are fine giving like very minimum design briefs to like freelancers for art and, you know, general. With if I say too much, then I'm gonna give away the kind of projects I've been working on recently. but like it's very like there's just a lot of back-end project work, and then also just like figuring out what you're going to do the next week and for the rest of the month, and like, you know, planning which days you're taking off. Networking is
negotiating.
Genuinely, like, people will probably say it sounds like I'm telling people to clout chase, but collabing is going to be the quickest way for you to expose yourself to a new audience. And this does come with some caveats, because if you collab with the same people all the time, you're being exposed to the same audience all the time. So you need to kind of, and this is also why you'll see VTubers who are collabing with non-VTubers are starting to grow a lot more now, because they're being exposed to an audience that probably doesn't really watch many VTubers, but now they've been exposed to this person, they might go like, oh, I recognize that person, I'm gonna pop in and take a look at their stream. And then they might become a fan. So like, yeah, networking is so huge.
And then like a lot of it is editing as well. If you do your own editing, I mean, that can be a very time consuming thing. The other thing is like actual work for, like, I would say over 50% of full-time creators or part-time creators, they have something else that they're doing in the background that's going to take some bandwidth.
Yeah, a lot of people are in full-time
set aside
occupation.
time for life, right? Like you have to clean your house, you have to walk your dog, you have to go
outside
shopping.
And meet friends and stuff. Really underrated part of the like not going insane kind of part of the whole thing is like go out and talk to people. If you're someone who thinks the world is falling apart and you spend a lot of your time on Twitter, please go to your nearest pub and talk to people. You'll realize that all those people are insane and that the people in the real world are usually pretty reasonable.
So Zoey, if I get you as a manager, can I like offload that onto you as part of the workload? Could you just go do my like
offload my social?
Yeah. Does that mean that you're gonna pay me for? You're gonna pay me to get like a drink at the pub or like a meal?
Well, Rin and I are still in that custody battle for you, if I remember correctly, of like rape.
Wait, what?
Rape battling.
I wasn't even aware of this.
You set it up.
Oh,
you pitted us against each other, but I don't think it was.
I don't remember this, but
at the beginning of stream, you said that I was going to pay you more than Rin. We're doing a callback.
So real. Yeah, that's totally how it is. Actually, Josh has asked me to be his manager for like quintuple the amount. So I really need to see some bigger numbers here, guys.
That's crazy.
Tesco's parking lot fighting coming. I know the bit is the Tesco's parking lot. The Tesco's parking lot is not where fights go down in Britain. That is not the peak real estate for fighting. I'm gonna say it. This might be contentious. I might get jumped in a Tesco's parking lot.
We need a convenience store tier list of like most likely to get into.
You should do another tier list, Pen. That goes really well for you on Twitter every time in the aftermath.
Oh my god, I hate them, dude. People don't understand the amount of
that it's
shit
a joke.
That it's so hard because they
take it so seriously.
It gets like here, like in the stream, it's very much like a jokey haha whatever, fuck it, we ball, right? Of like somebody in chat will say one thing and I'll be like on the tier list, I'll be like, yo, that shit's funny, and then I'll put it on the tier list. But then it gets onto Twitter and it takes an entire life of its own. All the context is stripped out and suddenly this is a very serious ranking about which VTubers.
Zucchini's a C tier vegetable.
Yeah, and so I stopped doing it. I did one for a tipping goal for chat. The chat hit like a tipping donation goal I had, and I was like, I'll do one more for the boys. And that one also caused controversy, and so I've immediately, like, I've sworn off them. The only one chat is getting is if I ever end up like hitting Twitch partner and doing a donathon, one of the rewards will be that fucking booba tier list that they will not stop harassing me for. And after that, I'm done. I don't think chat realizes how fucking cringe that tier list would have to be. I don't think you understand the level of cringe inducing behavior that 2 hours of a man sitting in a room ranking anime girl titties would be. But fuck it, we might get there, in which case I think I'll have to immediately delete my channel afterwards, but you know, we'll deal with that when we get there.
That's just tradition.
Yeah. It's
tradition.
Tesco parking lot, right? In context, Tesco parking lot is like It's like where
What a
your mom
B
goes
tier.
shopping. It's like where old ladies go shopping in the middle of the day and go pick up their groceries. It's not like
Yeah, so nobody's gonna be able to stop you, so you can throw down with
Yeah.
no like.
but it's like
You know,
it's
nobody's
No,
gonna-
I can
gonna
attest to
hold you back.
people very much can, because when I was filming the Tesco parking lot scenes for the Nintendo Direct, I got asked to leave by security.
That's really funny. You know, Tesco has security because it's a big grocery. Like, I don't know where is like peak. I think
All right, man,
Aldi.
if you had to fight a manager, where would you fight
Aldi.
a manager?
Aldi?
Aldi is where you square up to a motherfucker. Bro, ain't no laws at Aldi. Aldi is chaos. They don't even have laws for where they put shit in Aldi. Aldi is just throw shit into any shelf anywhere. Bro, you just...
No, okay, no, I'm sorry. I got one better.
Go for it.
The corner outside Londis.
Is that an English thing?
Is that not a Scottish thing? Londis is like the average corner shop. You know what? Please tell me Scottish people have corner
We
shops.
have corner shops, but they're normally owned by just like a little family.
Yeah, but like that, I swear there is nothing more terrifying than walking past a group of people who are gathered outside of Londis.
Yeah, I don't think we have Londis.
Maybe this is just a me thing. Damn,
just-
you
yeah,
hate
you
me
think-
specifically.
Damn.
And I'm going to open up the map on my other monitor and, you know, like, I hope this doesn't
If
accidentally
there's a
get shown on
Londis
ODF.
around the corner
Yeah.
from you, then you are just...
There's not
need to
not
leave your
one
ass
around the
more.
corner from me. There is one in Edinburgh. So like that's something. There's one in I mean, I probably okay, am I gonna
Okay, so here's
dox
what you have
myself
to do.
via
You have to go to the
Londis?
corner, and you have to try to pick a fight with somebody, and if they go for it, then you know that's the actual place to go to get a fight.
Yeah.
Just go out look yeah, no, this is my next YouTube video. I'm
No,
gonna go out looking for a fight
Picking
in
a fight.
various British stores and just see who wants to square up the most.
Someone say Nando's. What kind of a savage has a fight in Nando's?
Nando's is when you know shit is going down. Nando's is not the pre-arranged fight location. Nando's, that shit happened in Nando's.
Something happened at that table.
Bro, some shit got revealed at that table. Someone was fucking someone else.
Some adultery was happening. At
That's
that
not a
table.
pre-arranged fight. That is an immediate throwing hands situation. Somebody's getting a chicken wing up their nostril.
Jesus Christ.
All spicy sauce. The hottest sauce you have.
Alright, to go through it, so I'm just kind of going through these in order. Who does it right apart from the obvious answers is like an impossible question to answer, because I feel like you need to define doing it right.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, the closest to probably hololive or vshojo, depending on your opinions
I think
on what right means.
doing it right means succeeding, I think, at what you want the company to be. And I think hololive is the best definition of success, because I think hololive is exactly what hololive wants to be.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
In that way,
Yeah.
I'd also say the other one would be vlure, because vlure...
Vlure, genuinely, the fact that Vlure didn't win, what was it,
Dude.
like best rising
Rising
Yeah,
agency.
no
VTuber
shame to Mythos.
organization at
Mythos is
last-
amazing as well, but
Like, I'm sorry, but I thought that was an upset. I
Like-
thought that was a huge upset, mostly because I never hit any shit from Vlure, and that's usually a good sign.
I've not heard any shit. I've not had anyone like behind the scenes tell me shit's going bad. Their numbers are insane, and also again by that definition of success, like they want to be seen as like the adult VTubing agency, and I think they've succeeded at that. Like they
Yeah,
are.
they carved
Yeah.
a niche.
They
and
are.
They identified a gap in the market. They dove right in, and they've been doing
Yeah,
it
and
right
the
in that
best-
market for a really long
The
time.
best part to me is that everyone fucking doubted them. I swear. I swear I saw so much doubt when they got announced as an agency, is
I
going
was a
like, oh,
believer.
this is gonna be shady and predatory. And it turns out that no, they're like very upfront about their expectations. Like I was interested to see what their audition forms looked like when they opened auditions the second time, and I was like, what do they tell people about what to expect? And they're so upfront. It's incredible. Like that's like really good hiring practices for talents. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just surprised at how good they do tend to run stuff.
Yeah, no, they're doing, and I think the weird thing is that they kind of they fly under the radar a little bit because they don't get in any controversy or anything, and so they just appeal to their demographic, and anyone not in their demographic isn't exposed necessarily, and so they don't get any random bullshit. They've just kind of been chugging numbers for a while, like just doing the job. Like they've actually just locked in and they're doing the thing that they set out to do and succeeding at it and just sort of working away. And I think that's pretty, in a kind of community that can't seem to go 2 days without some agency or another having a massive blow up, I think they're doing an exceptional job.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, I guess that actually does make it really easy to answer that question. Did any of the companies you've worked for make money? Really depends on your like definition of make money.
They made money disappear.
But
Oh my god.
I got nothing on that one, Chief.
The thing about VTubing agencies is, contrary to many other types of startup, they are debut day one profitable. Right? Because every talent is making money and they're not usually spending money outside of staffing. So it's very easy for a VTubing agency to make a little bit of money. The problem is expanding and growing second generations, other regions, things like that, which take a huge injection of capital in order to work. So have companies I've worked for made money in the VTubing industry? Yes. Have they been able to grow or sustain the money that they've been making? No.
I also just like, as a side tangent to that, I always found it so crazy that every VTuber agency I look at is like, we want to be the next hololive or something, and I'm like,
you have no idea how tall that ladder is, my friend.
like also like, guys, like, if you're trying to be this kind of ties into the VLers carved out their own niche kind of thing. If you're trying to be the next hololive, you've already failed, because hololive are the next hololive, guys.
You're always just going to be an inferior hololive. Like,
do not be the poor man's hololive.
I think that generally speaking, what people mean by that question is like, who do you think is going to get as big as hololive? And
nobody.
I mean, I would say like in that case, I mean, there's a road to get there. But I think you have to go very heavily into like 3D motion capture performing arts style stuff. And you have to be a big company. Like, I mean, I think Sony had the potential to do this. It's kind of sad that they didn't do it when they had the opportunity. But like doubling down on the more technical aspects, because as I was mentioning earlier, with agencies kind of falling out of favor because technology is becoming more accessible, there is still a lot of technology that is gatekept by being absurdly expensive. And like optical motion capture and performing arts in like the stadium size performing arts are definitely some of those things. The problem with that is that the startup costs for a motion capture studio are astronomically high if you want to do it properly. And so it would have to be a very large company coming in and doing it. And I think a company like that was focusing entirely on performing arts has a chance of growing to the scale of hololive, but I don't think you're ever going to see an agency reach even half the size of hololive. Especially in the Western market, where going public is even worse than the Japanese market. I mean, you see what public companies and public issues have with running companies in the United States, because in the United States specifically, if you're not making a profit, you're essentially like failing your fiduciary duty to your board of directors, and that can cause a whole nightmare of bullshit. So it's really hard for a company to grow that big in the Western market. The other thing is that like in the Japanese market specifically, mascot culture is very, very well ingrained in like what they do, right? Like train stations have mascots in Japan. Everything has a mascot. And so the Japanese public, the Japanese audience is a lot more predisposed to accepting something like VTubers as this super mainstream big thing, because they've been exposed to it for their entire lives. Whereas in the West, anime didn't really come over until like 2003 with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and didn't really take off until 2013 with Sword Art Online and Attack on Titan. And so like, even though the anime industry is growing at a disproportionately huge amount, and we do see some anime style crossovers coming into mainstream media, I don't think that you're going to find a company that can dig its roots as effectively as hololive did in the Western market. And I think because right now we have a lot of Eastern business looking at the Western market because they missed the boat on like hololive and Anycolor and Nijisanji, because they wanted to invest in those companies, but they went public. And so a lot of Eastern money is coming into the Western VTubing scene to try to capture the spark. And I think what they don't realize is just how astronomical the cultural difference is between the East and the West in terms of the marketability of anime style characters.
It's such an insane, like, anime, even though it came across like anime it's not even really still to this day, it's not super mainstream accepted. Like, it's getting there, and it's and every year there's like, it's more and more, you know, it's on Netflix, it's on shit like that. But even with like Iron Mouse, right? Iron Mouse is, I think, a kind of a great example of the most popular, like, or one of the most popular Western VTubers, depending how you count it, between her and like Guru or something, who, after, you know, hitting that goal of like the top subathon record, right? There was a shit ton of backlash from like the quote-unquote normie side of Twitch, where they just saw anime and said cringe, because it's still not a super normalized thing. Whereas in Japan, it's every day. Like, they see that, like, hololive is in train stations in Japan, on like the side of it, marketed there.
They're in convenience stores, on book covers and things. Like, it's so easy to merchandise them there. It's so easy to push them there. Even the EN side is incredibly popular in Japan.
Yeah.
And like, even though Iron Mouse is a huge content creator, like, you don't see an Iron Mouse like chocolate bar in Target like you do with Mr. Beast or something like that.
The only thing you see is Gura in the Dodger Stadium, which again is hololive leveraging their insane, you know,
right. And I feel like hololive is the only company that's able to pull an account that big. You're really not going to be able to swing something. And it's also like a population and a language size. Like, if you look at global population of English speaking or English media consuming people, it's astronomically outscaling, like multiple scales of like multiple magnitudes of scale above the Japanese speaking audience. And so, like, while you could say like 40 or 50% of Japanese population knows what a VTuber is, you might be able to say that like 3 or 4% of the English speaking world knows what a VTuber is.
It's also,
and it's just a little bit different.
There's also, I mean, I think an interesting thing about like VTubing in Japan as well is that Japan has, like, compared to their actual, like, their population density in Japan is absurd. Like, they have very, very high population density. And that means effectively the entire country, the entire population of Japan is like consuming content at the same time almost. So you don't have, like, the English speaking audience is huge, but they're split between like Australia, Europe, US. You have all these different time zones.
A trend in Tokyo is a trend in Japan. A trend in New York City is a trend in New York City.
Yeah. So you have these entirely split, where, you know, people talk about like VTubers are either like EU friendly time zones or like US friendly time zones. You even have, you know, like Globey being like the EU branch of Brave, and compared to, you know, like their US branch. And it's because different cultures, different time zones. So even though they're all English speaking and they're all one big like English speaking group almost, the actual cultures, the actual watch times, the people that you're appealing to are going to be split between time zones. And so appealing to them all is difficult, because if you're streaming at 1 a.m. US time, you're probably not hitting the majority of that or even US is like split across, you know, however many time zones. But if you're streaming
4 time zones,
if you're streaming, like,
don't include Hawaii and Alaska, which makes it like 6 or 7.
So the English speaking audience is so divided among time zones and locations and cultures that appealing to them as a unanimous group with anything is difficult. With Japan, you have a massive group of people, very population dense, pretty much all in one time zone, I believe. So you can just, like, you know, if you go live at a certain time on a certain day, the majority of the Japanese population is going to be tuning in at that time, so you can hit everyone at once, which is how you see these massive numbers of, like, you look at the CCV on like hololive graduations and stuff, and it's like in the 700,000 mark. It's absurd. Those numbers are just, they're not even conscionable to any other agency. Like, even like Niji has it in JP. Niji is almost as big in JP. Though not almost as big, but Niji is still pretty big in JP. But if you're talking about like what, like the next hololive, like Western agencies, CCV is concurrent viewership, so how many people are watching at once. No one here is close to that. Nobody here
not
is
even remotely close to that.
There's no agency here that I think is even consistently in like the 10,000 views across their talents. Like, there's a few standard like vshojo talents that can hit that, but
it's a rarity.
It's a rarity. There's no, outside of vshojo, like there's no agency. Most agencies are in like the 100. You know, that's like where they sit. Some like FaZe hit the thousands.
I would argue most agencies are actually like not in the hundreds,
well,
because like because it's very because what we like actually see is this, it's like survival survivorship bias, right? It's like we see the stuff that hits the front pages and that hits like the YouTube like homepage and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you're not gonna see those like 100 or so small agency startup attempts that are stuck in the like 10 to 20 view range, and there are a bunch of them.
Yeah, so the gap between Hololive and Niji is big. The gap between Hololive, Niji, and fucking everyone else is it's a level that is hard to communicate effectively. So whenever I see an agency that markets themselves as like, we're going to be the next Hololive, I immediately am like, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Like you don't. It's
not even in terms of view count as well. Like it's also in terms of cultural impact.
Yeah.
Like
reach,
like
knowledge.
You know, outside of like in the Western sphere, at least outside of like Holo Niji vshojo, I guess like is FaZe the biggest? I'd say.
Is probably the next biggest after them.
Yeah. Have they had the same cultural impact as Hololive?
No,
yes, there was a Pippa show on a HBO show.
That was really funny.
But have they had the same like? I don't think it's reasonable to say that they've had the same level of cultural impact.
No. I would say that the difference between Hololive and FaZe Connect when it comes to cultural impact is that FaZe Connect has had a huge impact on the industry.
Yeah.
Whereas Hololive has had a huge impact outside of the industry. And it's much, much more difficult to impact things completely outside of a niche. I mean, you see it with the Dodgers game and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Than it is to just be the most well-known person inside of your subgenre of things.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Yeah. It's why I'm always you see it, and I think it's so frustrating whenever I see agencies market themselves as like the next Gura or the next Hololive or the next.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be that.
It's like games marketing themselves as like the Halo killer or the Oblivion killer or something. You know, like
it's that, you know, that business saying of like you're either first or you're best, right? Hololive was both first and best. They are currently the best. The entry level to do things better than them is.
You don't have the
resources. You don't have it. You don't have the talent, first of all, because it is a talent to learn how to do VTubing that way, to like do the 3D. Like you don't have the people that know how to do that.
Right. I mean, they have almost 10 years of experience now doing this stuff.
So you don't have the people that know how to run that shit from a technical level and from a talent level. You don't have the connections to organize it. You don't probably have the funds to set it up or the locations in order to do it. And even if you do, you don't have the reach in order to market it, to make it profitable, to sustain it for the years you need to build it up. So you're not best, and you're also not first, because Hololive's been here for 10 years. You're never gonna topple that mountain unless Hololive has some sort of monumental fuck up, or there's some huge shift in the culture
about
of VTubing.
That particular take of them having a particularly large fuck up is motioning generally to World of Warcraft, which has historically always been the biggest MMORPG ever, and everyone's like, what's going to be the WoW killer?
Yeah.
World of Warcraft has consistently and continually shot its own foot off and then sewn it back on over the years. And to this day, no matter how much damage it's done to itself, it still hasn't been dethroned as the biggest MMO ever. I don't think that there's anything Hololive can do besides disbanding the entire company. But even if they disbanded the entire company, then you have legacy.
Yeah.
Right? Where even if like Hololive stops existing tomorrow, all the talents disappear, everybody's going to say like, what's going to reach that height again? What is going to beat COVID Hololive again?
Instead of people being like, we're going to beat Hololive, you're going to have agencies going like, we're going to be, and this is going to shock you, the next Hololive, because they're going to want to replace them in the position of cultural significance that Hololive had.
Dude, the COVID buff thing is huge as well. That, like you said, the insane surge in streaming as a whole that took off in that period of time is something that you can only really replicate through several years of like slowly building up. Like that was like a fire sale on audience.
Stream viewers.
Yeah.
Like it's like a really weird
if you were active in that time period, like you shot up through. You can look at I can look at it. I can look at if I see somebody that is like, if I look at like their analytics or something, and I look at like when they started streaming, you can see it. Like 2020, when that was happening, so many people that were streaming then got just a massive kick in the ass, and they're still kind of that's when they established their base audience, and that's kind of what they're working with now. And hololive exploded in that. Like they had like the perfect storm of that was when their EN was like really getting into like the swing of things and like really starting to get momentum and whatnot, combined with COVID just naturally boosting them up. It was like a perfect storm.
hololive had the liberty of replacing television for hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
Which is something you can't really ever reproduce outside of some other catastrophic, like world-altering event that would cause a bunch of people to stay home all day and have all that spare time.
Which is not something you really want to wish on the world. Yeah. Hey, it might happen. Like, you never know. Guys, this is me coming out saying, I hope another global tragedy happens so that we can get a second hololive.
Yeah, you know what'll take VTubers off? A global pandemic. Woo! Time to go eat some bats.
That's you know when people say like streaming is luck and VTubing is luck based and like it's all about luck, that's what they're talking about. Like you just I'm crossing my fingers for another pandemic. That's what's really going to kick my channel up the ass.
No.
I just this one question as well like has stood out to me a little bit, but like mostly because it's an easy one to answer. Any opinions on VTuber companies poaching indie/other corpo VTubers? Okay, first things first, you cannot poach an indie because that is just an indie deciding to join.
That is not what poaching means.
Yeah, poaching
them
would
away
be
in
like
chains.
stealing a worker from another company.
Send them back to the corpo mines.
Poaching a corpo VTuber is such a huge risk because you're gonna burn your bridges with the entire industry because no one will ever trust you again.
Industry.
Like let me be real, like everyone talks to everyone. I know people in like half of the agencies right now like that are like relevant right now, and it's just
and
then the other thing is that a lot of agency contracts have like 1 year agency non-competes, which means they have to go indie for a certain period of time before they can join another agency.
Yeah.
I don't know of any major agency that doesn't have some form of like, you can go indie, that's fine, but you can't join another company within a certain time period. It doesn't really happen that way.
Yeah.
Right. Like obviously you have companies where since the industry is small and since you're collabing a lot and you're being social with a lot of people, you might meet people from another agency and you might really get along with them and you might really vibe with them. And then once you decide to leave your company, you could say, you know what, I prefer this other environment. And you can kind of set yourself up for that transition, or maybe after some time going indie and thinking things over, you can go that direction. But whether or not companies or executives or managers are messaging currently active other agency talents and saying like, hey, do you want to jump ship? Do you want to come over here? It's better over here.
I will say from
generally doesn't happen often.
From experience, it's usually the other way around. usually
of agency
if you're working, if you're you might anticipate potentially getting a message from a talent in a different agency asking, hey, can your company buy me out or something? Like
we've had quite a few of those.
Yeah, like it doesn't tend to work out super well because then you have to go and negotiate with that company if they're gonna set a massive fucking price.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it also depends on like the company in question, the contract you sign. Some companies I know have no non-compete, where you like we've seen it a couple times where a talent will drop from one place and immediately hop over to another, and that was just that company making a decision to not have that particular contract in their clause. Or clause in their contract. I'm personally of the opinion that if you're running a VTubing business and you don't secure your talents, you're gonna fail your business.
Yeah.
Because 100% of your value as a company is in the IP. I also saw a question like, is it reasonable to ask for a buyout clause in your VTuber contract? Is it reasonable to ask? Yes. Will a VTubing agency ever do that? Probably not, especially if they haven't done it for other talents as well.
Yeah.
Because every talent would need to have that, or none of them would. And if you have every talent able to buy themselves out of their contract, you're putting yourself in this super vulnerable position as a company where everybody who works for you could decide to leave, pay the fee, and leave you completely destitute, which is really, really bad. 100% of your bargaining power as a VTuber agency comes in the IPs that you own. And so while it seems reasonable from the outset to want to be able to purchase your IP, want to be able to leave with the character you've created, from a business standpoint, it is nearly company suicide to allow that to happen. And it's really frustrating for fans because obviously you fall in love with somebody's character, somebody's content style, they graduate and that gets left behind and you might miss who they were before. But VTubing agencies would not exist without this IP security that they have innately. Now, some companies do what I would consider the right thing, which is when somebody leaves, they offer them an opportunity to either take their IP or purchase their IP through some agreement. And I think that that is something that should be the standard. But one of the reasons why I do wholeheartedly believe that agencies are not sustainable and not tenable is because they are forced to be very hardball with people's IP because that is their entire income and revenue source.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I think, yeah, because from the outside looking in, it's like a beloved character and it's what people enjoy watching it, and it is the VTuber, but like when you strip agencies down, all they have are the brands. Like they only have that face and that name that they can slap on a stream and be like, hey, this is the thing. This is our product. And so, yeah, that makes sense. And it is probably another reason why agencies are just... It is why agencies are in a no-win position, right? Because if you come across as the big bad agency that doesn't let the VTuber buy their IP, then people aren't going to like that, because like, why?
But you also have to really worry about setting precedent. If you let one of your talents leave with their IP, you know what every other talent's going to say?
They won their IP.
Can I do that?
Yeah. And also
why couldn't I do that?
Yeah, if anyone left before and didn't get their IP, and then all of a sudden that's a shitstorm. Yeah, no, it's... I
see a comment, if they can't exist without something that they shouldn't exist. That's kind of why VTubing agencies are dying, because people are realizing that it's not a tenable business model.
Yeah, no, I will say with regard to non-competes as well, like the smart person will like you know, like, how can I word this without being like really specific? If you put a non-compete into a contract, make sure it's legally enforceable, because if you, for example, and I wouldn't ever say that anyone would do something like this, but if you were to stupidly put into your non-compete clause that someone, for example, wasn't able to create any content as a VTuber regardless of an age, you might find that there are very few jurisdictions that will allow you to do that.
Right.
Just a note, just a
no non-compete agreement or no agreement similar to that in a contract can deny you from your primary source of income.
Yep.
Right, because that would be a form of entrapment, which is bad. And so no contract can say you cannot work for a period of X months or X years after you leave our company, because you're functionally saying, hey, this person cannot earn an income. I am financially damaging this person by saying that.
Yep.
So generally speaking, again, I am not a lawyer. Go talk to one. But if a contract is restricting you from working entirely, it is not enforceable in any country that I know off the top of my head.
Makes sense. Checks out.
What are reasonable expectations a VTuber should have for a manager? In the indie manager scene, varies from VTuber to VTuber. All right. Different people want different things. So the work I do with one client will vary from the work that I do with another. Some people want to have more, like, some people are more comfortable with handing the reins over on stuff. Some people are less comfortable with handing the reins over on stuff. So for example, some people might want to wait a bit before giving me access to their email inbox or something, which is completely reasonable, because a lot of people are using Gmail, which means that by default I have access to their Google account now. But yeah, like it's just a lot of that kind of thing. And also, like, equally, a lot of people want to get like a solid vibe check on you before they allow you to negotiate on their behalf for certain things. Just like there's a lot of variance. Reasonable expectation is that you come to an agreement between each other of what your responsibilities are on either side and what your obligations are, and that you hold up your end of the bargain. And equally, if you have a problem on either side of that agreement, you discuss that problem. There is no point in letting it boil over and just getting angry about stuff. You need to just talk, because 90% of the problems with those kinds of relationships can be salvaged if you just have a chat and figure out if there's maybe a miscommunication, misunderstanding. But like, you know, like typically, like, I know in my case, it is a very bad look for me if I deliberately do not hold up my end of the bargain, because if Rin and Lime and Crony suddenly don't want to work with me anymore, I'm going to have a really hard time finding work as an independent manager. Actually, I will never find work as an independent manager, and rightfully so, because I have royally fucked up.
Yeah.
So it's usually not intentional. Usually the person is like, there has just been a misunderstanding somewhere. Occasionally it may be incompetence, at which point, yes, you're well within your rights to, like, you know, find another person. But that's just how it is. Basically, yeah, work it out ahead of time. Figure out how you want to run it ahead of time, because everyone is different. No one gets managed in the same way, basically, because they don't want to be managed in the same way. Yeah, I think that about sums it up. Oh, also, like, you know, and also certain services will be charged at different rates, especially how, like,
your hitman fees are through the roof.
I am not charging smaller, and bear in mind there are some people who I have worked with and do work with who are not public. I do not charge people who are on the smaller side the same amount as I would charge Lime or Rin, who are my biggest clients, because that would be morally reprehensible on my part. I told myself when I got into this that I would never take an agency cut. I would never turn to someone and go like, okay, how much do you make? Okay, cool. I'm going to take 50% of that every month because it's wrong. I don't believe it's right for me to do that as an independent manager, because I can't offer enough to pay that back. There's just no way. There's no way I can possibly do that.
You're not a business partner. You're essentially a contracted employee.
Yeah, I'm a contractor. I am a consultant. I am a project manager. All that kind of stuff. But yeah, basically work it out. Make sure that the services that are being provided are equitable to the amount of money exchanged. In my case, for example, I also shore up my retained fees on any clients that I retain, not consult on, because that would be weird. I also take some commission from sponsorships that I specifically negotiate. Because again, it would be fucking weird if I was taking commission on sponsorships I had nothing to do with. That's not how commission works, guys. So yeah, it's all that kind of good. All that kind of stuff. Good lord, we've been going for a while.
Yeah,
today.
I was gonna say, I was like, do we want to
gonna skim through just the questions and then just,
if you guys want to pick out your final questions that you want to answer, like, and then we can, once you've got them out of the way, we can wrap up, because it has been a bit.
There might be some error because it's been so long of like, hey chat, give us like 1 or 2 questions that you really want to answer that we haven't so far. Go.
Yeah.
If you guys can pick one
work.
question,
one question.
What do you want to hear us yap about? One last question.
You can do one question for each. Maybe one for Josh, one for Zoey.
Maybe one for Twitch and one. I was gonna say one for Twitch, one for YouTube.
Fuck, whichever. I was gonna say fuck Twitch, but then I was like, fuck blank. That blank applies to whichever chat you're not a part of. Is my very politician answer.
My God.
What do you mean pick up my laundry? I don't do laundry out. I have a washing machine like every fucking person in the modern age. I do my own laundry. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. Do you know what I do to pick up my laundry? I walk like 3 feet in that direction and I pick it up.
You're ahead of the game.
Come on, there has to be taking a look. I'm taking a look through
quite a few questions.
Just like for a juicy one. I feel like we've gone over a lot.
The one that I remember.
Questions.
I remember Fury asked one, which was when like companies like Hololive or whatever talk about going in a new direction, what do you think they actually mean by that?
I feel like no one knows that apart from
a company going into a new direction is a bit of a buzzword.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It's generally so a public company and a public board of directors has something called a fiduciary duty, and their fiduciary duty is basically to make the company profitable. It's to make money. And when there's not enough money coming in, generally speaking, the board or the shareholders, the stakeholders in a public company will come together and say, hey, we need to change something because we're not making enough money. And in order to placate the shareholders, there'll be this big grandiose public statement that says something along the lines of, we are pushing in a new direction and we look forward to you guys supporting us in our journey. And so generally speaking, a new direction usually means a new way to make money, whether that's mobile, whether that's a game, whether that's a spin-off or new generations, a new marketing strategy. I know that the question in question did say what do you hope it is? Generally, I hope it's a reevaluation of what the company's identity is and kind of a doubling down on what's been working, because I feel like in a lot of these cases, trying to YOLO after a new trend. I mean, we see it with AI, cryptocurrency, and all this other bullshit.
Yeah.
That the knee-jerk reaction to go towards the fast money is almost always unanimously the terrible decision, or to chase what other people are doing when it leaves behind what makes you unique.
Yeah.
And so for a company like hololive, I know they have the device or device, I don't know how to pronounce it, generations that are more experimental, more music focused. That's cool stuff. But generally speaking, when a company is signaling a change of direction, it means that somewhere in the pipeline, they feel like something isn't working that needs a bit more of a drastic change. Obviously, you have the MMO project. Obviously, you have their desire to make, other game projects. But yeah, it's generally just a marketing buzzword for we need more money and we're going to change how we're doing things to make more money.
That was very enlightening. I always kind of assumed it was a buzzword thing of but I always thought it was a buzzword towards the public of, yeah, we're changing things, we're cool, we're doing new things, look at us. But the idea that it's just to placate investors is kind of funny, but it makes a lot more sense.
I mean, it's because the company stops growing at some point, right? You usually hit your market cap, which is the reasonable size of your company in relation to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? Eventually there's a ceiling. And the problem with hitting your ceiling when you have a bunch of investors who are when you're a public company, anybody can buy shares of your company. That's literally what going public means.
Yeah.
And so somebody who has no idea what a VTuber is buys hololive stock, and they're expecting that this is going to have a return on investment. You wouldn't purchase stock if you didn't expect to make money off of it.
Yeah.
And so this person who owns hololive shares wants to make money off of their investment. They want the company to become more valuable. Generally, the way you become more valuable is by growing.
Yeah.
But if you hit your ceiling, you stop growing. And suddenly this guy who bought hololive stock isn't seeing a return on his investment, and he's going to, as a public participant in the company, in the stock, is going to go to a shareholders meeting and is going to start raising hell, saying, hey, I expected more for my investment. You need to make me more money because I own you.
Right.
And then the board of directors will say, well, our company valuation is dipping because people aren't seeing the value. They think we've peaked and they're going to sell off all these assets so that they can make their money back.
Yeah.
If we don't start making money, if we don't start gaining profitability and value as a company, all of our shareholders are going to leave. We're going to get the rug pulled out of us and our company's going to fail. So we need to find a way to make more money. And this is why big layoffs happen. This is why crazy right turn content decisions are made, like AI, cryptocurrency, things like that. It's for these short-term injections of company valuation and company value. And so that's generally why that happens.
Dude, this stream has taught me one thing, and it's that I don't know jack shit about economics in any way whatsoever, and I should have stuck to medical physics. I'm not lying to you. Radiotherapy makes way more sense than this bullshit. Radiotherapy is simple. You target the cancer, it dies. You have a treatment plan. It makes sense. This shit, completely counterintuitive. Company does well. It does so well that it actually hits the cap of how well it can do. It gets a perfect score. It is doing the best it can, and that somehow is a bad thing. And now they have to change what they're doing that was working, because otherwise they'll fail.
Yeah, it's Danny right now is bringing up a good point that they just launched a TCG and it's doing well, and they're doing a mobile game and that's gonna probably do quite well. And so hololive has found the solution to stay doing what they're doing. They stay in their market of anime, VTuber, that style of niche, while breaking into markets that could potentially be revenue positive for them and keep their valuation increasing, keeping their company stock going up. So that's good. Right? It's when you hit the Facebook had this issue a few years back, quite a few years back, where they literally had so many people sign up for Facebook that they were out of people to sign up for Facebook.
Huh.
Like they tapped the world's population of Facebook users. And the shareholders were like, hey guys, where are we going to be making money if you literally have run out of the population of people to sign up for Facebook? And then you have, you know, the metaverse directive after that.
That's
right, as a way to kind of expand the business.
I hate economics. I hate it. I knew I hated it.
Penn's head hurts now.
No, I get it. I always, going through school, and my whole thing was like, economics is my least favorite subject. Not because I couldn't score well in it, but just because I hated everything about it. Like, I would rather take any science, any English, any language
class. It's a very
class.
soulless science dealing with very human problems.
It's soulless
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, even though it is like hard cold number science. A lot of it's very illogical when you look at it from like the big picture of someone who actually understands that niche. But unfortunately, people who are buying into the stock more often than not have no idea what the fuck is going on.
They're portfolio traders. Like hololive will be packaged into a portfolio, and a big trading company will sell that to your grandma who wants to invest her retirement savings. Right. So it's completely soulless. It's completely devoid of everything. And that's why people are terrified of investors, because they see that and they think all investment is like that.
Economy was so much simpler in World of Warcraft.
Private investors
not like that.
Yeah, it's not the same as public, which is why I was going on earlier about having investment plans and looking at like your Series A, Series B.
So like, yeah, can you ever like go unpublic? Can you ever be like?
Yeah, you. I mean, okay, so
you can. You
it's
have
like
to buy back 100% of your company shares.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, as a CEO, as a company founder, there is another option, and it's not the wrong option for you personally, as the person who runs the whole show, and that is you sell the company and you get a huge fucking kickback of cash, and you can go off and you can found another company, or you can retire, or you can whatever you want to do, really. Like, it's your life. But it's typically like, so you term it as like an exit strategy. The most common ones in startups are IPO, which is going on the stock market and being publicly traded, or selling your company to a private owner who may then decide to go and do an IPO anyway.
Yeah, right.
So
generally speaking, every company will end in one of two ways. Well, one of three. The first way is going public. The second is changing hands and growing and growing and growing until eventually it goes public.
Yep.
Or failing and being dissolved. It is very, very rare for a company to just permanently be a private company.
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just, it feels so, I don't know, it feels wrong. It feels bad that like a company can do well, like a company can achieve the thing it was meant to do. Like Facebook has a purpose. It reached everybody in the world. It achieved the purpose it was meant to do, but it can't just stop. It can't just be like, yeah, we have a product. It does the thing we need to do. It needs to just keep going. So it just starts inventing random bullshit that nobody needs because stopping is like illegal. We can't just have shit that does shit anymore. Like, it's actually weirdly very streamer core. Like,
it kind of is. And I mean, like the tragic thing about America specifically, because everything is a public company, is that like a lot of our healthcare are public companies. And so like healthcare companies and medical manufacturers have these same people who are saying, hey, you need to make more money. You need to nickel and dime. You need to do all these things.
But
you can
make money by
go and buy shares in medical companies, like pharmaceutical companies.
They make money off people being sick. So you're financially incentivizing people to be sick to a company that is meant to treat them.
And now you've figured out why insulin costs so much.
And so what they've realized, what insurance companies and what manufacturers have realized, is that since everybody has insurance, or most people have insurance, you can charge $50 or $150 for an Advil if they're in the hospital, because the insurance company will pay it. Right. And so it's like the nickel and diming of the American everything situation has kind of come from this idea that all publicly traded companies must be infinitely profitable when that is economically impossible.
But Okay, but that also means that like they're incentivized to make the more effective, newer, cutting-edge treatments even more expensive than they need to be, because the less people getting them, that's more people staying
Or if
sick
you're
that
really
will keep
cynical,
generating
don't
money.
make better medicine.
Yeah.
Because
Oh.
keeping people sick for longer is
Fuck your
more
country,
financially
dude. I'm never.
And if you're still following this conversation, we have now explained the
Communism.
foundations
Right.
of capitalism.
This is how people turn
You
to
just brought up the
communism.
point as well. Like, not only are our healthcare public companies, but our prisons are privatized and licensed to the country as well.
Oh, because incentivizing people to be in prison definitely won't have a market effect on imprisonment
That's
rates among police officers
why
that
there
have
are
inherent
ridiculously
biases.
high numbers of convictions for petty crime like possession of marijuana
Listen,
in America is because if you put them in the prison system, these
All right,
private
before
companies that own the
before
prisons
we
are
veer too close to
profitable.
turning into a political stream, I'm gonna have to head out pretty
yeah,
shortly.
no,
I
we
am
can wrap
too,
it
I
up
am
there.
too. We've been
I'm
on
just
for a few
saying,
hours.
as much as people shit on NHS waiting times, I just walked down to my local pharmacy and I pick up my medication and it's free. And it's and my doctor today or the other day was like, hey, you might have to come in for like immunosuppressant treatments for like the rest of your life, but don't worry, that's also free. And like, hey, might be bad for waiting times, but at least it's not that shit. I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Well,
Maybe consider investing in like
I'm investing
WoW
in leaving
coin.
the country.
Invest
So
in-
I'm starting a VTuber agency.
Ah, shit. You too, huh?
It's gonna involve 5 talents on one channel.
Okay.
I'm looking at Fua Moko and I'm going, that's not enough people on one channel. We do whole gen single channel.
Fua, Moko, Fua.
I
or
mean,
something.
hey,
All
I
5
can
of them.
basically do that. I think with all the models I have, I could be 5 people in one body.
It's all Punkalope.
It's all punk. I'm releasing the Punkalope gen. It's all Punkalope, all the way
It's
down.
all Punkalope all the way down.
Okay, yeah, we should wrap up because it's
We
been
can-
5
we can
hours.
wrap this.
I should find someone to raid into. I was planning on raiding into Ren because I realized she went to go stream after we started. So I was like, she'll probably still be live when we finish. And then we went for 5
God,
hours.
these
and
streamers so lazy. We're streaming longer than our talents are. What is the world come
imagine
to?
not grinding that streamer time.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Who?
Josh Corp when? Oh, that's a good question. Josh
Zoey,
Corp when?
either you
Oh
two
my
have any
God, that
suggestions for
question has been
raids?
floated. Lime Malicious on Twitch. Smile.
Smile, you want to raid Lime? We can raid Lime. I've never interacted with Lime ever, but this is a good first introduction, I guess.
There you go.
I'll tell her you sent me. I'm sure it'll be
Spread
fine.
your wings.
Yeah, go for it.
Fly.
Oh my God, is this social interaction people have been talking to me about so much? This isn't crazy.
There you go. Interact with your fellow British VTuber, Pen.
Oh my God,
Thank you, chat.
she's British. Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the questions.
Well, now I don't want to. Actually, you know what? We're going to double up in
Don't forget
British.
to follow
Elliot,
Pen if you haven't already.
Elliot just started she just had a debut with her new model and it's her birthday and she's having her final part of her donathon or something, so y'all can chill over there as well. Double British stream, double British raid, good job.
Damn.
Yeah, thank you guys for dropping by. Thank you, Josh, for the drop in.
Sorry for crashing
thank you.
your party.
Yeah,
over
thank
here.
you for completely dismantling my beliefs in a good and just society and revealing to me how fucked your country is. I'm now regretting coming to visit for
Yes.
I hope I don't get sick, or I'm just. I guess
You won't
I'm
get
just.
sick. You'll probably get shot though.
Hey, listen. If it's in the head and I don't have to I don't have to think anymore, maybe for the best. Medical problems are fine if they stop me having to think about the fact that medical problems are that over there. Your country makes so much more sense. I never clicked the pieces together of like the publicly traded. I knew insurance companies were assholes and I knew that medical companies were assholes and it just didn't click in my head that that's why. But really, it's the investors, which are the
Profit over
public. So
people.
it's the public that are assholes. So it's the people that buy. Everybody sucks. Your system is flawed and we should all be communists. Thank you for coming to my political stream. I'm glad that we started with VTuber agencies and I'm now communist. What a way!
Communist.
What a way to fucking end the stream. Okay,
Holy
let me
shit.
actually start. I didn't start the raids. I was too busy I was too busy having another
Can't
break.
believe it.
Okay, everything's set up. I'm not even gonna wait for like the raid numbers to tick up. Y'all go watch some Monster Hunter. Ha ha. Go watch anime. I now understand why VTubers are profitable. Go watch anime girl make funny haha comments and forget that the world is fucked and is never going to be happy again.
I've given Ted an existential crisis.
Bye guys.
Oh.
Life will never be the
Bye-bye.
same.
Goodbye.